and welcome to .NET Conf Focus on Maui. Hello, welcome to .NET Conf Focus on Maui. I'm David Ortnow, Product Manager. And we're actually here live in the studio with my best friend, partner, Maddie.
Hello, nice to see everybody. Welcome.
We're actually here.
Maui
all day long.
All day.
It's going to be amazing.
There's an amazing lineup today.
I know. We're going to learn so much about mobile, desktop. We have some product announcements for you today. Ooh. It's going to be a full day of awesome stuff.
Hey, Maddie, David. I just want to come by and say good luck today. And I am so excited about shipping .NET MAUI.
I think we have a bug. Bug in the shirt. Bug in the shirt, everybody. .NET needs to be at the top. What do you say? Right? Screenshot this, tweet it out, let them know.
Let me know.
Let your feedback be known. It's good to see you, Scott.
Good luck, folks.
See you. Thanks for coming by.
Well, we have a lot of content for you today, so I want to get right into it.
Let's do it.
We've got demos, we've got code. We're probably going to go over, no promises, but let's have some fun. What do you say? All right, so to the slides. We are here today to talk about building mobile and desktop applications with .NET. And we think we've got an awesome, and I've got a clicker, and I'm going to click.
Yeah, there you go.
There we go.
There you
go.
All
right. So, you know, in the world, there are so many desktop devices and mobile devices. Over 1 billion are running Windows 10 and 11. We've got over 4 billion devices running iPhone and Android. And when you look at the market indications and the consumer sector, those numbers are not slowing down. So we as developers want to make sure that we can deliver the best experiences possible for those platforms. And of course, we don't want to sacrifice user experience and being able to reach into all the features that those devices offer just so that we can save on code. So this is why we are shipping .NET MAUI. Of course, we GA'd .NET MAUI, .NET Multi-Platform App UI back in May with .NET 6 support. And this is how you can build mobile and desktop applications without sacrificing anything on the native platforms. We really focus on the single code base aspect of it, not so that you are only writing code once, although that's pleasant, it's the dry principle, but because you're then focusing on just your application and your user experiences that you're creating, and you don't have to worry tons about what each platform requires. If Android has a special quirk, if Windows has something that you could take advantage of, but you have to go find it, none of that. We make sure that the best of those things, like that awesome Windows feature, is right there available to you, but you can focus on a single code base. Now, you can have multiple projects, but as far as the actual application, we think this is a great way to go, and you can build awesome applications when you're focused and you're targeting those awesome performant devices that we all want. And I'm running my Mac M1 here today. I'll be showing all of my demos on this. Maddie has her Windows machine, and we'll be showing all of her demos there. So you're going to get to see best of both worlds, best of everything.
Oh, yeah.
And so .NET MAUI is in .NET 6. It's part of .NET 6, and that means that all the .NET 6 things that you are growing to love with other workloads, you get for mobile and desktop development as well. So that's the latest C#. That's one base class library. You don't have to worry about, well, is this a special mono thing? Is this a special core CLR thing? None of that. You get CLI support. Oh, excuse me, I was so excited. You get CLI support. You have to breathe in between words, don't you?
You might.
But this, hey, if you don't join us for the .NET Community Stand-Up for Maui on a monthly basis, you need to do that because this is what you get.
This is us on our best behavior.
This is us. Yes.
This is good.
True. The community stand-up, we get a little looser. But the latest C# 10 features, which I absolutely love, and I use a ton in the application that we're going to show. Being able to, all the things. I don't want to steal parts of demos.
I know.
So,
really.
Right? But you get mobile and desktop, so that means, of course, you get Android, iOS, Mac, and Windows. But we've also added in .NET MAUI the ability for this hybrid mode. And this is really exciting because now the Blazor developers are in the party, right?
yeah.
This means that you can take your Blazor components or your whole application, you can bring it to mobile and desktop, and you also have the same full access to, you know, sensors and all the isolated storage and security features that you would get if you were just building it with native code in .NET MAUI. And so that's a beautiful part about the Blazor Hybrid story, and can't emphasize it enough. Maybe we'll show some demos about that. We'll see. And then, of course, productivity. So you already mentioned the single project, but you've also got the hot reloads. You've got the IntelliSense, the IntelliCode. You've got tons of visual diagnostics, which I think Maddie will be showing off here in just a second. Plenty of teasers. And we've got a full day of sessions, so I hope you've looked at the agenda. You've earmarked those that are interesting to you, and you're going to be able to learn a ton. So we're gonna kind of skim over the top and then let everybody go deep dive in a little bit.
You know it. And while you are watching all these amazing sessions today, you can keep refreshing your Visual Studio installer actively, because as we are speaking, the bits of Visual Studio are being built in the cloud. In the cloud, they're happening. So that today, you have general availability .NET MAUI tools in Visual Studio. 17.3 on Windows.
Yes.
Very exciting.
Yeah.
I'm pretty excited.
So GA SDK and GA tooling all out there in the release channel.
Today.
Beautiful.
In soon minutes.
Soon minutes.
Soon minutes.
Yes.
Of course, Mac
Refresh
developers,
minutes.
as Dave mentioned, he's all on his Mac today. He built this entire demo app on his Mac. These tools will release in 17.4, but the preview for Visual Studio for Mac is shipping today, so you can still get the latest and greatest there. Amazing. So keep your eye out. A little bit about .NET. I don't know if you recognize that Scott guy who crashed the party a little bit ago. He's been around sometimes.
A little bit.
.NET 6 is the fastest adopted version of .NET ever, almost twice as fast as the adoption rate of .NET 5, which is super cool. And in November, .NET 7 will ship.
Right.
So we'll see how much faster everyone can adopt that. But .NET MAUI, like Dave said, with his slide with all the boxes, is all built on .NET. So .NET 7, you update to it, that's just the next MAUI. It's all the same thing now.
It is, yeah. The transition for folks from the Xamarin space to the .NET 6 space, it's a larger gap. But you can see with the numbers on the screen what you're getting from this, right?
Oh.
You're getting more that you can do with it, more workloads, more things, and
Lots of performance improvements. So for
Yes.
those of you who are coming from Xamarin, you're going to see great startup gains, just loading and rendering of your pages, all these different things. And if you're new to cross-platform development with .NET, you're just going to be really happy with how fast it is because it's amazing.
it is.
Charts.
Yes. I love seeing every PR, especially the Jonathan Peppers PRs.
The Peppers PRs.
Hi, Mr. Peppers.
Hi, Mr. Peppers.
Because he's always got all the numbers there, and you can see all the performance improvements. And we're focusing not just on the mobile space, but of course we're bringing that same effort and focus to desktop.
Yep.
And so we'll be seeing that for Windows and Mac apps soon.
Oh, yeah. So who uses this thing, Dave?
Yeah, so, this is, in case you haven't noticed, in case you haven't noticed, we're very passionate about this product. We love using it, but more than that, we love talking to customers and helping customers be successful with it. That's really the core, the essence of what a product manager does. You almost, I don't know if customer manager is right the way to say it, because then it makes it sound like we manage customers.
Customer friends.
But we're super passionate about helping you as developers and as customers be successful with the platform and shaping the product into what you need it to be. So these, there are hundreds of thousands of, I don't have a number, of customers that are using .NET.
Millions.
All across, millions, it has to be.
It is.
And so certainly millions of you developers out there using .NET. And so these are just a selection of a few of the companies that use .NET on a regular basis. And we're really excited to see these companies and others starting to look at .NET MAUI and use .NET MAUI for your applications, whether they're for a single platform or for multi-platform. One of those companies, oh, look at you, you're going to be my
Well, you clicked yours and not mine.
I know. It's
hard to not be remote anymore. We have to look at the camera.
I was in a meeting the other day.
Oh no.
I was in a meeting the other day. This is what you get from us. And I was in the back of the room, but there were people in the room, right? It's not a virtual meeting. And I was like, I texted the meeting because I didn't want to interrupt the flow, but
Right.
it's the back channel nonsense.
Right.
And I said, how do I mute myself so I can cough? All right, so lots of awesome customers using this. One of those is ProntoPay. So ProntoPay, we've featured them before, and it's a good example of a startup that was looking for a way to get something out the door quickly, that they could iterate on quickly, and use the skill sets that they know, the productivity from Visual Studio that they love, and they used .NET MAUI with the Blazor Hybrid. So very cool story. You can go find this in the stores today. It's a great app. I just did it on. I did
You
it
did it
again.
again. It's okay.
Why am I even holding this?
We're
Why
learning.
am I holding this? All right, so I should probably still do this.
Yeah.
Controls, component vendors. So these are some of the awesome vendors that are out there today shipping components for .NET MAUI. Progress, Syncfusion, DevExpress, UX Divers, and you can see a whole host of community libraries that are on .NET 6 now, available to you today to be able to use in your applications, and this is just a sampling. So I know that other controls have been coming online, shipping, nougating,
Making their bits through the cloud.
making their way through the nougats
Yeah.
to you in the candy bar of
nougats.
.NET. And so, this is a big theme or a big focus for us right now in this early phase of, we just GA'd MAUI on .NET 6 in May, and now we need the ecosystem is adapting, right? And so libraries are shipping, the Prisms of the world, the MVVMs, Freshes, and things like this. But Shiny's out there now. Skia Sharp has been updated with some really cool things we're going to show. So lots of great stuff's happening. If you are finding there's a library that you need that's not there on .NET 6 yet, let the maintainer know. Offer to help. Offer to fund. Anything you can do. But there's also options. You can switch some things out. And now, with the Blazor Hybrid story, and I'll double down on this later, you have all the Blazor components plus all the native components as well.
Oh, yeah.
So your options for additional components in your application just tripled.
Yeah.
It's really, there's so much available to you.
Yeah.
And on that note, we want to say a huge thank you to the community of contributors, those that are reviewing, those that are PRing, those that are participating and live streaming and blogging. Thank you so much for all that you've been doing and continue to do for .NET and for .NET MAUI.
Look
Thank
at
you
all
very
these
much.
pictures.
I know, right?
Woo! You all are great. Hopefully you can find yourself or some familiar faces from Twitter or whatever, wherever you meet people these days.
Wherever you, well, now we're meeting people in person, right?
Wow.
All right.
All right.
It's your turn.
It's my turn.
Yeah, let's do this.
talk about productivity, because that's the big thing today, right? We GA'd MAUI at Build. That was cool. The SDK stuff that Dave and his team, great. You can build the apps. Tooling is where the party happens. And that's the world I live in. And with today's release of Visual Studio, like I said, it's being built as we speak. It's a little early Pacific time, so you'll get it in a bit. The heart of .NET MAUI is developer productivity. That is everything that we think about every day. Whether this is your first or your 5 millionth time opening a MAUI project, there's a whole suite of tooling that exists made to get you building your beautiful and very complex and amazing .NET MAUI apps even faster. Or your super simple apps like mine that just tell me what plants I own. Visual Studio 2022, awesome. You've heard it before if you are part of the .NET community at all. It's 64-bit now. We shipped it last fall. Yeah. Time is irrelevant. The past 2.5 years have meant nothing.
True.
But it's great. And MAUI takes advantage of all the things that you have come to expect from an IDE such as Visual Studio. So you get your intelligent code editing, you get IntelliCode and all the AI-assisted development, live share, all of the different editors for Razor and C# and XAML and CSS and blah, 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 languages. Of course, your rapid iteration, which if you've seen me on any of these .NET confs before, you know I talk about Hot Reload because it's hot. It's fire emojis everywhere. We'll look at that, don't you worry. And of course, with MAUI, the single project, you can develop for anything from anywhere. So you can be on your PC working on your iOS version of the app. You can be on your Mac working on your Android version. And then, you can develop natively for your Windows machine or for your Mac machine. So you can really travel with just one laptop and one David and build whatever you want.
One of my favorites is the Windows subsystem.
Oh, yes.
For
It's
Android,
very cool. We're
right?
not going to take a look at that in this talk.
I know, which is why I wanted to mention it.
Yeah.
Because it is really cool.
It is really cool. So there's a lot of cool things. If someone gave me all the time in the world and there was no David, I could do this for 3 hours at least.
Technically, I think we just keep going until
Yeah, right?
till they
All
send
these
Scott
other
back in
people
and
who
get
spent
us.
all this time preparing their amazing talks. But VS 2022 for Mac, which I know David has been using the preview of very heavily, also totally rebuilt, built on .NET 6 now. So it's running .NET. That's it. UI also rebuilt from the ground up to be native, so it's super fast. I've really been enjoying it. They even did some little things on the team. They moved menus around so that it looks a little bit more like VS Windows, like things are in the same places. But they also respected Mac and what makes Mac so great and so beautiful. And I think it's a really nice balance. And a lot of these tools that you have on Visual Studio for Windows, you're also going to have on Visual Studio for Mac. Many of them are in preview now. Of course, you can also do web development, container development, Blazor, tons of great things on Visual Studio for Mac. It's not just for MAUI, mobile, desktop. Yeah. And so before we hop into the demo, here's just a really cool screenshot because we do a lot of things. We target Android, iOS, Mac, Windows, and Mac. I was trying to read it in order, and I think I completely messed it up. But I did it. And it's all from that single project. So let's hop in. When Dave and I were talking about what to demo for this keynote, right? We were like, we could do File New, we could do the weather app, the podcasts app we've shown before. And Dave was like, no, you know what? I'm going to build a new one. And I was like, cool. And so he sent it to me late last week and said, here's the app. So we're going to look at it together because why not? It is called Point of Sale.
Point of sale.
So I based on talking to you, we do talk occasionally.
Yeah.
I know that this is a point of sale app for servers at a restaurant to be able to go place orders and then on their phones go and check people out, right? So you can pay for your meal. And it's a MAUI app. And it kind of looks complicated. At first I was a little overwhelmed. And then I started thinking to myself, I was like, no, it's just a MAUI app. Let's break this down. First and foremost, all your resources are right here. Everything for all 4 of the platforms. And I know that Dave had worked on this explicitly on his Mac, so it was macOS, iOS, or Android that he was developing for. So everything he needed, fonts, images, you can see it all in this folder. Cool, pretty easy. I also see you have an app icon in there. That's an SVG. That's pretty cool.
Absolutely.
Pretty cool. And I can also see what platforms you're targeting, if there's any platform-specific code, which it doesn't. I don't think there is. We could figure it out later. You might show us, but
Yes.
you're targeting these 4.
Right.
And the way that you tell MAUI that is in your CS proj file here, right here, your target frameworks. So we're taking advantage of .NET multi-targeting. That means that you have one project, and it can go everywhere. And you can pick where it goes with this cute little drop-down, just switching out your framework here. So I can go and I can say, oh, I want to deploy this to an iOS remote simulator, or click a simulator or a device or an Android emulator or my Windows machine locally, all the different options. So let's take a look at what we've got going on here on Android. I've got my emulator set up and running. It's going. Oh,
Nice and fast.
nice and fast. I was doing this demo prep in the hotel room this morning, and I realized I was not connected to the internet.
Yes.
So when I was Googling everything, nothing was working, and I was like, oh no, oh, it's just the internet. It's not me. So this is pretty cool. This looks like a list to me of orders that are there, and then you can click into them and see details on them, right? So let's click in. Cool. And so Dave is learning Korean, if you don't know this. And so he's been using this as a way to learn about Korean food, which is pretty cool. But yeah, this is a pretty cool app. It's kind of a pain to navigate the code base, and also my emulator is on top. So let's use live preview right here. Gasp! And live preview basically mirrors wherever the app is running, whether it's a device, an emulator. It will work with your iPhone if you use Hot Restart. Feel free to Google that. We're not going to cover it today. Or search it on the internet with your choice of search engine. But this is really cool because now I can't interact with this, but I can see the app inside the IDE. I can zoom in. I can kind of take a closer look at it. And the first thing I notice on this page is, first of all, I have no idea where you wrote this code. So I'm new to this code base, right? Let's go to my Solution Explorer. I imagine it's somewhere in this Pages folder. But you've got other folders, and you've got other views, and it's a lot. So in Live Preview, let's do something easy. Let's change this title color here, right? I'm going to click this little button, Select Element, and I'm going to click on Current Order. And it is going to take me to where that is defined. Although, hold on. So I can see, yeah, there we go. It took me to the orders page. That's where it thinks I am. So I'll look in the shell on the side here, on the live visual tree. And it looks like I'm in this orders details page, is what it is. Oh, Windows, the screenshot. The tooltip, of course, goes right over everything. So you're doing something interesting here with shell. Yes. And I'm sure you'll talk about it a little bit. But just to fill you all in at home, this is the same app, same code base, running on mobile and the other one, desktop.
Desktop or tablet, yep.
But they're different. So you have two shells.
Yes, I do. And
the shell describes the navigation of the app, the whole hierarchy of it. So you have App Shell Mobile, which literally just shows this orders page, which is what's showing up when I click on that. And then you have the regular App Shell, which has a whole bunch of stuff. So I don't know what's going on desktop. We'll look at that in a second. But if I look here in my live visual tree, which describes the visual hierarchy of my entire application in one place, I can see that when I navigated to this details page, it added the little detail page in my tree here. So there's something with the shell. Cool. This is not the orders page anymore, but I know I can see you used a vertical stack layout, a collection view, and a grid. And just kind of looking at this UI, this looks like a collection view to me. Maybe the buttons on the bottom are a grid, so I'm going to guess the title is in this vertical stack layout. So I'm going to click the two little arrows there. Click them. And it takes me to where in the XAML it's defined. It opens the right.
Love it.
I'm also using of course, my colorized tabs by file extension, which is a Visual Studio 2022 feature that's amazing. I was going to have them on the left, but then it makes everything too squished. So yeah, looks like you have in here current order. It's just the text. So I'll just change this. Let's add color. Oh, IntelliCode pops right up. It says people who edit labels usually add these things. Pretty good. I'll take it. So I'll say text color. And then I could use any of the I almost said Xamarin Forms. Gasp! Any of the .NET MAUI colors. But instead, I'm sure that you're a great engineer and made styles, a styles.xaml file, and put a bunch of styles in there and resources. So I'm sure you have some defined. I don't know what they're called. So I'm just going to type static resource, and I'm going to let IntelliSense tell me what on earth you've created for me. So these are pulling in from wherever your styles file is. I imagine it's in his resources folder somewhere, right? Pulling all these things in. So I'll scroll. I'll go for primary. Sounds about right. Oh, and it updates. Nice. So XAML Hot Reload picks up my XAML change, updates it in my running app, updates it in live preview, of course, because it's just a screen mirror of my running app. Calls it a day. So this is not at all what Dave wanted me to work on when he sent me this app. In fact, the one thing he asked me to do two things. The more important thing was run it on Windows and see if it works.
Right.
See if there's anything funky. So let's switch over to Windows. So all you have to do is go to that drop-down, hit F5 or click on it. I like clicking. I know most people are F5 people, but for some reason I like the click.
Well, when you come over to the Mac world, it's Command-Enter.
Ooh,
it's just built into my muscle memory, so I don't even, people talk about F5, I don't know what you're talking about.
Of course, you can see the new Git experience popping up while my Windows app is loading, which is very nice. Oh, that's a little smush, so let's expand it. This looks pretty good. Not too bad.
Ish. It looks ish good.
It looks ish good. Considering you have not opened it on Windows yet,
yes,
I will take that as a win. So let's look in live preview here. Boop. Zoom in, fit width. Yeah, that's a bit better. This line here, I don't really like that. I don't know why it's going through the middle of your thing. Let's zoom in a lot.
That's wrong.
Yeah, so let's take a look. Let's figure out what on earth is going on here. I'm going to hover over it, and with Windows, it highlights the box or whatever this is, the container that is holding this UI element. So I'm going to click on this. It says it's a box view, right? It says it on there. I don't know why I looked at the screen when I'm looking at the screen right here.
Because I'm looking at the screen.
I know.
So I keep drawing your attention that way.
I'm like, what's going on?
It's a beautiful screen. I love this.
It is really nice.
Take this home.
Yeah. Do you think I could fit this in my carry-on bag?
I saw your bag. No, you can't carry this.
Oh, shoot. All right. You've got this box view here. So what's cool is I hit the inspect thing, the select element thing. I clicked on that. it took me to where in the live visual tree and in the code, it's all defined. So now I'm all in the same state. There's no like, this is here, this is here, this is here. So I can see immediately like this shell is much more complicated. The shell itself is a grid and there's flyouts and there's things, but all I needed to do to find this annoying little line that you screwed up here was click that. So let's scroll over. Vertical options are start.
I'm not perfect. I'm not perfect.
You're not perfect.
You know, this happens.
It does happen to the best of us. Vertical options are start, which is one of the ways that you can align things. I don't know if that's right. I'll hit end. I think it's too far. I think if I know you, this is supposed to go directly under them. So let's just do center, bump it up.
Nice.
That was easy.
That's better.
Easy enough.
How much are you going to charge me for that? You going to bill me on the hour? And that was like,
I think so.
Visual Studio did most of the work.
I did the thinking. So these features you don't have to know about.
Okay.
You all now know about them. Yeah, and then another thing that you had asked me to do, I believe, was go into the settings page and make this button do something, which I did not. Because why would I? Why would I do anything he asked me to do? So currently you click the Manage Categories button and it does nothing. So let's go in here. Let's go find that button. Scroll this over, because I'm not going to go figure out how you architected your code.
No.
Click on it. Go to my settings page. I'm going to hide this just so I have room to type. Manage Categories, that sounds about right. Doesn't have a click handler or anything on it, so I could do commands. I could use the amazing MVVM Community Toolkit to do smart MVVM things for me. Also, the thing I totally did not show, which I was so excited to show, is that he's using global namespaces for this app.
Oh, yeah.
C#10, baby. Mads is going to talk about it later today. Very exciting. Anyways, I'm going to put a click handler on this. IntelliCode, of course, beautiful, says clicked. That's what I want. IntelliSense.
Don't you need to stop your app first?
Hang on.
What is this?
Please, please.
Okay, please continue.
Just 1 minute. I'm going to create a new event handler. Button clicked, very descriptive. I'm going to go into my code behind, because I don't use MVVM. I do everything in my code behind. And if you don't know what MVVM is, that's totally fine. Our good friend James Montemagno, who's running the tweet board today, has a whole bunch of videos on it. You can figure that out later. I am going to go into this button clicked method that it just created for me. See, it just created it, no authors.
Yes.
I'm going to make it an async, because I know exactly what I want to do with this. And I would like to have a display pop-up, display alert, click. And I'm pretty sure it's a three argument thing, so I'm just going to be like, alert, Dave is here, help.
I immediately got worried when you did this. Okay, now I understand.
And what I'm going to do is, I can save because I have the setting turned on to save, but additionally, I could just hit this hot reload button, or Alt F10, right? And what that is doing is taking the C# in this method here and putting it back in my app. It is running it. So, you know, my app's in the same state. I'm on the same page I was on. Nothing scrolled or moved or anything. I'm going to go back into my settings page. Let me save this. Go back in here. It picks this up in IntelliSense. I'm going to hit save. And if everything works perfectly, that is going to show an alert. So I did not stop the app. I did not do anything. IntelliSense just wrote that code for me. Obviously, I don't think you wanted me to make a button that just says help, an alert.
The scope was a little different, I think, when we docked.
Right.
Yes.
But that's OK. That's OK. So that is just a taste of how productive you can be with .NET MAUI and Visual Studio.
I see. I get what you did there.
It's pretty good, right? Pretty good.
Nice.
And there's a ton more. And like we've both been saying, there are a bajillion sessions today. That's a mathematical number. Showing you all the different ways that people use Visual Studio. This is just how I use it to find my way around someone's very messy code base.
Well, you know, everything's messy when it's not your code.
It's true.
Right?
That's a good
So
point.
I love the fact that this is a very real scenario. I mean, we did not sit down. I did not show you I did not explain the code
He
to
got
her
off
at
the
all.
plane yesterday.
Yeah.
And I said, what does this one do? And he's like, that doesn't look right. And I was like, that's a good demo.
But you know, yeah, I mean, this is a very real world situation where you come into a code base you don't know, and the tooling helps you navigate and kind of untangle things for yourself.
Yeah.
And then, you know, I think that by the time you're done with this, you'll see that it's a beautiful, beautiful app, beautiful architecture and
Whatever you
everything.
want.
So, It's native also, and I want to spend a little time talking to one of the cameras about native. So what do we mean, what do I mean specifically when I say native? Because native is a term that gets thrown around a lot. It's in product names, it's on blogs, it's on documentation. What do I mean? What I mean is that the technology, the actual language, and everything about the experience, how the button behaves, how the entry behaves, that was designed by the creators for that platform, that's native. Okay? The performance characteristics, sure. The color palette, the design aesthetic, but the controls. And so on the screen here, what you see is you see all the different native platform controls for each of those platforms. And that's what you get with .NET MAUI. If you were to rip the whole thing apart and dissect it and do a CSI thing on it, you would see it's absolutely native. We're not faking anything.
Yeah.
What that means is that when you get a new release of iOS, Mac, Android, whatever, you immediately have access to all of that stuff. We do create the .NET bindings for you, and what a binding basically means is you get to use C#, one language, to talk to any platform. Do you want to write some Java and Kotlin or some C# and, no, not C#, you do want to write C#. Java and Kotlin, Swift, and Objective-C. It's the pairs, it's the twinsies for each platform. You can totally do that, and we are going to make it even easier for you to do .NET in the future.
Yep.
So that's what I mean when I say native. And what are you actually getting in the box? Well, you get MVVM, which is model view, view model, and you get XAML. You can totally use it. You can go C# only to your heart's content. You can do reactive UI. You got lots of options in terms of how you architect and how you build your applications. But you get all these controls, 50+ controls, all these views. You get, I mentioned all the Blazor components that you basically get these days. We've added lots of new things in .NET MAUI and .NET 6. You've got menu bars. You've got multi-window, which might be the next slide. No, it's not the next slide. But all these controls and layouts, I like to gesture to the screen because it is such a beautiful screen.
It is so beautiful.
And this is my control gallery app. It's up on my GitHub. And this was basically, I just took every single control and iteration of something that I had in the app and threw it on one giant screen, which is a good performance test too, by the way. So you get all of these in the box, but then out of the box, or no, that's out of the box. Well, it was in the box, and now it's out of the box because you're using it. This is going south.
The box is just too confusing.
It's just, you shouldn't really think about the box.
You shouldn't. It's just all there.
It's just there.
But if it's not there,
then you have awesome component vendors. You've got the community that we've already featured and highlighted.
I'm trying to queue up your next slide.
Okay. But we do want to call out, this is really cool. So for desktop development, multi-window is a thing.
This is in the box.
This was never, this is in the box. So this is not something that was ever a concept that we needed to really worry about on mobile, and eventually something like this came to the iPad. But with desktop, this became important. So one of the things that we did as we refactored and re-architected from Xamarin Forms to .NET MAUI was we introduced this concept of a window, and it's the outer container of your thing. And so now you can pop as many windows as you want. Yeah, it's really exciting. And so we have customers today that are taking advantage of this. Hopefully we can showcase them in the future, but doing some really cool things with that. And then beyond the UI things, you have, what, 60, 70, 80, I don't know, the number keeps growing, non-UI APIs. So these are your sensors, these are connectivity, isolated storage, security. I'm going to show some file system I/O stuff here in just a hot second. So all this stuff, all from C#. When we were talking about the demo and we're like, okay, what would be the most exciting thing to show? Mr. Montemagno says, oh, well, I really want you to show some deep platform stuff. And I looked at all the things I was doing, and I'm like, so many of these things are so easy to do now in MAUI, I don't need to write so much platform code.
Yep.
So.
Yep. Cool. Cool.
So with that, I think it's demo time.
It's demo time.
Demo time. So if we can go to the Mac, please. Thank you. I want to show you the app. Let's go to the app first. So I've got my Mac version, and I've got, Maddie showed you some of this. It looks a little bit better, right, on my version.
Yes.
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 And so I've got tabs here at the top, which aren't tabs, but I'll show you that as how I did that in just a second. You notice that my line lines up much nicer.
Right.
I don't know what was happening on your
I
computer.
don't know.
So I've got some segments over here. I've got order. So this is that back of the house. This is where the server goes and plugs in some stuff. It could also be repurposed for a, if you ever go into a restaurant and you go up to the checkout and there's a kiosk and you can just place your order. I've also got a dashboard in here. I've got a micro chart widget down here for charting, which is awesome. And then I've got a settings panel here, and I've got all of my product management. Something that's cool here is I'm taking advantage of adaptive triggers, and you can see that some UI pops in there. So when I have a wide enough screen, I get some extra real estate. I can put some more controls in there. So adaptive UI, while most phones and tablets and things are fixed size, desktop is not so fixed, right? You've got tons of resolution. People got widescreen monitors and circular monitors and pretty soon triangular monitors. Who knows what's coming?
Is that real?
That's not a product announcement. That is not a thing. And then I've also got the mobile app up and running. So you were showing you showed Windows and Android, and so I've got the mobile phone here. So let me show you kind of the whole flow. I don't think you really showed the whole flow. Yeah. So I'm coming here and I see, okay, I've got some people that are ready to pay. So I'm at the table. I've got my handheld, and okay, they ordered a bunch of stuff. Awesome. Table 10. Let's go ahead and pay. The bill is $53.47. Got to pick a tip, right? Got to pick a tip.
It's true.
Unlike the place we went to last night, service was really good, right? The place we went to last night, not so good. Best service
really
ever.
Cranky.
I'm going best. Not me, the server, right?
You were cranky.
I was cranky?
He was tired.
I was tired. So best service ever. Now I know I'm paying 60. Well, maybe 64. Nah, I mean, might as well go with the best service.
Yeah.
ever.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Why not?
So now we're ready to pay. Oh, look at that. Beautiful animation.
Woo!
A little insert, tap, swipe animation. So of course, you can take your, so that's a Lottie animation. And I'm going to show you just how easy that was to add. So I just tapped. Unfortunately, I want to be able to take a signature. I'm going to need your help on this. You didn't do so hot on the alert earlier. So I'm going to give you a task, please.
Okay.
Give me a signature control here.
Okay, I can do that.
Once signed and paid for, I check, no, I don't need a receipt. Don't need to be littering up the world with paper.
Good.
So we're done.
Oh, you should have got your receipt, though, because it's business travel.
Ah, well, it's all digital somewhere.
Oh, no.
It shows up. I used my card. They know who I am. All right, so I want to show you now the code. So this is pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. So it's the same project, right? So I don't need to give the whole tour of that. But let's kind of start at the beginning.
Okay.
So a MAUI app runs through at the MAUI program. That kind of wires everything up and sets the stage for what's going to happen. So we're going to use MAUI app, and so it uses app. And I think I can even make this font a little bit bigger. I feel big. I feel bigger.
That was smaller.
All right. So I know. Well, you never remember because they changed the scroll direction years ago. You'd think I'd learned by now.
No.
So I'm using a barcode reader. I'm using the MAUI Community Toolkit. I'm using Skia Sharp. So this is a convenient way to use the builder pattern that's common across other .NET workloads. It's just so easy to do, right? So all you got to do is wire those guys up. And then I configured a couple extra fonts. So I've got some symbol fonts, got some Font Awesome, got a Fabric font in here for some other icons. And then I'm doing a little bit extra. You showed those platform folders earlier. In many cases, I like to just go ahead and use the ifdefs, these compiler directives here like this, to be able to put some code in here to do what I needed to do. And you didn't even know I did this. But when you open up that Windows app, it centers itself on the screen. So it sizes itself and centers itself on the screen, and this is the Windows-specific code that does this right here. So it looks like it's commented out because I'm currently on Android. This is the the TFM, Target Framework Moniker Platform Picker, and I don't have Windows as an option because guess what? I'm running on a Mac.
You're on a Mac.
So it'll be colorful on your computer.
It will be. So
there's that. And then I've done something else here. I've got a method called modify entry, and I'm actually not very settled on where to put this kind of stuff. But all the UI controls in MAUI are based on handlers. They're bite-sized pieces that enable you to get to that native layer. So you don't need 2-3 classes like you might have needed in the past. It's just this code. This code right here, those, 64 to 12 lines of code.
Wow.
And some of that's compiler directives. is that code is modifying the entry handler across 4 platforms: Android, iOS, Mac, and Windows.
And so entry, you mean like just like a text box that I
So
type
it's
into?
the text box. So on your demo, I don't know that anybody noticed this. Anybody who was watching, were you watching?
Watching closely.
She had a bunch of weird underlines and stuff on the entry field.
I did.
And what this control is here, it's actually a border wrapping an icon and an entry field to get the design that my designer wanted, right? So it's great to have those borders and those underlines there if you want to stick with the native platform. Like if you want the platform as it's designed and intended by the gods of the platform,
Right.
then you get that by default out of MAUI. You don't need to go do additional effort like you do with other platforms.
Pretty cool.
I was reading a blog recently about, not to be named other platform, like, oh, it was great, but then I had to go do all this extra stuff to get all these other platform features, and I'm like, you totally get that out of the box with MAUI. So that's that entry, and that's why I have this code here. So just by doing these simple things, I have, in this case, iOS and Mac Catalyst remove the border style. See if I go to iOS, now that code is highlighted.
Cool.
So, very cool.
So that's it?
That's all I had to do to get that entry to look the way I wanted it to, and basically kind of just make it naked so that I could paint over it.
Yeah.
Is what I did. So yeah, very cool. So let's kind of step further into the code here. I've got a lot to show. I've got a lot of tabs. So if I go into the app, you noted that I had an app shell for the desktop and for mobile. So let me show you how I did that and why. So firstly, I'll call attention to the user app theme. We do have dark and light modes.
Oh.
But I'm not giving anybody options on this app. I love the way it looks. We're going dark all the way.
Yeah.
Deal.
Deal. Fine by me.
And so all I do here, you set up your main page. That's where you basically tell the app, here's the content that you're going to use.
Right.
So app shell mobile is what you get when you are on a phone, whether it's Android or iOS. And app shell is what you get everywhere else, which is desktop or tablet.
Okay.
And this thing looks great on tablet also. So let's take a look.
And that's it? Device.info.idiom?
That's it.
And it just knows?
It just knows. Well, it knows because I told it.
What if?
So the thing is when you run the app, MAUI sets the idiom, right?
Okay.
So it knows what you're running on, what you've compiled for, and therefore what you're running on.
Okay.
So yeah,
Pretty cool.
very cool. All right, so on shell, app shell. So this is my desktop version, and I'm going to focus on the sidebar over here. So it's called a sidebar. I'm calling it a sidebar. It's technically a bunch of flyouts. But you'll notice that I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 icons over there and a logo, right? Well, what's happening in the shell? Shell is essentially just the container of your application, and you're going to describe some essential things about the container. You're going to describe what the content page is, that you at least have one, and then you can control the flyout, the navigation bar. You can control templates for your flyouts and your menus. And what I did in this particular case, I do have 3 flyouts, 3 main pages that I've created, but I don't actually want to use the flyout as it was by default.
Okay.
I'm using a new feature, the flyout content template. So what this is it basically takes over the whole flyout. I set a fixed width of 104 because that's the beautiful size that I needed in my design.
Exactly 104.
Exactly 104.
Okay.
For everybody and forever. And then I provide a data template to this flyout content, and I create it all myself. Now, these are all of these icons, and you can see how I can switch between them and the state changes. Those are all radio buttons.
Oh.
And radio button it has the distinct privilege of enabling control templates in the MAUI toolkit. So I can completely templatize the radio button, and of course, because they are in a group, only one radio is selected at a time, which makes it a radio button. Anybody ever try to, did you know where radio button comes from, where the name comes from?
No.
So back in my day,
Oh boy. Oh boy.
when you were in the car,
Woo!
to change the station, you had actual physical buttons to push. And you had to push that button. And you couldn't push more than one at a time. As soon as you push the next one, the other one popped out. That's a radio button, right? Awesome.
Is that really it?
Yes! Are you
All right.
disappointed or, no?
Confused.
Come on, Trivial Pursuit.
Keep coming on. I have more things
All
to
right.
show.
You do, yes. I don't know what the clock says, but this is good. So I have templatized all of these things. Where is the template, you ask? It's in the resources. So I have defined a control template for menu item. I am using the Visual State Manager to change my borders and my colors, and there's my sidebar. And so as the visual state on the radio button goes from checked to unchecked, I change the design. Very simple and very easy. Here's the layout, and then within here I have the content presenter. So if you're not familiar with control templates, it's definitely worth learning about. Super productive and easy to use here. All right, let's move on. So what's happening on the home page here? So I want to call attention to this. So if you look, I'll go ahead and bring this all the way up. In the upper left-hand corner, I've got the native menu bar, right?
Food.
I have added, ooh, food. Are you hungry? I've added a custom menu to this so that I can add products and add product categories from anywhere in my application. And so that is super easy to do. I'm going to go ahead and walk through this flow because this also shows some native file I/O stuff. And so I'm going to go ahead and hit that. Slides in from the side. Did you see my beautiful animation? It was awesome.
It's pretty good.
If you didn't see it, so red bean bun, which slightly disappointed that it was not available last night at dinner.
He was cranky. He was cranky at dinner.
I don't know how much it should cost, but I'm just going to make it cost $1. And this is a dessert, by the way. I'm going to go ahead and go to change image. So I have been asked many times since we started shipping desktop, where's your file picker control? You don't need a file picker control. Any control can be a file picker control. So I'm going to hit change image.
Gasp.
And that's going to bring me here. And then I believe on my desktop, how do I get to my desktop? There it is, .NET Conf MAUI. Red bean buns, I've got an image, so I'm adding my red bean buns. Boom! Boom, slamma-jamma.
That was easy.
There's my picture. So I just accessed the file system, picked an image, and put it on the screen. And now I save this. And now I go to my desserts. There it is. Oh.
And you built this all last week.
I built this like last night.
Oh, no. Amazing.
So these also, by the way, these noodles, rice, appetizers, these tabs up here, also radio buttons.
Oh.
And so you can use the semantic properties if you're concerned about accessibility to declare them as buttons or tabs or whatever you need them to be. So we've got awesome extensions for that.
Cool.
All right. So how did I get the menu up there, you ask? You didn't ask, but I'm going to show you anyway.
Thank you.
So in my content page, you see the content page for the home page, I have these menu bar items. Wouldn't it have been more useful for me to show you all this beforehand? But you got to show off the Visual Studio tools.
Would have been helpful.
So here I have my menu. So I've got that products and I've got the add product, and I can come over here to the add product command, which in my particular case, if I go to add product command in my view model, it's going to use add product. Now you notice these awesome things.
These things.
Meta things. So this is part of the MVVM toolkit, the community toolkit for MVVM.
Okay.
And this basically does code gen to create the commands. In some cases, I've got properties up here. So you see, I don't have to create all that get set and then decide, do I want the backing property? Do I not want the backing property? Blah, blah, blah. And then you get these really cool new features like on category changed. So every time that category changes and you see the list change, that's what does this. This, what, 5 lines of code, 4 lines of code? Shush. Shush.
That's pretty good.
I don't bill by the hour, I bill for value.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay, yeah.
All right, so here I'm using the messaging center, and basically it's a message bus. I'm sending a message to my home page and saying, hey, show me the add product screen.
Right.
Super awesome. All right.
Keep chugging.
All right, so we've got that add product view. So let's talk a little bit about that file open that I did, that file system stuff. So I got a button down here somewhere, right, that says add image. All right, change image. And that change image, no, I'm scrolling sideways, not opening you, is the change image command. Well, I know that I'm using my add product view model, so let's go there. Nope, add product view model, hello. And here is where I'm going to change the image. All I'm doing is calling this pick and show method, which uses the file picker API. So this is the file picker you've been looking for. It's not a UI element because you can do it on anything.
Right, a button.
I declare what kinds of files I'm looking for. It's of course asynchronous, so I need to wait for it and load it up.
Okay.
And that's it. It's as simple as that. Simple as that. And these are all in the box, all these APIs.
And that works for Mac?
Works on Mac, Windows, phone, Android, works everywhere.
Wow.
Everywhere.
All right.
Everywhere.
Pretty good.
Settings page. Why did I want to show you the settings page? Oh, my adaptive triggers. It's fine. Visual
back to
State
that.
Manager, adaptive triggers. But I do want to end on this, my Lottie view.
Your Scalati view.
So I bring Skia Sharp and the extension views for Maui in.
What is Skia Sharp?
Skia Sharp. Let me tell you about that. So it's a drawing engine,
Okay.
Skia. It's a cross-platform drawing engine
Okay.
from Google, and Skia Sharp is our binding for it.
Okay.
And so, yeah, in .NET, you can basically draw anything on it. Lottie is an animation spec. It's JSON-based.
Okay.
You can generate it from different tools. And yeah, you can basically just drop it in. All I have to do here is just reference that source, payment2.json, and we're good to go. Yeah.
What?
So that's just a few of the things, that this particular app is taking advantage of and doing. I'm excited. I will get this out there on GitHub
Yes.
soonish.
I was going to ask.
You know, I'll clean it up with your feedback.
Right.
Because I think there's a lot of things people can learn from this particular. I had fun building it.
Yeah.
I just touched the mic. I had fun building it, and I was super pleased with how productive I was
Yeah.
with the tooling and everything. So let's go back to the slides. Do you have some slides?
Oh, I have some slides. You know, you asked me to help you. And
Yes.
Skia Sharp sounds like it would actually be really helpful for something
could.
like a signature control, right? Drawing.
Yeah.
I'm not going to do that. We have something very cool in Maui where you can build hybrid applications using Blazor.
What?
Blazor's awesome. We have the Blazor man, Dan Roth, doing a talk today about
Yes.
Maui Blazor Hybrid. But it lets you write full stack web apps with C# instead of JavaScript, which I love. JavaScript causes me stress. It's taken the world by storm, if you haven't heard of it yet. You might have seen a sparkly Blazor with the Visual Studio logo. You know, there's a whole bunch, there's some Blazors. It's pretty cool. But with Blazor, you can author reusable web UI components using C# and HTML and CSS and all those things. And then you can choose to run them on the server or in the browser locally. It's a whole other thing. What's cool with Maui is you can just take your Blazor and put it in your Maui app, just like that, just kind of boop, with a Blazor web view control. And so what's happening is it's using the native web view. So apps have web views in them. That happens. And the Blazor web view control uses the native one for that platform to render your Blazor. So you don't need the browser. You don't need the internet. So what's cool is if you have a web app and you want to make it more native, you want to use native device functionality or offline stuff or storage or blah, 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 you can just put it in Maui. And all of a sudden your website is a native app.
Love it.
So with Blazor and Blazor Hybrid and Maui and all these things, you can kind of choose your own adventure a little bit. So, you know, this is a cool chart we've started showing where you can really talk about the reach. You know, web is ubiquitous, right? Web is everywhere, so you can put it everywhere. But you can also go purely native using the twinsies, as you called them.
Twinsies.
Kotlin and Java, Objective-C and Swift. Or you can meet somewhere in the middle using Maui, Blazor, or a combo of both. And with Blazor Hybrid with Maui, or .NET Maui Blazor Hybrid, Maui, Blamaui, as we briefly called it, which did not go past the PR machine. You can choose how much Blazor and how much Maui you want to use. So you can take your Blazor app and just bloop, drop it into a Maui app and call it a day. You can also do what I'm going to do, which is just use one little bit of Blazor in your app because you don't want to figure out how Skia works and write a signature control.
And here comes the world's fastest demo.
Here comes the world's fastest demo. I'm going to stop this. Should have done that earlier. We're going to take a quick peek. It's 9:53 Pacific. We have plenty of time. I don't know what you're talking about. In my Solution Explorer here, you already added the things I need for this to be a Blazor Hybrid app, which is pretty helpful. Basically, it's this main page.razor and this www root stuff. So main page is saying, when you go to the main Razor thing, you want to show this main layout. So looks like that's in the shared. Let's go. Check that out, main layout.razor. And this is all I had to do to insert a signature component. And I will pull it up so you can actually see what on earth I'm talking about. Food. Look at that launch screen shared across all the platforms. So this is after the pay flow, go through, best service ever, blah, blah, blah. Ooh, Cash App, that's new.
You click the Cash App.
Oh, you've changed everything. Oh, hold on. Go back. I'm
And
using
just exit. You're fine.
a licensed. I'm using one of our third-party control vendors. I found it online. I found the community version, and I pulled it in, and I said, I'm going to use the SF signature control. Right here, some HTML, a div, main, and then right here in my Razor code is some C# that just says, on save, await the signature. That's it.
So how do you write on this thing?
With my finger? Like, you mean like, oh, like that?
What?
What? So
With
that's
your
it.
finger on your
That's
screen.
a web view. And then where I called that from Maui is
Uh-huh.
in the handhelds pages. I went into signature page, which you had nicely named and placed for me, and then left it blank. And all I did was add this Blazor web view with my host page, makes type local main, that's my root component. That's it. So I pulled in the Sync Fusion control, SF, and stuck it in my Maui here. And now all of a sudden I have all of the components of the world, of all of our control vendors.
Love it.
Third party, paid for, free, open source, whatever it is. All those things right in my Maui app.
And this is why I don't pay you by the hour.
Right.
Because that didn't take very long.
It didn't take very
All right,
long.
we've got a couple more slides to go. So I want to give you a quick note about the .NET 7 roadmap. So we've shown you all the cool things you have today, and you're totally going to be playing with, right? So what about .NET 7? What's coming up next? Well, we're really focused on taking our desktop to the next level and making improvements and a big step forward there. So we're adding context menus, tooltips, right-click gestures, hover gestures. We'll see what we can do about customizations in the title bar space, and several other things. On the platform side for our twinsies, what can we do to make it easier so you don't have to do type bindings and C# things that are really complex? Makes my head hurt.
Yep.
And then on mobile, we're giving you maps. So as you can see, we've got some screenshots here. Stuff's coming together. So I want to also mention quickly about what our release schedule is, what support looks like, and things like that moving forward. So of course, .NET MAUI ships in .NET 6. And so what that means is that in .NET 7, guess what? You get another MAUI. In .NET 8, what are you getting?
Another Maui?
Another MAUI. So we will ship every .NET. Okay?
That's pretty
but
cool.
there's a little thing people need to be aware of about .NET MAUI. We have external dependencies, right? So when Apple ships a new Xcode, when Google ships a new Android, when Windows ships a new Windows, like these are not things we necessarily have any control over. And so we need the ability as an optional workload in the .NET installer to be able to ship on a separate cadence when needed, right? So when the new Xcode goes GA, when the new Android goes GA, we can still continue to ship and service that for you. And then every major version of MAUI will receive patches for an additional 6 months. Why? Because that's kind of the cadence you get from Apple and from Google, and this is something that's important to our customers. And this level of support is really unmatched anywhere. And a quick note about Xamarin. When we get asked all the time, well, how quickly do I need to move? When is Xamarin going to stop being supported, et cetera, et cetera? We are going to ship another version of iOS, the Xcode SDKs. We will ship also our last version of Android on Xamarin. And so we are looking at an update to our support policy that will state by May of 2024, that's the end of support. It's just one date. That's all you need to worry about. But look, that's plenty of time. That's .NET 6, .NET 7. That's halfway into .NET 8 for you to move your code forward. It's not a code rewrite.
No.
It is an upgrade process, but you get the latest C#. You get all the performance improvements. You get full support. You get security fixes all along the way. And the one thing that if you heard nothing else from this crazy, rather busy but beautiful slide is that there are no gaps.
No gaps.
No gaps in coverage. So this is unparalleled in the industry. Nobody else has this level of support, this quality of support. So I hope everybody recognizes that. Yeah. This is awesome what Microsoft's able to do for us.
And there's more to come on upgrading.
Yeah.
We'll have more info about how easy that is in the coming months.
So if I want to get started today, what can I do? Go to these pages, refresh them, hit them, download the things, play with them. And
Let us know what you think.
let us know. We're going to be around all day. We'll be hanging out with the other presenters, some in studio, some virtual. We'll be keeping James company on the tweet board. Tweet it out. Let us know what you think. And yes,
We want to hear from you. This is a QR code that works. There's a survey, so let us know what you're thinking. We are going to pass it back over to the incomparable James Montemagno, who's going to talk to you about some go back?
yeah.
Go forward. That's what I thought.
Go
See, he's
forward.
talking to me he's over there. We're in a studio.
Well, he was pointing that way.
He
I was
is
thinking
going
this
to
way.
give you some more details on some things that I will breeze through quickly based on his frantic hand waving. Say hi, James. Say hi, everybody.
everyone.
He's
How's
got
it
a
going?
Hawaiian shirt on. There's plenty of things. That is way too subdued for a Hawaiian shirt. There's a bunch of things going on in the .NET MAUI world because everyone is so excited about it. There's the .NET MAUI coding challenges, and we'll continue to bring these up throughout the rest of the day, so don't freak out that I'm going to go through these kind of quick. There's the Learn Live module thing. Is it a module? TV? About building apps with MAUI. Very exciting. Of course, .NET Conf could not be brought to you without not only all of our amazing sponsors that are on this slide and are also raffling off swag bags, but of course the studio crew who has been dealing with our antics for the past couple days. So thank you all, everybody, for making this come to life. And there's a magic tweet board that you just got a sneak peek of. If you tweet with hashtag .NETConf, it's going to show up on that tweet board, and James is going to have to read it and maybe like completely pretend he didn't see it, or remove it, or bring it up and show it to the rest of the world. So, James, thank you everybody for joining us, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Awesome. Thank you so much, David and Maddie. I am so excited to be here with all of you. Like Maddie said, I'm James Montemagno, a product manager here at Microsoft. And I've been building applications with .NET for iOS, Android, Mac, and Windows for over 10 years, and I love every bit of it. We do have this beautiful tweet deck right here. All your tweets coming in real time. Use hashtag .NETConf and add a hashtag .NET MAUI in there as well. Now, don't forget all of the amazing ways to get those beautiful .NET MAUI stickers that Maddie talked about. aka.ms/MAUI/UI challenge or cloud challenge, whether you're brand new to .NET MAUI or you have been using it for a while and want to create beautiful apps. We have all sorts of amazing sessions from amazing speakers all today. Additionally, if you have some more time, check out our YouTube, youtube.com/.net. There are a bunch of other on-demand videos releasing through the day, and those speakers will be there chatting live, so definitely check that out. Now, our first session of the day is going to be from our good friend Gerald, engineer on the .NET MAUI team. You may know him from YouTube as well, doing amazing stuff, talking all about how to get your machine set up with .NET MAUI. Over to you, Gerald.
Oh my goodness, Gerald from YouTube. It's really him. Thank you so much, James. And thank you so much, Maddie and David, for a wonderful session. So I was looking at that session, and first I had to kind of like update my slides already because I did not know that Visual Studio was going to launch 17.3 stable while they were actually talking. So I had to update some things real quick, but here I am. So I'm watching this session, and I'm like, okay, that's all nice. You can do amazing stuff with .NET MAUI, but there is probably a bunch of people watching from all over the world who are, setting up shop for the first time for .NET MAUI. So how do you set up your dev environment? So I thought maybe I could fit in a little bit of a practical session right after the keynote. I talked my way in here to, also show you a little bit on what platforms are there, what platforms are supported, and how to actually set up your dev environment. What is the tools that you can use, all that kind of stuff. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on wherever you are. I just ate dinner, but I would rather spend my time here with you than with my family and dinner. Who wants that? My name is Gerald Versluis. I'm working on the .NET MAUI team here at Microsoft as a software engineer, and I'm coming to you live from the Netherlands, where I work remotely. So just to have everyone on kind of like the same page, I'm quickly going to reiterate something that David and Maddie have already talked about. How does .NET MAUI actually work? So I'm going to quickly draw you a little bit of a architecture sketch of what we can what we can do with .NET MAUI. So first, we have all these separate SDKs, right? We have Android, iOS, macOS, and Windows, all shipping separate SDKs. But it's the app code that you actually want to focus on. That is your business logic. That is your billion-dollar idea. That's the thing that you want to actually work on and be productive on. So how are we going to get from that app code and you just focusing on that from all the SDKs that the vendors are putting out there? Well, the first thing that we need to do is add the .NET runtime. Now, from Xamarin already, we have that running for a long, long time on all these platforms, so don't worry about that. For everything except Windows, it's running on Mono VM. On Windows, of course, we have the core CLR running on that, but that's not very important because I think David mentioned this as well. We now have a shared base class library and since .NET 6, which you are programming, developing against, and that will sort out all the bits where it needs to go for Mono or Core CLR. Now, on top of that, we have where a lot of magic happens, the amazing teams who create all the bindings for basically one-on-one, all the SDKs that the vendors are putting out for Objective-C, Java, all that kind of stuff, but they are making bindings and enabling us to work with all of those SDKs, all of those APIs, but now from C# and .NET. So that is really cool. And on top of that, we're building .NET MAUI so that we abstract away all the little, namespaces that belong to a certain platform, all the APIs that you need to know about. Just have a unified API, multi-platform app UI that you can work with, and that is the only thing that you kind of have to learn to work with. So now you can focus on your app code. You have to learn how to work with .NET MAUI, which is a breeze, I promise you. And now you can suddenly deploy your app to Android, iOS, macOS, and Windows. That is really amazing. So let's talk a little bit about the supported platforms. There is a lot to unpack here, and you can imagine that with all the SDKs on these platforms, that there is a lot of tools that we are trying to combine here, right? So all these tools, we need to work together, and that is a lot of work for us, luckily not for you, to make that happen. So the supported platforms that you can actually develop apps for is, you can see it right here. I just took this from the docs page that is down below. So we have support for Android 5. Hopefully, all your users are way high from that, but we also want to support like the lower end devices. iOS 10, we're on the verge of seeing iOS 16 right now, so you should be totally good there. For macOS, that is a more recent version, simply because we're using Mac Catalyst under the hood, which is an amazing technique from Apple that allows you to basically deploy your iOS app also on macOS. So, also those apps you can just run on both platforms, and we kind of like lift on that technique as well. And then you have Windows 10 as of version 18.09 or higher. Of course, that includes Windows 11, and we're building on top of WinUI there. Now, we also have an amazing product called .NET MAUI Blazor, or Blazor Hybrid, if you will. The requirements for that are slightly higher because of like some web rendering engines, I think. I'm not sure what the actual implications are there, but those are slightly higher, and those are all the platforms that you can build upon. Actually, we also have Tizen in here, Tizen by Samsung, who are, very good friends of ours. Their code for supporting .NET MAUI lives in our repository as well. They're doing some great stuff, but I left it out of the presentation for now. I don't have a lot of experience with it, to be honest. But, for Tizen, for your fridge, for your watch, for your, I don't know, they make a lot of cool devices. You can totally deploy to that as well. So what is the tooling that you build .NET MAUI apps with? Well, it all starts with .NET 6 or higher, because, let's be honest, .NET 7 is already on the horizon. I think we're entering the RC stage, release candidate stage of .NET 7. So that is on its way in November. But right now you can download .NET 6, you can use that. And together with that, you get all the CLI tooling, right? Because .NET MAUI is a first-class citizen in .NET. So you get all that CLI tooling for free, and you can just hack away with that. Is that something that you want? Is that something that you enjoy? You can totally do that. Now, on top of that, we have Visual Studio 2022, and you can see where I needed to edit my slides, because I was going to say you need the preview version right now. But we don't need that anymore. You can just now go to 17.3, which is generally available as we speak. So you're probably refreshing the page, breaking all of our servers. Doesn't matter. We'll fix it, and you'll get all the bits. But we'll have Visual Studio 2022. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. that you can use to build actual .NET MAUI apps. Now, also we have on Mac, that one still is in preview, unless I missed a very important bit here. Visual Studio for Mac, also 2022. For that, you still need the preview version for developing on a Mac and have a great experience there as well. If you're going to go do it on a Mac, then you also need Xcode. So make sure that you check out all the nitty-gritty details. I'll walk you through them in a little demo in a little bit. But all the documentation pages have like a great explanation of all the tools that you need exactly and how to go through them. I can't fit it all in this 25-minute session, so I'm going to show you the gist of it, just you've seen a little bit of where I'm going to click and what I'm going to do, but then you can, in all, rest at home, you can just go through the docs page and follow all along. So at the most amazing thing, it really blows my mind, you can all do everything, a lot of it at least, with the community edition. And that is enough to get you started for free. So you can just go out there, download Visual Studio Community Edition. You can get all the tools for free to get started with .NET MAUI. So that is really, really amazing. So I tried to capture it in a little bit of a graphic right here. So what you can do, so we have on like the horizontal bit, we have the target platform. So that is the platforms that you can write apps for. So that's Windows, Android, iOS, macOS, and Tizen. And then you have like the development platform, so you can build your apps with .NET MAUI for Windows and macOS. And you can see, kind of like, I hope it's clear with the X's, that the kind of like the desktop platforms, the desktop target platforms, those are the ones that you can't really develop on one or the other. So you cannot develop macOS applications on Windows, and you cannot develop Windows applications on macOS. But kind of like everything in between, you can totally do that. Now, there's always this hot topic of like, can you develop iOS applications on Windows? Yes and no, if that makes sense. So you can totally do that. There's a couple of options for that right now. You can plug in, which again, totally blows my mind. I don't know how they pulled it off, the team that did this. You can plug in a physical iOS device inside of your Windows machine, and with a technique called hot restart, you can just debug your application on that iOS device. You will need a paid Apple account, you will need a physical iOS device, but you can do it straight from Windows. Now, why this is so mind-blowing is because technically you will still need a Mac to develop and deploy your iOS and macOS application. It can be on the network. You don't even have to see it, which would be a shame because it's beautiful devices, but you don't even have to see it if you don't want to. You can put it in a closet, put a network cable in it, just have to configure it once, and then from Visual Studio and Windows, you can connect to your Mac build server. That will do all the hard stuff. I think David already showed you like the remote simulator that will come up on Windows, and you can just use it that way. You never have to see that Mac again. For macOS applications, not quite yet, because it doesn't really use the simulator. You would have to see the desktop for that, and for Windows, kind of like the other way around as well. The other option, which I don't really recommend, but if you're like desperate and you want to get something moving, you can also rent physical Mac devices in the cloud. Not with us, sadly, but there are other services that do that. And you can rent a Mac for a little bit to do your work on and then move on from there. So, excuse me. Then some things that are good to know by platform. And again, I'm going to show you a couple of these things later on in a little demo, but this is just the things that you can expect whenever you start working with .NET MAUI applications. And I thought like, hey, this could be good if you are watching this for the first time and you're wondering like, hey, what's going on here? So if you're going to build for Windows, if you're going to have that desktop application running on Windows, you want to maybe be aware of the Windows Home Edition. Technically, now that I'm looking at this, it's not really if you're targeting Windows, but why I put this on here is because you have a lot of virtualization stuff. Maybe you want to enable some Hyper-V, do some other things. That is not really supported on the Windows Home Edition. I only ran into that because I was spinning up a virtual machine to test some things out. I accidentally got the Windows Home Edition just to see if I could do everything with like the lowest tier products, basically, so that anyone can join in. And I ran into that. So be aware of that one, but it mostly has to do with like emulators, Hyper-V, that kind of stuff. Not really targeting Windows. If you're targeting Windows, or if you're going to develop your Windows app on a Windows machine, then you want to enable developer mode, which is available in Windows 10 and 11. it's under the settings app, then privacy and security, and then you have this little thing for developers, and you will have to toggle the switch, and it's going to ask you, are you really sure? So make sure that you understand the message that is popping up, the implications that it has, and then you are good to go. If you are going to start your new .NET MAUI application from within Visual Studio, it's also going to suggest you this. It's going to pop up that settings application right in the page where you need to be. So it's going to guide you through that. For Android, it's a little bit more complicated, which if you're new to cross-platform development, Android tends to be a little bit more complicated. So if you're running this on Windows, then that's a hard word. Virtualization is hard, right? You have Hyper-V. You have, like, I don't know, Haxum is what it's called on Intel. Then you have AMD processors. I don't know. That's way out of my depth. I don't know too much about that stuff, except that it's hard. It's so hard that we have a dedicated docs page on our Microsoft Docs to help you with, like, guide you how to do it. I'll be honest, it usually works out of the box, at least for me. I never had too many problems with it, but if you have a little bit more exotic hardware, then it might be something that you have to look into, but mostly it should just work out of the box. And if you have one, or if you are going to use a physical device, but this also is true for the emulator, because the emulator is just, the emulation of a physical device, you're going to have to enable developer mode, right? So on your phone, go to settings again. For Android, you have to go to about phone and then tap the build number like 7 times, and it will pop a little message that says, like, hey, tap X more times, and then you're a developer. Who knew it would have been that easy? I would have gotten an Android phone, tap the build number, and boom, I'm a developer. No need for school. So you can just enable that developer mode like that. And then when you do that, you can go back to settings. You will now find the developer options. And it has a ton of options. I'll warn you, it has a ton of options, which are very handy for all kinds of debugging scenarios, but it's a lot. But one of them is USB debugging. You can also do it through Wi-Fi if that's what you want, but that's a little bit more complicated to set up. The easiest thing is to just grab that charger cable, put it inside of the device, and then make sure that you check the USB debugging if that's on. It will pop a little dialog with the RSA fingerprint so that the connection is secure, that kind of stuff. You can say, OK, and now your device should pop up in Visual Studio, and you're good to go again. There are a couple of scenarios where I had to install separate drivers. This is way back when, so I trust that this is not the case anymore. Separate drivers from, like, the device manufacturer, so Samsung or whoever created the Android device, to actually make it work for Windows, but I think those days are gone. Another really cool option, which just popped in my head, I think because David mentioned it in the keynote, is Windows Subsystem for Android, which is a app in the store, the Microsoft Store. So you can just go to your Windows 11 installation, the Microsoft Store, search for Windows Subsystem for Android. It's just another app that you download on your Windows installation. And now suddenly you can run Android applications inside of Windows. But you can also enable the developer mode for that and use that as a pretty simplified emulator for that. Now, iOS and macOS, maybe it shines through that I'm a little bit of an Apple fanboy here. It just works. Yay. So maybe I'm a fan because it just works, right? So you have to set up some things. That's a little bit trickier because you need that Mac. But when you do, it just works. Especially if you're working from a Mac on Visual Studio for Mac, then you just plug in the device. You have just a list of simulators. They call the emulator simulators there. And you can just select one, and it will just work mostly out of the box. So iOS has introduced a developer mode on iOS 16, which is now in beta. I don't think it's required for deploying applications to it yet. I haven't seen it. And macOS has kind of like a sandbox thing where you can do all the things, which is definitely a good thing for us as consumers. But if you're a developer, you might want to take it into account, because I already ran into some scenario where something worked when I was debugging, but not so much when I actually created a release build, because it said, like, hey, I need these sandbox things. And so make sure that you test your code. That's what we all do, right? Absolutely. So let's move on to a little demo here to show you how to set a couple of things up. So especially for that, I formatted my whole machine. No, I didn't do that. I created a virtual machine. And I just installed Visual Studio. I forgot my password. That's what I do. I just installed Visual Studio for you. Oh, my gosh. Let me just get this. Come on. Why is this not working? Is this not the right machine? Oh my goodness. Okay, let me connect real quick. So I just created a VM for this, where I just freshly installed Windows, I installed Visual Studio, and just to show that you know what to expect whenever you run it for the first time, basically. So we have this Visual Studio community. I downloaded the preview because I didn't know it was going to be stable. And it looks very similar to this whenever you install it for the first time. I didn't want to bore you with a whole installation of Visual Studio. That's going to be a very boring session. But whenever you do, you're going to have to check these workloads that you have to install here. So whenever you want to work with .NET MAUI, make sure that you find this beautiful new icon here, .NET MAUI multi-platform app UI development. Check that box, and whatever you're else interested in, but just checking the .NET MAUI box should be enough to get you started with .NET MAUI. So whenever you do, you can now launch Visual Studio. And we will find there, just before this session, I already found a tweet from someone asking, like, hey, are there now the templates in Visual Studio for .NET MAUI? Well, in the preview, they have been there for a long time. So if I now go in here and I check out the MAUI templates, I search for MAUI, then a handful of templates will pop up. We have the .NET MAUI app, the .NET MAUI Blazor app, and the .NET MAUI class library. So that is very, very cool. Now, if I select the .NET MAUI app, let's just go for that. MAUI app 1 sounds good. We already have a little selection box here for .NET 6. It's going to be added .NET 7, .NET 8 in here, but for now we just have .NET 6. And let's click Create. And it's going to create this little new project for my .NET MAUI app, the one that's going to make me rich, my $1 million app. And I just have to keep talking while this project is generating. So that's why you know when I'm talking. All right, so it's coming up right now, and what you'll see, it's going to restore the NuGet packages. It's going to restore all the things that it needs here. The code is not really important. In fact, I'm not even going to actually run a .NET MAUI application right now. I'm just going to show you all the things that are needed to get up to the point to actually run that .NET MAUI application. So it will come up with this, which kind of looks a bit scary maybe the first time, but this is to let Visual Studio communicate with my Mac here in the network. I have a Mac right here. You could see that I switched to it just now, and you can use that Mac to actually build the Mac side of the Mac target of your application. So allow this through your firewall. I think there might another dialog pop up here. But that's all in order. That's all okay. So we have this little gold bar here, new to .NET MAUI. Click here to learn more. So I would definitely encourage you to do that if you're like a first timer and you don't know what to expect. But the important thing is here, this is the run menu. So here it's kind of look different from other .NET MAUI projects, for other .NET projects, right? Where you just click run basically and that's it. But now you have all these targets. So we have the Android emulators, we have Windows, we have iOS in here. And based on what you select here, different bits will get selected, will get compiled and run on the simulator or emulator that you select here. So like I said, let's do the Mac connection first, because that takes a little bit of time maybe. So here on the bar, you have pair to Mac. You can also go to Tools, iOS, and you have the same thing, pair to Mac. And it will give you the instructions right here. So everything here is in Visual Studio. You don't need to go anywhere. See, here's the second dialog, allow access, and it will guide you through here. So what we need to do is set up a little thing on macOS, and then we can connect to it. So let's go OK. Let me switch over to macOS real quickly, and you can go here to your system preferences, and what you need to do is find sharing. Here we go. And you have to select remote login. So make sure that you check that and that it's on here, and then make sure that your user is here in one of these groups here, or that your actual user is selected. And you can see here what your actual username is. That's a little bit different between what it says here and there. So make sure that you know that username, because you need the credentials here to log in as well. So here we can say add Mac. I think my IP address is 168.177. It's going to check the SSH configuration. You just need to do this once. So this is my handle everywhere. This is going to be my password. And while this is going, this pulls in all the requirements. So you have to install, well, I think you have to install Visual Studio for Mac on your Mac, just so that you have all the dependencies. It will pull in all the dependencies there. I'm not even sure if that's technically required. What you do have to have is Xcode installed there. You can just go to the App Store on your Mac, download Xcode, and it will be on there. But all the rest of the requirements, it will pull that in as part of configuring this connection, basically. So this will run in the background. I could just close it. Here, if I click on the Windows button, it will bring up that settings screen, right, to actually implement or actually enable that little developer mode here. Now, with the time I got, I'm not sure if I can go through all the things here. But this should pop up with the little settings app. And the other thing that I wanted to show you is whenever you switch to the Android target, it will just say Android emulator, nothing fancy. Oh, here we are. So enable developer mode. You can click on this link and it will bring you to the right thing. Let me just close this for now, and it's going to fail because of that. Just because I wanted, I'm sure that you can figure this out. Just because I want to show you what happens with the Android emulator, which we also have here. So it says generic Android emulator. Just select that. It will take a little minute to think about that. And whenever it enables, you can just press this run button, and it will see that there are no Android emulators here. You need to also read this SDK license. It will pull in the right SDKs that you need, accept those, accept the ones for like the emulator that you're about to do, make sure that you have admin rights, and then it will suggest to you like, hey, this is the Android device manager. This is how you install and configure Android emulators, and it will suggest one for you. So basically, you can just say create. Again, it will download all the bits you need. It will configure it, and you can now run Android applications on this actual Android emulator. Now, in the meantime, this is the last thing I'm going to show so that I don't go over time. Oh, actually, this doesn't run in the background, so let me just close and discard this for now. But here you can see our iOS little icon is now green. So this is paired, this is ready to go. And here in my run menu, I should now see all the iOS simulators here as well that I can just select and run on. And this will automatically now reconnect whenever it loads a .NET MAUI project. So that's all there for you, ready to go. Last couple of slides. Well, just one actually. I got a couple of references here. The official docs, I already mentioned those. There is these great tutorials, .NET MAUI for beginners with James, who's doing that. .NET MAUI Learn module, which is self-paced. You can just go through the modules right here. And of course, there's my YouTube channel, Gerald from YouTube. I got a couple of videos on .NET MAUI and Xaml and stuff as well, so you might want to check out that. Thank you so much for joining. I hope that you now know how to set up your environment for .NET MAUI and get building, and have fun first with the rest of this .NET Conf event with the amazing lineup. Back to you, James. I've always wanted to say that.
Awesome. Now, we do have some awesome questions that are coming in on our tag board, #.NETConf on Twitter. Now, Gerald, we do have a question if you're still there. I hope he's still there. He's still there, Cam?
Absolutely.
He's still there. Amazing. This one right here from Richard asks, how is the support on Apple Silicon? You got that M1, that M2. How's it working over there?
I am not as blessed as David with an actual M1 device, not from the company anyway. I have one privately. I have been using it for a long time with the Visual Studio 2022 for Mac preview. I didn't run into any problems. It just works.
Awesome. Yes, I agree. I have my M1 MacBook Air. I love it, so it works just fine. Another one here, this might be a little off topic, but I know you know the answer, which is from Caesar here, which is asking, what about dependency services in .NET MAUI? You know, you are getting started, but you might have dependencies. You're starting to build your application. What does .NET MAUI have to offer in that space?
All right, so are we talking about like, okay, the Xamarin dependency service? So the Xamarin Forms had a dependency service, which was, you know, it had its use. But now, you know, I'm sure that you're going to see this in one of these sessions. We have dependency injection and all of that, like you're used to from the ASP.NET Core and all the other projects in our ecosystem. It's built in. It's just built in. You can just go into that MAUI program. I know David showed that MAUI program. You can say to your generic host builder, builder.add transient at all the lifetime scopes. James also got a great video on that on his channel. You can just register your dependencies and it will automatically pick up whenever you say like, hey, I want this now as part of my constructor, and it will inject it automatically. It's all built in. It's amazing.
Awesome. Yes, definitely check out not only the .NET YouTube, Gerald's YouTube, all the YouTubes, and we have amazing community members and MVPs and so much good happening right now. Gerald, thank you so much for your session. And of course, don't forget to tweet at Gerald and also use #.NETConf because Gerald will be monitoring those questions about his session and getting started up.
Absolutely.
Now, before we head over to our next session, which I'm super excited for, I want to talk about these sweet .NET MAUI stickers that you can get. Now, if you want to, you can go over to these aka.ms links. Now, there are two things going on. The Cloud Skills Challenge, this is where you will walk through a bunch of Microsoft Learn modules and learn how to get started building apps with .NET MAUI. At the end of that, you can sign up and we'll send you these sweet sticker packs. Additionally, if you already have been building applications with .NET MAUI and you want to show off some amazing user interface and share it with the world, you can simply go over to aka.ms/MAUI/UI challenge and learn all about how to get your own sticker pack for just sharing some beautiful UI you create. Now stay tuned over here. I'll be monitoring the TweetDeck board over here all day long. So add your questions onto Twitter. And don't forget, we have tons of upcoming sessions at focus.netconf.net. And of course, some amazing on-demand sessions all releasing throughout the day at youtube.com/.net. Now our next session I'm crazy excited about because it's a question I get all the time. Authentication for your applications. Getting your users logged in, what should you use? And my good friend Samir has everything you need to know, so let's head over to him.
Welcome to the talk. I'm Samir Khandekar. I'm a software engineer on the Microsoft Authentication team for .NET, also known as MCL.NET. And this talk is about authenticating the users and calling the protected APIs in your MAUI applications. Let's get started. Let's start with some history of authentication. It started with storing the username and the password as a plain text. Some of you may remember the sites from the old days where they would say, give us your email and the password, and we'll send the invitations to your friends. What they would do is that they would store your username and the password as a plain text for your email, log in as you, get your contact information, send the email on your behalf. And they had access to everything in your email. They could do more than what they could do. And this is highly insecure because it was stored as a plain text. They had a lot of rights. But they needed a way to get the data from the third party. So then came OAuth. So what is OAuth? So it evolved into OAuth 2. What is OAuth 2? OAuth 2 provides scoped access to the resources, that it will provide access resource only to the places where user permits it. There's a private dialog between the authorization server and the user. So when the user enters the username and the password, it goes only to the authorization server, and the client or the app doesn't know anything about it. So let's see how it looks at the high level. So it has 4 parts: authorization server, client is actually an app, resource owner, which is the end user, and the resource server, which hosts the protected resource or protected APIs. So way in which it works is that when the client wants to access a protected resource or protected API, it will ask the authorization server, give me the authorization token. So authorization server will give back a URL which will pop up a web dialog box, and resource owner, that is the end user, will enter the username and the password in it. That username and the password goes directly to the authorization server, and it does not go to the client. It does not go to the app. Authorization server will validate it. If it requires any other checks such as multi-factor authentication, conditional access, it will perform all those, and it will return 2 things to the client. There is access token and a refresh token. What the client would do is that it is client's responsibility to store the refresh token securely, and it will pass the access token as a bearer token to the resource server. The resource server will take the token and say, no, these are the, and ask the resource server will ask the authorization server, hey, please validate this token for these resources. And if authorization server says yes, it will return the protected resource or protected API call results back to the client. And the resource owner, as the user, can see the results. So the results can be protected information such as your banking information, your home address, and the stuff like that. And what this required was, there are a lot of cases where you require user profile information. So OpenID Connect, also known as OIDC, was written on the top of the OAuth 2. And what it does is that it returns the user profile, that's your email address, full name, and stuff like that, back to the caller. And it comes as a form of ID token. So that's OpenID Connect. So how does this protocol look under the cover? So this is the authorization code flow, which is used by the apps. So it has 2 endpoints. Authorized endpoint, the identity platform has 2 endpoints, authorized endpoint and a token endpoint. When the mobile app wants a token, it will call the authorized endpoint, and it will pop up the dialog box. It will fulfill all the conditions, and it will return the authorization code back to the mobile app. Remember, this is an authorization code and not authentication token. The app will take the authorization code, it will combine it with the client ID and pass that to the token endpoint. The token endpoint will take that, validate it, and return back the access token and the refresh token to the app. The client will store the refresh token, and with the access token, we'll call the web API. I explained that earlier. And after some time, it's generally 60 minutes, the access token expires. So what does the app do in that case if it wants to access a resource? It will pass the refresh token, client ID, to the token endpoint, and the token endpoint will return the new access token and the new refresh token, and the flow continues. So that's how it works in high level. The first part where the user interaction is required is an interactive flow, not interactive flow, it's an interactive acquisition of the token. And the second part where the user intervention is not required, it's a silent acquisition of the token. So it looks pretty complicated, but we at the MCL.NET team made it simple. So if you want to get authentication in an app, what you need to do is that configure the app in the portal. If I tell you how to configure it in the portal, that will itself take an hour, so I won't go into that. You have a link over here which shows how to register it and stuff like that. MCL.NET has two types of clients, confidential client and public client. The confidential client is about servers, that is web APIs, web apps, daemon apps, and things like that. And the public client is for the desktop apps and the mobile apps. So that's the focus of today's talk. It supports two types of accounts, corporate accounts, such as your username at companyname.com. It also supports personal accounts, commonly known as B2C accounts. Those are your personal accounts such as Facebook account, Google account, and also Microsoft personal account. Microsoft personal account can be your Outlook ID, or it can also be your Xbox account. So there are different types. So that's about the configuration, the high level overview. Regarding the code, there are only three cross-platform steps. First, you create the public client application. Then you call the acquire token silent. This makes a call to the backend. If the backend thinks that you require user intervention, it will throw an exception, which is called MCL UI required exception. It's app's responsibility to catch the exception and call the acquire token interactive. And that will launch the browser and get the token like that. So with that, that's the common code. And of course, there's a platform-specific code, and the redirect URLs can vary from platform to platform. So I'll show you that in the code, but I know most of you are developers, and you don't want to see the PowerPoint slides anymore. So we'll go to the demos. The demo has three apps, basic, with broker, and B2C app. And they're currently located in the this folder. I'll give it to you, and we'll shortly publish the sample apps for that. So let's go to the source Visual Studio. I'm using the preview version here. All right, we're all set. Let me close all the windows first. So there's no confusion. Close all tabs. So if you look at the MAUI apps.solution, it has three projects, as I explained, basic, broker, and B2C. You may be familiar with the MAUI project structure, but in case you're not, MAUI has only one project, and Xamarin Forms used to have 4 projects, so that made things much simpler. If you want a platform-specific code, it's inside the platforms folder. It's an Android, iOS kind of folders. So we are supporting Android and iOS right now. We're still in the preview. We have a preview package available, so that is what is integrated with this. And the way in which the project structure, the basic project is structured, and other projects, is that we have the UI code over here, and the non-UI code is in the MCL client and MCL client. So those are two clearly separated. So regarding the UI, basically there are 2 buttons, sign in and sign out. And as a developers, that's all we need. So as I explained earlier, this is the flow where you call the silent first. Then if you get the result in it, you call the web API, passing in the result, it will get you back the data and show the data. If it throws a required exception, you call the acquire token interactive, and you get the data back, you get the result back, get the data back, and show the result. And if everything goes wrong, you should catch an exception and show the message. Simple. So before I go, this is the common code, and of course there's a sign out code also, which is pretty simple, sign out. So before I go into the platform-specific code, I'll start running the app. So while it's loading and other things, I can show you the platform code. All right, the build started. Okay. So in the Android manifest, you have you register a activity with a data scheme. So this is a scheme which is the redirect URI which comes back. So when the user authenticates in the web browser, the data goes to the backend, and the backend sends back a redirect URI, and that has to be caught by this particular activity. So it's caught over here. In the main activity, you override on create. Okay, this is the Android redirect URI which was specified when you registered in the portal. So note it down and keep it over here. You configure it over here. You specify the parent window. The parent window is important in Android. In iOS, if you don't have the parent window, that's okay. However, so this is how you override the Android, and platform config is a kind of a small utility which is for configuration, platform specific configuration. It is used by PCA wrapper. And when the URI, redirect URI comes back, it comes to the on activity result. So override it and call authentication continuation helper, set authentication continuation. And with that, your authentication should get completed. So that's the main activity. Main application is nothing but generated code. MCL activity, you have to declare MCL activity, export it equal to true, and specify the data scheme. All right, our app is still loading. I'll show the iOS side of it. I won't display the demo iOS right now because it's you'll have to connect to the Mac and go from there. So it's better to do it this way. So on the iOS side, there's a different redirect URI for iOS. So configure that in the on finish launching. And note that I have not overridden the parent window here because that's not required. Other thing which is there is in the entitlements.plist. This is important. You declare this access to the keychain for this particular key. This is used for SSO. So SSO is something if you have multiple applications from your company, then you don't want user to log in into each application. For example, you have applications such as Word, Excel, PowerPoint, and user should be able to log in into only one of them, and others should be able to use it. So when the user logs into one of them, the refresh token is stored securely in the keychain, and other apps can use it, so it avoids users authentication. All right, our app is up and running. I'll go into the PCA wrapper as we debug. So let me click on the sign in or type on the sign in. All right, it came to the PCA wrapper. I say it's embedded or not, and let me run. So it came to the constructor. So if you look at the PCA, this is a public client application. We use a builder pattern over here. So in the builder, call the create method, passing it the client ID. So client ID is the ID you retrieve when you register the app in the portal. So you get that. This is a redirect URI, which is picks up from platform config that you configure in the platform specific thing. You specify that, hey, you need access to the iOS keychain. That's the one that you specified in the Intune list, and call build. So this runs. Then it comes to acquire token silent. So I'll run this, so it should go in. So it comes to the acquire token silent. So what you do here is that get all the accounts, get the first account, and then you call the acquire token silent, passing it the scopes and the account, and call the execute async. So it should return the auth result, but since this is the first time user has not logged in, then it should throw an exception for the MCL URI required exception. Let's see. Yeah, it throws an exception, call MCL URI required exception. Let's run this. Okay, this is the acquire token interactive. So there are two options here. One is that you can use the system web view or you can use the embedded web view. We recommend using the system web view because it uses the default browser, and the browser has the ability to store the username and the password, so user doesn't have to remember that. And if you are using iOS, we recommend using the iOS hide privacy prompt, because otherwise the privacy prompt comes up from Apple. So you can hide it by turning this flag on. It's up to you. It's optional. Then there's Acquire Token Interactive. So you pass the system web view and the parent activity window and call execute async. Remember to do configure await false, because if there's no configure await false, then it can cause the threading issues. Let's run. So this should bring up my dialog box. They run. Okay. Okay, there was an error, an exception. What I can do right now is that I can close this app and restart it directly from the this itself. This is the app. It's coming up. Click on sign in. It brought up my, so it went to the Acquire Token Salad. It did not find it, so it brought up my Acquire Token Interactive. I'll select the other one. So it asked me, do you want me to continue? I said yes. I'll select the basic. It goes up. Acquire Token Interactive call succeeded. So I'll show how it happened in the code. Remember, I'm using the preview version over here. So, so what happened is that it went to the acquired tokens. You are required exception. It got the result from here. It passed the call web API with the token. And what it does is internally it calls the HTTP, creates the HTTP. It's a standard call. It calls the HTTP client, creates a message, and this is the step for the authorization. Like in the message headers, add an authorization header and ask the auth result to give the authorization, create the authorization header. It will do it for you. Send a send a message. You get the response. Return it back, and once the response comes back, you get the data over here and display the data. So that's how you see the data in the interactive call. So the title is interactive call. So if I do the silent again, if I do the sign in again, it will go to silent and silent should pick it up. All right, so in the acquired token silent call, it worked. So we are done with, so we are good with that. There's a sign out button which clicks to sign out. So yeah, we are done with this app. I'll show the other apps. So there are two apps. One is the broker app and other is the B2C app. I'll show you the B2C app, but before I go to B2C app, I'll show you what's in the broker, what's the difference. So the UI part is almost the same. In the wrapper part, you have things over here called, when you construct it, you call it with broker. So that's the time you go the broker and call the it tells the authentication library that you have to invoke the broker. And silent part is same. And when you go to the acquired interactive, the work is done through the broker, but you still need to pass the parent activity of the window, because if the user has not installed the broker, it will fall back on the system browser and use the system browser. So that's how we acquire the token interactively. So that's the part of the broker platform. If you go the Android side, the Android manifest is a little different. So you get the queries from the authenticators, you get the queries from the company portal. So this basically gets the callback from those things. Main activities almost the same. You required for thing. This is a generated one. In iOS, you require a little thing differently. In the finish launching, you specify the UI view controller as the parent window, because if you're using the broker, broker would need it. And there's one thing which is different in MAUI as compared to a previous version, that previous version would get the source application and will validate against it, but that support has been taken off by Apple. So what we do is that we want to make sure it comes from the correct broker. So when we make a request to the broker, we pass a nonce to it, and the broker should pass the nonce back in the response. And that's how we authenticate, is it a broker response or not? And based on that, we validate it and set the continuation arc. So this goes the same way. Entitlement plist is the same. So with that, I'll start with the MAUI to B2C app. Set as a startup project. It's on Android. So all right, let's get that going. So while that's going, I'll explain you what's different on B2C. So B2C is basically, when you configure B2C, it is dependent on the policies. So you configure the policies of how you want the user flow to be. You want the sign up, sign in flow, or different flow. We provide certain standard flows, and you can customize the flows also. So we have defined all the constants for this demo in this. So this is our tenant, B2C tenant. This is a host name for the B2C, and this is our policy. This is the policy that we use for sign up and sign in. So this is the scope that we call for FabricM. So that's how it works on FabricM. And in wrapper for B2C, the things are a little different. One is that you pass the B2C authority over here, which is sign up, sign in authority. Other things are the same. Again, for the silent, you need to pass the authority and get the info from the authority. In interactive, you do not use the broker. For B2C, it does not support the broker. So B2C is just a non-broker one. It's coming up. We have sign out, sign in, and platform config is almost the same. This is the breakpoint set, so it should pop up the dialog. All right, so I'm not using embedded here. And one thing I wanted to let you know about the embedded is that Google, if you are using the Google for authentication, Google does not want you to use the embedded view. It does not support it. So if you are using Google for authentication, make sure you use the system web view. So all right, so that's why there's no embedded view button over here. So I'll click on the sign in. So it comes over here, acquire token silent. If you go inside, it's basically same as what I described earlier, what I showed you earlier. That's B2C authority. Let me run that. It came to acquire token silent. This also has a B2C authority. So the MCL required exception, which is expected. And let's see how it goes from here. Okay, acquire token interactive. All right, so the screen here you'll see is different. You can log in, as you can see, you can log in using Facebook, Google, Microsoft, and even GitHub. GitHub supports OAuth 2. Anything that supports OAuth 2 can be configured here in your policy and can be used over here. So I'll try using the Google. So try using the Google. I had logged in previously using the demo account, so I just tap on that. The information is stored. Tap on that. It asks me which you want to use, so I'll say B2C. It should come back, and we got the authentication result back, and it has an ID token with it. ID token is basically encrypted. You have to decrypt it, but I'm not doing it as a part of this demo, so let's just run it. You see the ID token here. So good part about giving a demo to the developers is that they are happy with these kind of things. I don't have to do any pretty UIs, and if the demo fails, they are okay, they are forgiving. So I like the part about that. All right, I'll do the sign out. That's okay. That's the demo of the apps. Let me go back to the slides. So I showed you the slides. Here are the references where you can use. The package is available as a Microsoft Identity Client package. We are currently doing it as a preview package and not as a release package, but we'll release it sooner, as soon as possible. The source code for the library is available on the GitHub. You can get it there. As you can see, the work is in progress. So the MAUI status you can find in the mauistatus.md file in the GitHub. You can find the apps that I showed you are over here. You can find them there. And if you want to build a MAUI app using the Azure CI/CD pipeline, there's a blog written over here. So you can see that blog. If you want to know more about the MCL samples, how we do it, you can find all the samples over here. So that will go beyond Xaml and what I showed. And if you want to go dig deeper into OAuth 2, different type of auth flows or app types, there's a documentation about different flows and the scenarios, what can be used and what cannot be used over here. And with that, thank you all for joining. So yeah, back to over James.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Samir. We did have some questions come in on our tag board over here from Twitter with hashtag .NETConf. Rafa asks here, are there good practices for storing the user tokens and access tokens after authenticating? Or also, do any of those libraries do it for us automatically?
That's a good question. It's a very good question. MCL.NET will store the token, refresh token for you securely. App does not have to worry about it. And when the app wants to get the token, you can get the token by asking it to acquire token silent and go with that flow. So it will give you the token. So you don't have to worry about anything, storing anything at all. Just ask the MCL.NET, it will give you.
Awesome. Very cool. And also, just like David mentioned in the keynote, built into .NET MAUI are a bunch of APIs like preferences and secure storage. So if you need to store extra data, those APIs are there too. Sean over here asks, now you may, Samir, know this one or not, but I was wondering with .NET MAUI, Blazor, we have the web view. There's Azure SQL integration authentication with Microsoft Data SQL Server. Have you ever seen any authentication with that or know how that works at all? Or could it work?
I have not looked into that, so it's a work in progress. I'll keep that in mind, and I'll keep that question in mind.
Awesome, good question. Another one here from Scott over here was, you use HTTP client. There is HTTP client factory. Any preference there in your source code or not really?
I use the HTTP client just for the demo purposes.
Yep.
So whatever the best practices you want, you can use them as per your corporation. So anything is fine.
Awesome. I love in .NET, right? Use what works best for you. Well, awesome, Samir. Thank you so much. And of course, don't forget, you can also continue to tag Samir afterwards with hashtag .NETConf for all of your questions. Thank you so much, Samir.
Thank you so much, James.
Awesome. Now, don't forget, we have amazing stuff happening all throughout the day here at .NETConf. Focus on .NET MAUI. We have sessions and, of course, a bunch of on-demand sessions, too, at youtube.com/.net. Now, there's tons of stuff releasing all throughout the day, so doubly check out there and the .NETConf website where you'll find links and up-to-date information all the time. One thing that I want to mention that Maddie mentioned in the keynote, and I'll mention it throughout the day, we'll hop over to my slides over here, which is Learn Live, which is coming up at aka.ms/MAUI/Learn Live. Now, this is going to be a 7-week interactive course as well, starting in September. So this is really cool. If you're just getting started learning .NET MAUI, you can join myself and Matt Sokup, who's on our cloud advocacy team, starting on September 7th. You can follow along with us every single week from September all the way through November. So spend your fall with me and the team, which is absolutely awesome. Now, our next session up is from my good friend Liz, who's going to be talking about building on and for macOS with Visual Studio 2022 for Mac that you can get today. So let's head over to Liz.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for coming and joining me, and thanks for introducing me. So my name is Elizabeth Hare. My pronouns are she and her. I am a white woman with long brown and blonde hair. I'm wearing a white dress with blue flowers and a black cardigan. So let's talk a little bit about who I am. So I'm a new developer at Microsoft. I've been here for about 4 months. Prior to this, I've been a mobile dev for about a decade, primarily working in iOS and Android. I've also shipped native applications for Mac and for Windows. I applied to Microsoft to work at VS Mac. Prior to this, I worked on a sports betting application that we shipped using Xaml and Forms for iOS and Android. During that time, I used Visual Studios for Mac 2017 and 2019, and you really got to see the growth of that product over time. I've used Visual Studios for Windows before, primarily a developer that's worked on the Mac. And I got a chance to see like, oh, we're adding features, this is growing. And I really saw an opportunity for growth in an application that, I've already used and really like. So I'm sort of a customer turned developer. One of the things that I really love about Microsoft and working here is that like we dog food our products. So everyone on my team is using Visual Studios to develop Visual Studios, which is kind of rad. So we're talking about Visual Studios. Let's talk about it. So I stole this slide from the keynote. Thanks, Dave and Maddie. So let's talk about Visual Studio 2022 for Mac, or as I like to call it, Visual Studio, because it's what I tend to use. So fast and fluid IDE. It's powerful. It's fully rebuilt, most recently in .NET 6. Full native support for Apple M1, so you don't have to use Rosetta anymore. What that means in general is that it's going to be snappier. It's going to go faster. General, you like larger solutions will open faster. Really, it just means you're going to have a better time. You also get integrated tools. So one of the things that's sort of great about Visual Studios is all of the extra tools and features that you get. I work on the Visual Studios client experience team. Primarily, I work on things like XAML Hot Reload and Live Visual Tree. A lot of the things that happen after you press F5 and you're in the debugging space. Something I like to talk about, and it's all for Mac for me. So again, just integration to simulators, emulators, just really giving you that powerful debugging and refactoring experience that you sort of love. It's the tool you love, but on Mac. Great, right? So that's it for most of my slides. I'm going to go directly to Visual Studios. Y'all get to see my slides here. Tiny little slide deck. It's great. We're going to hop over. So welcome to Visual Studio 2022 for Mac. So this is the, whoops, there we go. This is our project, right? Pretty simple, kind of cool. So space. Really, let's dive right in. So we're going to talk a little bit about some of the project types that you can work with in Visual Studio for Mac. And the answer is really whatever your heart's desire, as long as it isn't a Windows project. So obviously, .NET MAUI support in 17.3. It's there. It's good. You can download the preview version now. It's what I'll be using today. But also ASP.NET, Blazor, multi-platform apps with Xaml and Forms. So Xaml on iOS, Android, Mac, right? iOS native apps, Android native apps, Cocoa apps, tvOS, other miscellaneous applications, game dev, really sort of the sky's the limit. And today, since it's our focus on Maui Day, we're going to go ahead and just get our Maui template app up and let's start working with it. So we're going to be using .NET 6 and click the continue button. We're going to name this. You can tell that I've been working on this a lot because I'm going to name this .NET Conf 25. It's the 25th time I've made this project. And we're going to go ahead and make sure that this down here, these buttons, use Git for version control and add a Git ignore. This is basically just going to set up our little Git repository so I can show you one of the cool tools we have here later. My goal here today is just to give you a demo of this IDE, show you around a little bit, help you see what's what and have a little fun. So let's hop right in. So first things first, you'll notice that it looks like Visual Studios. It's the Visual Studios you've used before, right? I'm going to go ahead and go to the top left. I'm going to click Build and Run. I'm going to get this building. This is the template app. I haven't opened this before, so we're just going to have that going right away. So what we're going to do here is we're going to, I want to talk about a couple of features that are here. So, oh my gosh, the presenting thing popped up. I hate it when that happens. So going to preferences. So let's talk about some of the customization that you can do in the IDE. Obviously support light and dark mode. We're in light mode here right now because it's a lot easier to read. List of all of your keyboard shortcuts. Fonts, I've updated all of my fonts for this. I've made them much larger. Again, easier to read for y'all. You can update tasks, things like, oh, hack, all of my personal projects. I've got, a million little hashtag hacks there. Let's see. talk about IntelliSense. So some of the behavior that you can customize IntelliSense behavior, things like formatting the document on save to make sure that your formatting is correct, updating IntelliSense behavior for individual languages, so C#, XML, XAML, Android XML, some of the other like IntelliSense behavior, and some of the other like color themes. So again, like a high contrast dark or high contrast light theme. In general, I'm going to go with this light theme because I think it's the one that I sort of like best here. So let's see. One other tip that I wanted to show, because it's something that I found out while I was setting up this presentation, is something called subword navigation. So for folks that like to use their keyboard primarily for navigation while they're writing code, folks that maybe have used VI before primarily, we have something called subword navigation. So if you select a string, it could be a string inside of like a string literal or just any symbol, as long as it has some sort of delimiter, so either capitals, dashes, or underscores, you can press Control, you can press Option, and then left or right, and it'll actually let you jump between parts of the word. It's really useful if you want to like go quickly to like the end of a word and you're just trying to like write things. So if I wanted to jump to somewhere in the middle of this string and write, update the description, cute.NET MAUI bot waving, I can do that really easily. Super simple, super quick, kind of like a neat little feature I saw come in. It was highlighted with the 17.0 release, and I sort of wanted to share it with y'all. So let's talk a little bit about debugging our application. So obviously, here's our application, sort of the standard template MAUI application that you've seen before with our little MAUI mascot we all love. He's such a cute little guy. He's waving, he's saying hi. So, our standard hello world. With the twist, we have a click me button, very important. And when we click this button, obviously, the UI updates. It's really cool. I'm going to go ahead and go to our main page, XAML CS, so sort of the backing file. And in here, we have our onCounterClicked function. So I'm going to go ahead and set a breakpoint here and talk a little bit about some of the debugging tools that we have in Visual Studio for Mac. So breakpoint management, something that you would expect to be pretty standard in sort of a modern IDE. All here. Works sort of like you would expect if you set some breakpoints. You can see we have in our breakpoints tab here, we have a list of all of the breakpoints that you have in your application. So say I have something in my backing XAML CS in app main or app XAML. You can see it right here. You can turn them on and off from here and activate it. So it makes it somewhat easy to just manage all of your breakpoints from a central location. I think that's pretty cool. So since we have these breakpoints, let's go ahead and use them. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to go to my application. All right, I'm going to click this button, and we're going to hit this breakpoint. So right now we're at this count ++ line. Cool. We can currently see count is 2. And we have this like locals tab. Locals tab will tell us, what's sort of going on in the stack frame, what's happening with this object itself, what's going on with the event, which is an empty event for this, or the sender, which in this case is the button. So all of the sort of properties of this button are sort of exposed right here. Really powerful tool to sort of dig into what's going on your running code. Similar idea, we have this watch. So watch, right? If I tell it I want to watch the count variable, you can sort of see what's happening as I run. If I go sort of step, we're going to see that count updates to 3, right? Cool, makes sense. Obviously, count isn't equal to 1 here, so I'm not going to get into this if statement. So we can sort of continue from there. There's this value here. I can actually change this to 1 here. And now I will get into that if statement. So you can actually edit the values in this watch tab on the fly in order to sort of break around your application in a way that you'd like to. So it can really help you set the application state to make it easier for you to debug. It's a really powerful tool. One other tool to sort of note in this space as well is the immediate tab. Immediate tab sort of has the same thing, and something that I was just introduced to very recently, but you can write some code here and have it execute immediately. So if I set count equal to 50, you'll see and watch it's updated to 50. And if I click run now, you'll actually see that it says clicked 50 times, because on the line that I was on, we hadn't set count yet, and we did. And now it's 50. All of these have full IntelliSense, so you actually get to see like what's going on in the running stack frame. You'll get some information about it, and it'll sort of help you, do some code complete. So, very powerful tool, really cool. Something I definitely recommend playing with if you're sort of newer to this sort of IDE. But definitely one of the benefits of using Visual Studios for me. So want to talk about some of the tooling that goes in to making your debugging and testing experience better. So I want to talk a little bit about XAML Hot Reload. So I'm sure you've heard a little bit about Hot Reload before, but if you haven't, Hot Reload is the ability for you to XAML Hot Reload is the ability for you to change something in your XAML and have it and see it represented in your running application. So to give you an example, let's say I would like to change the font size of this string, welcome to the .NET multi-platform app UI, welcome to Maui, and it's currently 18. That's a little small for me. So I'm going to update that to 24. What we should see is that reflected here. Now, I think I'm having something go wrong with Hot Reload. So it means that after this, I'm going to go get to log a bug, which I'm very excited for. But what you should have seen here is that I would change this without needing to save or anything. This would update immediately. This was working like 10 minutes ago because I was testing it up until we got here. So probably have something interesting on my development chain happening right now. So I apologize for not being able to show that off as effectively as I'd like to. But you can add and remove XAML elements, change positioning of it. Ultimately, it's something that's really useful for rapid iteration and to make some of those refactoring changes very quickly while you're sort of going through your code. So if you've ever had that opportunity or that moment where you've worked closely with a designer and you've needed to change something to get it looking just right or get something positioned just so, editing the margins, editing the bounds, now you sort of can. And it happens really quickly, super simple. I really love it. It's one of the best tools that I've used, and it's unfortunate that I'm not able to show you it right this second. So apologies for that. I hope you all can forgive me. So anyway, let's talk about my baby. So I've been working primarily with the live visual tree since I started working at Microsoft. And what the live visual tree is it is the tree representation of the live visual state. So the live visual tree will show you all of the UI elements that comprise your application from the top to the bottom. They'll show you both your elements and elements that are included as part of the compilation. So for example, the window element, the process element, these flyout layout elements that are part of MAUI. These are all sort of injected. If we just want to see our XAML, there's actually a Just My XAML button right here next to the filter. If I click that and I expand my tree, you'll see that all of the XAML we have now is just the XAML that we meant to include in the application. Really powerful and very useful to drilling down to specifics that you'd like to see. In a similar vein, next to every one of these entries in the live visual tree, we have a Go to Code button. So if I click this button, mousing over it, you can actually get a pop-up that'll tell you where this UI element is defined. So in this case, if I click this scroll view, I know that it's defined in mainpage.xaml. By clicking it, it'll actually open up main page XAML. If it's not open, it'll take me to the definition of that scroll view, and then I'm able to edit everything inside of that. In the same vein, if I go into this vertical stack layout, I can click that and continue to drill in and find the element that I'm looking for. If I know that I'm just looking for a specific type, I also have access to this filter. So clicking enter this filter. And what you do with this filter is you can actually filter down to a specific type of element or an element that's named. So if you have an element that has, say, X colon name in it, look something like name equals my hello label. I don't know if any other developers have this thing where they type W after they type hello now every time, but if I recompiled this now, you'd actually see that this has a label that has it'll say my hello label next to it, and it can help you really to add some more context to what's going on in your UI visually there, and also interact with it in your code as well. So it's pretty cool. I'm going to recompile really quickly and just see if I can get Hot Reload to work here for you, because I would like to show it. Looks like it's connected, so I'm going to go ahead and just give this a try. So I'm going to go ahead and just add another label. I'm going to try this one more time. Hopefully it works. Like I said, it was working. Nope, I don't think it wants to cooperate today. That's okay. So for now, no, this does work, I promise. I use it all day, so I think something interesting is happening with my developer setup right now, so sorry about that. Great. So one of the things that I wanted to show y'all before I hop over to one of those sort of larger XAML examples to show you something sort of what you can do with MAUI on the Mac is I'm going to go ahead and save this. So cool feature that we have here is the Git changes window. Now, the Git changes window actually stores sort of all of the changes that we have or we've made in Git since we've done any work. So say I add a new label, right here. We should see that reflected here. And you're actually able to stage that change right here. Make a commit right from Visual Studio's. Do this. This is a tool that's been here for a while, but something that's sort of improved over time. And again, it speaks to the improving quality of Visual Studio for Mac and something that makes me very excited to continue working on this application with this platform. So I'm super excited to continue working with this because of features like this that are in the pipeline and some of the other things that we're working on. I know that our team is extremely committed to making sort of the best product they can. So I'm really jazzed to be working with these smart engineers. Awesome. So there's one other thing that I wanted to sort of demo for y'all and show off before I switch back to some of the resources that you'll be able to use to get started on with MAUI development on Visual Studio for Mac. So I'm going to go ahead and hop over to another instance of Visual Studio for Mac that I have open. This was supposed to be running, but I'll go ahead and just get that going. So this is one of the MAUI sample apps. This is the Weather 21 sample app that they had going before. That's in the MAUI GitHub repository. And one of the things that I wanted to show off, and I don't think really gets enough credit, is that in one single project. So we always talk about this as one platform, one project, as opposed to Xamarin Forms many projects. You get this oh, it's all here. Here's my iOS code. That's the specific code for iOS. There's not a lot. Specific code for Mac Catalyst. It's not a lot. But with these two different factors, this is the same app. I compiled them right next to each other. You can really see the difference in what's going on with the layout here. So, right, obviously we have this two vertical column layout. We've got this really nice all of this really good information about the weather. We've got this really cool widget about the wind direction, where it's coming from, and sort of our next 24 hours. And here we have a very different, it's most of the things that are in the left column here. But you can sort of see that oh, MAUI lets you really do this true cross-platform development where you do have these two different factors for these different devices. Because mobile development is so constrained. So it's really as a mobile developer, that's really exciting to me to be able to take those two things and sort of push them out. So I wanted to highlight something with the live visual tree again, because it's something that I really do care about, is that when you have a much larger project and you want to do something like show off, oh, I've named these elements. So if I want to go to the home flyout item, and something that got talked about a bit in the keynote and will get talked about a bunch, you can sort of see that I've named this home. If I click on just my XAML, again, we're going to go there. We get to see that the flyout item is there. We can see what the shell content is, what the template is. We can sort of jump in. So if I wanted to go to the home page, click here. It'll take me right to the home page XML. We can see that it's the content page for that. And we can sort of jump in and try to find specific parts of that widget. So if I want to know inside of this flex layout, what's going on with the Wind Live widget, I can go to that XAML right here by, again, clicking to the Go to XAML button, and it'll take me right there. The tool is awesome. It saves so much time in drilling down to specific parts of the user interface in order to interact with it more better, right? To do it in a way that sort of makes sense for you. For me, working with this IDE is something of a love story because I've worked with a lot of different IDEs. So I'm kind of a Visual Studio for Mac fangirl now. So, all right, that's it for my demo. Let's hop back to PowerPoint. You'll get to see my slide deck again. I know it's very exciting. I'm going to press this button down here, and it goes. So, and you even get to click this. Awesome. So let's talk about some of the MAUI samples that are available. I can't even do this the way I want to. So there we go. Do it like that. Close enough. So I'm the worst. I don't even know how to use a computer today. There are MAUI samples that are available on github.com/.net/MAUI-samples. those samples sort of include a variety of different samples. You can see the last commit by James Montemagno on there. So shout out to James. But they include the weather app, a calculator app, some podcast apps, some samples, and just a really good amount of example code that you can use to sort of get started or learn from as you're like jumping into Maui and digging in. In the same vein, we also have the samples browser. And that samples browser gives you a sense of like, here's a control gallery that displays all of the controls available on Maui. So understanding what the controls are and sort of what it is to write them. Some examples of flex layout, swipe view, behaviors, data templates, data binding, really whatever you want to know, right? Like we have example code for it. It's all there and available. It's something that's very useful for me as a developer when I'm getting in. I've recently been writing a Sudoku app that I've been working on in Maui, and that's sort of, I've been coming back here constantly trying to figure out like, oh, how do I do this? What's the best control for this? So honestly, I think it's a very useful like set of tooling. I always love the documentation that goes into these things. Same idea, again, if you want to dig into the documentation, it's all here at docs.microsoft.com. And if you go, /enus or your language of choice /.net/Maui, you'll be able to dig in and find it. So everything that I've done today, I've done on Visual Studio for Mac 2022 preview. I'm going to go back to this. You can download that now at visualstudio.microsoft.com/vs/mac/preview. It installs side by side with your existing version of Visual Studio. I want to note that today's my birthday, so happy birthday to me. But as a gift to me, I'd love it if anyone who has a Mac and is really interested to download VS for Mac, test that preview out, and submit feedbacks and bugs. My team is actually in Scrum right now, and one of the things we do every day during Scrum is we review all of the bugs, everything that's submitted, all of the feedback. We really want to know. We care. So if you've been waiting on something, if you've been sitting on a bug, today's the day. Throw that out there, and that would be lovely. I would love that. A note thing to look forward to, .NET MAUI tools are expected to GA in 17.4. Should expect that sometime this fall, I think, coming up. Should be great. And if you want to reach out, I'm here at ehair@microsoft.com. I'd love to hear from y'all. If you have thoughts, feelings, comments, concerns, feel free to send them my way. So I think that's everything I've got going. So I'm going to ship it back to James for some questions.
So much, Liz. I love seeing all the amazing things coming in Visual Studio 2022 for Mac. Now, one thing on that last slide, not only happy birthday, but you were talking about side-by-side using the Visual Studio 2022 for Mac and also the preview. I know you can do that on Windows. Can you talk a little bit about how that works? Are there any gotchas there that developers may need to know?
So I haven't run into a lot of gotchas, and honestly, a lot of the development experience I have here is specifically tailored to a lot of the weird things that you get into in our sort of Microsoft developer environment. Some of the I haven't run into any big gotchas here. Pretty sure it's just going to install, it's going to work. A lot of the preparation or customization happens in the local project files from the best of my understanding. So I downloaded this literally last night. I installed it on my machine and it's working as well as it can. So either I'm lucky or it's good. And I think it's good because I'm really not that lucky.
I only run the previews, so that's how I roll. So I like to always give that feedback as well. One of my favorite features too is that there's a feedback button right inside of Visual Studio for Mac. So give the feedback there, which is awesome.
Yeah.
Cool. Any of your favorite features that you want to talk about at all? If there's one thing that hey, from this you talked about, a lot of the cool things coming, that the most exciting thing that you're really looking for in 17.4?
Oh my gosh. Okay, so I'm really looking for, I would be biased and say I'm looking forward to all of the sort of improvements we have coming down the pipeline for Live Visual Tree. I mean, there are a million improvements coming down the pipeline, and I wish we could just put my whole team there. I think before this, my team was what if you just put our team on Scrum, our Scrum up here, and we could just do that instead? I thought that'd be great, but unfortunately I was overruled. But I think I have a lot of improvements coming down the pipe for Live Visual Tree, just general, making it easier to use. When you add elements, it shouldn't have things unexpand or re-expand, weirdly. You should maintain where you were scrolling to in the list. Things like when you saw when I clicked just my XAML, it unexpanded the entire list. So we really want to make sure that that feature is in parity with the experience that you have on Visual Studio's Windows, but also going forward, sort of adding the features that are already missing. So one of the features an intern worked on recently that was an accessibility checker. I'd love something like that to go into the live visual tree. So.
Awesome. Well, Liz, thank you so much. And of course, birthday wishes pouring in as well from Twitter.
Oh, great.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Liz, and have an absolutely fantastic afternoon. And stick around here for .NET Conf because we have so much more. And don't forget, you can tweet #NetConf for asking questions live during the sessions. And of course, I'll be monitoring it and reading them back. Now, a few important things that I want to talk about in general is that we have a survey. If we go over to my slides again really quick, we want to hear from you. If you go to aka.ms/Maui/survey, you can pour in all of the questions and feedback that you may have on getting set up and using .NET MAUI as well. I also had a question right here, which was, what was the challenge link for the .NET MAUI UI challenge and Cloud Skills challenge? Well, we also have it up again on the board right here. There's two challenges going on. First and foremost is the Cloud Skills Challenge, where you interactively take Learn modules, learning how to build applications with .NET MAUI. There's a bunch of them there, and when you finish, you can go ahead and enter to get a sticker pack. If you've already been building applications and want to show off some beautiful UI, a full app, clone, maybe an app that you're building, or just a little widget or a single screen, you can also do that at the Beautiful UI Challenge, where you can contribute to some of the amazing repos and websites out there highlighting all of the great things that are happening there. I'll not only send you from my house directly .NET MAUI stickers, but also Blazor stickers. If I turn these puppies around there, amazing coming at you, because our next session, the one and only Mr. Dan Roth is going to talk about how you can take the best of both worlds, web and .NET MAUI native, and put them together in Blazor Hybrid. So let's kick it over to you, Dan, to show us all that good stuff.
Thanks, James. Hi, everyone. I'm Daniel Roth. I'm a product manager on the ASP.NET team. And in this session, we're going to go from web to native with .NET MAUI and Blazor. Now, .NET MAUI isn't just for native client developers. If you're a .NET web developer, you can use .NET MAUI and Blazor together to build native client apps too. Blazor is integrated into .NET MAUI so that you can get the best of both a native client app and the web. .NET MAUI loves Blazor. Now, if you're a native client developer, Blazor has a lot of benefits for you too. Blazor is a web UI framework based on .NET and C# so that you can build modern full-stack web applications without having to use JavaScript. Blazor is based on purely open web standards, and it works in every modern web browser. Blazor lets you build full-stack web apps using just your .NET skills, your .NET tools, and your .NET code. And you can do that and get a great, rich, interactive web development experience. Blazor is part of ASP.NET Core, your complete web framework for .NET. With the addition of Blazor to ASP.NET Core, you have everything you need to build modern web applications. ASP.NET Core and Blazor are supported as part of the modern .NET platform, including the recent .NET 6 long-term support release. Now, how does Blazor work? How do you get Blazor on the web? Well, Blazor is a component-based UI framework. Blazor components are little pieces of web UI that encapsulate their rendering logic, any state that they need, and any UI event handling logic that they have. As the components render, Blazor then keeps track of what needs to be updated in the user interface, and then it very precisely and exactly updates the browser DOM with just the changes that need to be done. So then you can take your Blazor components and you can actually host them on the web in one of two different ways. The first way we call Blazor Server. In a Blazor Server application, your components actually are running from the server, but they handle all UI interactions and UI updates over a real-time connection with the browser. Blazor Server apps load fast, and they can really simplify your app architecture because all your code is still running from the server environment. But at the same time, you still get that rich, interactive web UI experience that's characteristic of a JavaScript-based web application. Alternatively, you can host your Blazor components client-side in the browser using Blazor WebAssembly. In a Blazor WebAssembly app, you actually download your Blazor components to the browser. along with a WebAssembly-based .NET runtime that executes your components and all of your .NET code right there directly in the browser. Blazor WebAssembly apps are true client-side browser-based applications, so they can be deployed as simple, low-cost static websites, and they can even run offline, like a progressive web app or PWA. When you combine Blazor WebAssembly with an ASP.NET Core backend, you now have that full-stack .NET web development experience. So Blazor and ASP.NET Core have everything you need to build modern web applications. But what if the web platform just isn't enough for your scenario? What if you need access to full native device capabilities? Well, we've been working on expanding Blazor beyond the web. And earlier this year, we shipped support for using Blazor to build native desktop and mobile applications using a new component hosting model that we call Blazor Hybrid. Now, what is Blazor Hybrid? Well, Blazor Hybrid apps are native client apps where you take your Blazor components and you package them with the app, and they run natively on the device along with the rest of your .NET code. They then render to an embedded web view control that is also included with the application. So everything's local, everything's running on a native .NET runtime. WebAssembly is not involved. And the benefit of this setup is that you can reuse and share your existing Blazor Web UI components within a native client app and still have full access to native device capabilities. And of course, the best way to build a Blazor Hybrid app is with .NET MAUI. .NET MAUI has Blazor Hybrid support built into the framework. You can take your Blazor components and embed them in a .NET MAUI app. This means that you can use .NET MAUI and Blazor together to target mobile, desktop, and web with one web UI-based implementation. You can also then take advantage of .NET MAUI features like leverage native UI elements alongside your Blazor web UI, or also call into native device functionality through normal .NET APIs. Let's take a look at what it looks like to build a .NET MAUI Blazor app. We're going to head over now to Visual Studio. Now, of course, to get started with .NET MAUI, you're going to need to have the .NET MAUI workload installed in Visual Studio. I've already done that, and because of that, you can see I get these templates, and one of them right here, lo and behold, is the .NET MAUI Blazor app template. Now, this is just a normal .NET MAUI app like the one above it. There's the normal .NET MAUI app template, but it's already pre-set up to be able to host Blazor components right in the application. Okay, so let's go ahead and we would go ahead and create one of these. I've already got one created, so I'm going to close this and just go to my app that I've already got set up and already deployed. And this is what the project looks like when you've gone ahead and created it. So we get a single MAUI app project with Blazor set up, and then this project is set up now to, of course, target Windows, Mac, iOS, and Android, all four platforms with one project. And I've already got it running right here. Like here's it running on Windows. This is a native Windows desktop app based off of WinUI 3 and also the Windows App SDK, but it's hosting our Blazor components right inside of it. And then alongside of it, we've also got, here's Android. This is our .NET MAUI Blazor app running on an Android device as well. One project using Web UI to target mobile and desktop. Now we can see that this is really Web UI. If we hit F12, that should bring up the browser dev tools. There they are. And these are the browser dev tools for the little web view control that's sitting in each of these apps. In this case, the Windows app is using WebView 2. And if we look at the elements and we just hover around a little bit, we can see all the HTML elements showing up in the browser dev tools. So this is really a hybrid of Web UI and native UI all within one application. Now, how does this all work? How's the project set up? Let's go take a look at the code. So for this .NET MAUI app, the main page of the app is defined in this main page.xaml page, and that's what we have up here. Now this is XAML. If you're a web developer, don't freak out. There's very little XAML actually in this app. All we have is a single .NET MAUI native control, which is this Blazor web view control. Now what this control does is it sets up the web view, appropriate web view control for each of the platforms you're going to run on, and then it also sets up hosting the Blazor components in the app so they can then talk to that web view over a little local interop channel. Okay, so we got one MAUI control. That's it. That's the one piece of XAML that we're going to use in this app. Now, the initial page that gets loaded into that web view control is this host page, so index.html. That's over here in the www root folder. We can take a look at that real quick. It's just a single static HTML page. At the bottom, you can see where the Blazor WebView JavaScript framework file is being loaded. And then we have this div up above, which has ID app. And that's where we're going to load our root component for this application. The root components are configured here in Xaml. We just have one in this application. Here's the selector saying that I want to actually render to that div. And then here's the specific Blazor component that we want to render into the app. And it's this main component. This is the syntax you use in Xaml for specifying a CLR type. Now, where is main defined? Well, over here in main.razor, of course. Blazor components are all defined in Razor files, which is a mixture of HTML and C#. Let's go ahead and open that up. Here's main.razor. Now, this is the Blazor router component. What the router component does is it takes care of handling any browser navigations, intercepting them, and then rendering the corresponding component that has that route. Okay, so every Blazor app has this. If you had a Blazor web app, you would have exactly this same file living in your application as well. And then we have all of our actual component pages, which are defined up here above. And there's the 3 standard Blazor components that we put in every Blazor project template: counter, fetch data, and index. Those are the 3 components that we're seeing here in the app. So this home page, that's just a piece of static HTML. We got the counter with the button that we can click and the count goes up, all done with HTML and C#. And then a little table generated from some randomly generated weather forecast data. So we can see the components for each of those up above in the project. Here's the index page, just some static HTML with its route, and then a Blazor component for setting up that little survey prompt alert there in the middle. We have the counter page. Here's counter, again, a route, HTML, and then now we have a little bit of UI event handling. We've got the on-click event that we're hooking for this button so that every time it runs, we run our C# code, which increments this field, and then the component re-renders, and that's how we're getting this counter experience. And then lastly, fetch data. Here's the fetch data component. This is using dependency injection to get this weather forecast service that we're going to use to get our weather forecast data. That could be, calling an API. In this case, it's just using a little bit of in-memory logic to generate the weather. Below, we have some HTML to generate the table. We've got a normal C# for each loop to just loop over every weather forecast to render every table row. And then at the bottom, we have the uninitialized component lifecycle method. That's the first thing that runs for the component, and that's what actually retrieves the data from the weather forecast service so that the component can then render. So that's how we're getting Blazor inside of our .NET MAUI native client app for mobile and desktop. Super cool. Okay, so that means we now have a mixture of web UI and native, so we should be able to start taking advantage of native client features. For example, we don't just have to have web UI. If we want to take advantage of native UI elements, we can do that too. For example, maybe instead of this HTML-based left nav bar, maybe we want to actually use a native tab view control from the underlying platform. So we get that native look and feel for that particular part of the UI. You can use as much native UI or web UI as you want. So let's give that a try. Let's go into mainpage.xaml. Now, because this is native UI, we write this part in XAML. So this is going to be a little bit of XAML code, but it's not too bad. So instead of a content page, let's switch this now to a tabbed page. That looks good. And then I think we have to change that in one more place because this XAML file has a code behind file, which is a partial class which derives from the same base type. So we'll go ahead and fix that up too. Okay, so now we've got a tabbed page, sorry. And it's complaining because it's saying, tab views need to have content pages inside of them. So let's go ahead and add a content page right here. And we'll wrap our Blazor web view control. And then we'll just format that so it looks nice. We're going to give each content page can have a title, so it shows up in the tab. We'll set the title of this one to be home. And then what we want to do now is instead of rendering the main component, which has the Blazor router and is handling all the tabs, we just want to render the specific page for this tab. So I want to render like the index component here. To do that, I'm going to set up another namespace up above, XML and S, and I'm going to call it pages. and this will be the pages namespace where all of our Blazor components are being generated right now. Okay, and then let's just change local.main to pages index. Just that easy. Okay, so that's one of our 3 tabs. Let's go ahead and copy this, and we'll add 2 more tabs. This first one's going to be for the counter, and we'll add the counter right here as well for the counter component. And then the last one will be, we'll call this one weather, and this will be our fetch data component. Okay, so we've got 3 tabs. I think that's all set up nicely. Let's go ahead and run this. We'll run it on Windows first. We'll go ahead and run that. Now it takes a minute or 2 for it to build and actually redeploy the application. So we'll just let that go. But what we should expect is, instead of having the purple gradient-based, bootstrap styled left nav bar, hopefully we'll get a Windows client app with a native tab view using the look and feel of the whatever platform you're running on. Because we're using native UI controls, these controls should look like Windows UI controls, whatever comes with WinUI 3 by default, essentially out of the box. Looks like that deploy succeeded, and so now we're just waiting for the app to pop up. There it is. Okay, so here's our Blazor Hybrid app, but now instead of having that left nav, we've now got these tabs up at the top. These are native WinUI 3 elements. We can click on them and we see our different pages. The counter, of course, still works, but we're now having a mixture of native UI and web UI. Let's do this for Android as well, because I want you to see that it looks a little different on Android, because you're going to get the Android look and feel. Android takes a second as well for it to build and run. So this is really nice that if there's like a particular control that's specific to a platform or has a particular UI experience that you just want to reuse, instead of having to try and recreate that using web technologies, then you can just use that native control. You have the flexibility to do that. Okay, so there's the app. It's restarting, and now we're running on Android. And let's give it a second to start up. Emulator's taking us just a second, and there it is. So we got home, counter, and weather. Of course, this has a the sort of material design look and feel, because we're using the native controls from Android. Okay, so we get native UI and web UI. We can use both thanks to .NET MAUI and Blazor together. We can, of course, also leverage native platform functionality. Like if we want to call into the device to get the geolocation or the network connectivity, we can do that too. So let's go into index.razor, and let's add a button right here. And this button, let's say it's going to check the network. Okay, so that's just an HTML button. And then what I want below is to have a code block with a method that's like, check internet, that will handle actually calling into MAUI APIs to check the internet. Now I'm going to save a little typing. I've got a little snippet set up down here that I'm just going to grab and use that, so I don't have to type this completely on the fly. And there we go. So this is the method that I think we want. There it is. So check internet. Now this method is using this connectivity API from MAUI. So there it is, MAUI networking connectivity. This is a cross-platform API for checking the status of the network on any of the platforms MAUI supports. We're also querying for the type of network connection that we currently have, again, using those APIs. And then down below, we're going to create a native alert dialog to show what is the, whether we have network or not, and then what is the type of network that we currently have. Okay, and then I think I need to wire this method up. So I want, whenever this button is clicked, I want that check internet method to be called. So let's do on click right here, just like we saw in the counter component, and we want to call check internet. Perfect. All right, I think that's it. And I'm going to deploy this to Android, because on Android, because we're using the emulator, we can actually change the status of the network without losing any connection on the machine. So there it goes. Cool, it's pretty quick. All right, so now we have this check network button, and if I click that, there it says, yes, we do have internet, and the current type of internet that the emulator is emulating is Wi-Fi, and this is a native pop-up, so again, native UI mixed with web UI. That's great. Now if we go into the emulator settings, let's pull this down, go into internet, and then instead of having Wi-Fi on, Let's turn that off. And then now if we check the network status, has internet equals false. And of course the type is unknown because we don't have any internet at all. Okay, so that's how you can call into native device functionality as well. Pretty cool. All right, now we've seen how we can use our web development skills to build native client apps. We've seen how we can leverage native client functionality, native UI, native APIs. But what's really cool about this setup is now we can actually share this web UI logic with our web applications. Like if we started with a web app and want to turn it into a native client app, we can just grab the Blazor components from that web app and use them in .NET MAUI, and vice versa. So let's, I think we're done with this project. Let's go ahead and close this. And now I'm going to go over to this other project that I've already got set up. This is the .NET Podcast sample app. This is a sample app that's publicly available on GitHub that you can go look at. And it implements a podcast client in a number of different ways. One of the ways is it implements it using a web application, using ASP.NET Core and Blazor. So that's this podcast.server and podcast.client projects up here in the Solution Explorer. So this is the ASP.NET Core part, and then podcast.client. This is actually a Blazor WebAssembly app, so it's going to run client-side in the browser. All right, so let's go ahead and run this and see if we can see the web version of this application. So this home page is all server rendered. This is ASP.NET Core Razor pages that's rendering this page. But if we go into the podcast player, everything here is implemented using Blazor WebAssembly. So we get this rich interactive UI experience. We can search for podcasts and search for MAUI-based ones, of course. Here's a MAUI podcast. We get playback. Hopefully you can hear that. Sounds great. All right, and then we can like say, oh, that sounded awesome. Let me pause it. Let's listen to that later. We can put it on our listen later list, and it shows up over here in the listen later list. If we decide not to listen to it later, we can remove it. We can change our settings so that the theme is light mode or dark mode, or use the system theme. You know, we've got a rich interactive UI experience, all as a web application implemented with Blazor components. Okay. Now, but let's say we decided, you know, we really want a native client experience for this .NET Podcast app. Maybe we want to be in the different stores, or maybe we want to actually leverage native device capabilities that's tricky to do on the web. No problem. So let's add a .NET MAUI Blazor app to this solution. So I'm going to right-click up here, and I have an existing project that I've already set up for this. Where's that? Add existing project. And this is part of the sample application on GitHub as well, so you can play around with this. So I'm going to add this project. Cool. So now we have a .NET MAUI project in our solution. Let's switch to that to be the one we're going to run. And we should now be able to run on Windows or on Android. Let's start with Windows. I think we can close our previous application that we were playing around with. No longer need that. This should just take a second while it builds and it deploys the app. Now, I didn't point this out, but this .NET MAUI Blazor app for our podcast app, if we look at mainpage.xaml, it has exactly the same XAML as we saw before. It's just a single Blazor web view control pointing to the main component, which will route to our pages. But all of the pages for this app, if we look at its dependencies, they're actually coming from this podcast.pages project, which is this same project down here below where all the pages for our Blazor application live. So we're literally reusing the same binary, the same code in both the .NET MAUI app and the Blazor app. Okay, so there it is. So now we have a native Windows desktop app for our .NET Podcast application. Exact same UI as we saw in our web app. See, here's the web one. You barely can tell them apart. Okay, so there's Windows. Now we can also do Android as well. So let's switch over to Android. All right, and we'll get that running there too. So we've got Windows, we've got web, and then if we just give it a second, hopefully this will start quick. We also should have mobile. So mobile, desktop, and web, all with one UI set of controls. It looks like it's actually might be trying to, oh, there it goes. Okay, I was worried it was trying to do a full rebuild for some reason, but now it's deploying to the emulator. Exciting! There it is. So we now have all three form factors, if you will, for apps handled by one code base, .NET Podcast on mobile, .NET Podcast on web, and .NET Podcast on desktop as well, mobile, desktop, and web. Super duper cool. So one set of web UI components. Now, what's really neat is that we didn't just reuse the web UI components in this app. We also integrated with native device functionality. So if we go look at how this .NET Podcast app was implemented, like down here in mauiprogram.cs, if we scroll down a bit, where it's configuring its services, you can see there are these various iNative audio service implementations that are being added for each of the 4 platforms that Maui supports: Android, Windows, iOS, and Mac. So we've got native audio playback happening for each of these devices. We can actually take a look at this. If I pull in the other project, let me add, I think it's in a separate library, but it's pretty quick to find. So in this lib folder, we have this shared Maui lib where all those implementations are we're done. And if we F12 on this, here's the actual Android audio playback. If we hover over the media player, we can see, this is calling into Android APIs for doing the audio playback on Android. Super duper cool. Okay, so that's .NET MAUI and Blazor together, web UI and native, all in the same application. Now, Blazor Hybrid isn't just for .NET MAUI applications. Blazor Hybrid works in any application that can run .NET code and that you can then render to some web view control. If you have a web view control available in .NET, you can do Blazor Hybrid. This can be really useful if you want to take an existing .NET app and modernize it to have a web-based UI. Maybe you want that UI to work now cross-platform in a .NET MAUI application, or maybe you want it to now function on the web. This app that you see here is a legacy point-of-sale application for dry cleaning businesses. And the company that built this completely redid the UI using Blazor. There's a spot from Spot by Explorer. And that enabled them to take their existing application and move it to the web. So we have introduced not only Blazor Hybrid support for .NET MAUI, but we also have Blazor Web View controls for WPF in WinForms, so that you can use Blazor to modernize your existing Windows desktop apps. Let me show you that real quick. I'm going to hop back over to Visual Studio, and then let's open up this. Let's look at WPF first. So here's a Blazor Hybrid WPF application. So this is a WPF project. As soon as it comes up, there it is. And it has this main window.xaml. So it's still XAML. It's not MAUI XAML. It's WPF XAML. But down here below, you can see that there is a Blazor Web View control that you can get from NuGet as a NuGet package. And if we go ahead and run this, we now have a WPF application, which hopefully should show our Blazor UI. There it is. So that's WPF with Blazor. And then if we go over here, we should be able to see Blazor WinForms as well. So if we go over to this other project. All right, so now we have a WinForms project. WinForms doesn't have XAML, but we have the forms designer. If we go look at the designer and see what this app has set up, let's give it a second to load, then we can see that it should just have a single WinForms control, which is kind of looked a little wonky there. Not sure what's going on there, but if we look at its properties, we can see that WinForms control is also a Blazor Web View control. So we have a Blazor Web View control hosted in WinForms. I don't know what's going on with the WinForms designer. It's kind of a little crazy. But that's OK. There's our WinForms app. So we've got WinForms and WPF also hosting Blazor components too. Great way to modernize existing apps. All right, so let me go back to slides for a second. All right. Now that we're done with shipping Blazor Hybrid support for WPF and WinForms and .NET MAUI, we're of course shifting our attention to shipping a bunch of new Blazor improvements in .NET 7. We've got loads of new stuff that are already available with the latest .NET 7 previews, like .NET 7 Preview 7, which just went out today, hot reload improvements, improved ahead-of-time compilation performance, expanded web crypto support, binding improvements, virtualization improvements, and much more. We've also got still a lot more to come in .NET 7. We're not done yet. .NET 7 ships later this year, and we've got a whole bunch of new Blazor features that are coming as well. You should check out the latest details in the ASP.NET Core and Blazor roadmap at aka.ms/ASP.NET/. roadmap. I hope you enjoyed learning about .NET MAUI in Blazor. There's tons of resources that you can use on the web to help you get started. Give it a try and let us know what you think. We're done. So at this remaining time, we'll turn it over to some questions. James.
Daniel, I love Blazor Hybrid, and I love how integrated it is into .NET MAUI. Truly being able to reuse your web components from Blazor absolutely everywhere. Great questions are coming in off of Twitter with hashtag .NETConf on our tag board. Michael asked, and multiple people asked this, is it possible to incorporate Angular code into a Blazor Hybrid app? And I assume the same would apply for Blazor All Up.
That's a great question. So I think there's a couple nuances to that. Like this, Blazor is just rendering to an embedded web view control in .NET MAUI. So you can use that web view control to render normal HTML, JavaScript stuff. Like you could just put an Angular app in a .NET MAUI app, and that would work like normal. You could also have a mixture of Angular and Blazor together. That is also possible. The way you can do that is by having an Angular app and then having your Blazor components set up as custom elements. That allows you to use frameworks like React and Angular and Vue together with Blazor all in one application.
Awesome. Now another question off the top of my mind, because you're talking about frameworks, but there's a lot of styling, and Bootstrap is in there by default. If I want to use Tailwind or I want to use these fancy styling, is that all available? Can I just drop that stuff in there?
You can use whatever CSS framework makes you happy. They're all possible. We include Bootstrap by default, but if you want to use Tailwind or you just want to write your own CSS, it's just normal web tech. So use whatever CSS framework you prefer.
Awesome. Another great question here coming in from Ryan. Is there a way of achieving deep linking using Blazor Hybrid and .NET MAUI together? For example, you want to open or route to a specific page, right? We have like the shell navigation, we have Blazor navigation. How do those worlds intertwine all crazy like that?
Yeah, that's a great question. Yes, it should be possible. Off the top of my head, the exact code you need to write, I don't have available, but that is a scenario that we know that people want to be able to do. We have a link like directly to a Blazor page, for example, sitting inside the web view. You may require a little bit of manual work just to wire that all up, but yes, it should be possible.
Awesome. Another great question here from Aiden. When using the Blazor web view, apparently, from anywhere, is there any performance implications that you want to talk about a little bit? I know you went over the WebAssembly server and Blazor Hybrid being a separate part, and I think people sometimes get caught up on that. Do you want to talk about that specifically and how each platform is handling that web view? I added on to Aiden's question a whole bunch, if you could tell. So,
yeah. So the wonderful thing about Blazor Hybrid apps and .NET MAUI Blazor apps in particular is that your Blazor components are running on a normal native .NET runtime. So you've got full JIT, you've got all the optimizations of that .NET runtime for that platform. So your Blazor code is, along with all your .NET code, runs fast, like it runs natively on the device. So your Blazor components are going to run super speedy. All they're doing in a hybrid app is then sending the rendering diffs to the web view control. So that's also done very efficiently using Blazor's diffing algorithm. This is very different than like a Blazor WebAssembly app. In a Blazor WebAssembly app, your .NET code is running on a WebAssembly-based .NET runtime in the browser. And that runtime is doing IL interpretation by default, so it's not going to be as fast as like a normal .NET runtime would with a JIT or with full ahead-of-time compilation support. We do have AOT compilation support now for Blazor WebAssembly, so that can speed it up. But with Blazor Hybrid, you just get that for free because you're running natively on a normal .NET runtime experience.
Gotcha. And then you're really just up to whatever that native web view itself, anything's there, that's up to the platform, WebView 2, the iOS or Android WebView there. This is one of my favorite questions of all time because I think this is a huge de facto differentiator of .NET MAUI and Blazor. Can .NET MAUI and Blazor with Blazor Hybrid use all native functionalities, or is it limited, Dan?
It is not limited. You can do anything. Anything the device can do, you can do from Blazor running in a .NET MAUI app. MAUI provides all these really awesome cross-platform .NET APIs for you. Like we saw the connectivity API, that's just there. You can just use it. But if you ever need to like dig down and call into native code yourself because like maybe MAUI doesn't expose that particular API, no problem. MAUI provides the native interop capability so you can call anything you want on the device. No limits.
Very cool. And in fact, if we follow up with Jacob here talking about .NET MAUI scanning QR codes from what you just said, Dan, there's obviously beautiful APIs in iOS, Android, and Windows to do that, but probably also some components either from Blazor or for .NET MAUI, right? There's a whole ecosystem out there.
Yeah, there's a set of libraries that Microsoft provides just out of the box with the framework, and then there's the open source community that creates .NET API wrappers around all these native APIs that you can just use. So yeah, there's probably something already built that you could just grab and use on NuGet, and if not, you can always then just do that native interop code yourself and then share it yourself with the world.
Awesome. Well, Dan, thank you so much for showing off Blazor Hybrid goodness. Of course, you can continue the conversation on Twitter with #.NETConf. So many amazing things coming in. We really appreciate it. And all throughout the day, I am here. The team is here. We are monitoring everything. And in fact, talking about those controls, components, and so much more, let's head over to my slides over here, talking specifically about the amazing component vendors and community members that are out there creating amazing controls for .NET MAUI and for Blazor and Blazor Hybrid itself. So you can definitely check out all of the amazing things that are happening. This is just a small sample in general of what's available out there today. Now, before we get into the next session, I want to re-emphasize one more time, definitely get your questions live. We also have live chats going on our different places. When you go to focus.netconf.net, you'll find not only links to resources in the future, all the videos, but we have on-demand goodness happening all throughout the day on youtube.com/.net. So there's not only all these amazing live sessions with live Q&A, but also some great pre-records with the actual speakers there answering questions live. All right, now let's head over to McKenna, who's going to talk about all the amazing things in our single project with .NET MAUI and how .NET MAUI itself really revolutionizes way of building these cross-platform applications for a deep dive. Over to you, McKenna.
Thanks so much, James. Hello, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you might be in the world. For myself, I'm in Seattle, Washington, so it's lunchtime. Thank you so much for having me to speak today at the .NET Conf Focus on MAUI event. I'm so excited to be talking about some single project application architecture and some of the features that we have. I'm McKenna Barlow. I'm a PM on the .NET Tools team, and for my session, we're going to take a deep dive into single project and actually get to take a tour of a single project application in Visual Studio. So the flow of my talk, I'm basically just going to talk at you guys for like 5 minutes, give a little bit of an overview of what single project is, some of the stuff that we have, some of the cool new UI that we have, and then going to jump into basically a Visual Studio walkthrough. So I'm going to go through a single project application and show off some of the shared code and resources, show you where the platform specific metadata lives, where like basically what is in the project file for these single project applications. And then I'm going to show off some of our cool new UI. So we have target selection UI, we have app metadata UI, and then if we have time at the end, we can get a question or two in. So what are we talking about here? We're talking about what makes up a MAUI single project app. So what is single project? So MAUI single project takes the platform-specific development experiences that you typically encounter while developing cross-platform apps. So stuff that you all are probably familiar with, and abstracts those experiences into a single shared project, which can then go and target whatever platforms you'd like. So iOS, macOS, Android, Windows, etc., all of those platforms all at once. And by sharing code between all of the platforms, single project simplifies this development experience for when you are creating those cross-platform apps. So one of the key aims of MAUI here is to enable you to implement as much of your app logic and actually your UI layout as possible within this single code base. So some background, what you're probably used to. If you're coming from a Xamarin Forms background, then you know that if you wanted to have a cross-platform app, then you'd typically have like 3 or 4 projects in your solution, right? You'd have one, which is like your shared project, which has all of your shared code there. And then you'd have sort of like these bootstrapper projects for each of your platforms, right? So you would have maybe one project for Mac, one project for iOS, one project for Android, and these are all referencing your shared project. But you would have to have those separate projects for each of your platforms. And then you'd have to have for each of those projects copies of your images, resources, whatever you might need for each of those platforms. Now, with .NET MAUI, we have the single project approach, where we can manage all of this stuff from one spot, which is super cool. We basically have this space now for shared code, which means that we can put whatever we want into this shared code and it will apply to all the platforms. So this is kind of similar to, in the Xamarin Forms world, having a project that has all of your shared code and everything, but this time it's all done from one project. So you don't have to be managing multiple projects at once, managing all those resources and everything. So .NET MAUI takes advantage of .NET's multi-targeting. So what it does is it actually uses that single project, and that one project can target multiple platforms, all the platforms that you want at once. So we can also still have the ability to add platform-specific code if necessary, and we'll see in most cases it probably will be necessary, but we can still go ahead and add those things in for individual platforms still, and it will only show up for that one platform. So before we go into Visual Studio and actually take a look at single project and poke around a little bit in one of those projects, I just wanted to point out and make clear that if you still want to have those different projects for each of the platforms, you can still totally do that. And in fact, someone can fact check me if this is out of date information, but I believe this is the case that when you're using Upgrade Assistant to upgrade from Xamarin Forms to MAUI, it will still upgrade all of your project files basically in place. So you will still get all of the great MAUI functionality, but it'll be in different projects. So you can still totally do that if you want to maintain separate projects for each of your platforms for whatever reason. So MAUI is not forcing you into this single project paradigm per se. But it allows you to take advantage of the abstraction of multiple platforms into a single spot, which is really cool. So really everyone can do what you want to do here. You can do as you please. We're just trying to give you more options. But if you do a file, new MAUI application, which is just how typically you would start a new MAUI app, you are going to get that single project setup. That is the default setup. And my talk today, I'm going to be trying to convince you why you should want to have this single project setup and why it's essentially the bread and butter of .NET MAUI. So I'm going to walk you through some of these cool features and the benefits that are provided to you by having all your platforms in one place. So let's hop into Visual Studio, take a tour around a single project application. All right, so I have Visual Studio pulled up here already with a MAUI app already open. MAUI app 10, very creatively named. First, I want to take a look at the Solution Explorer and just kind of take a tour around what we have going on here in terms of files. So first, I'll point out the Platforms folder, which is where all of our platform-specific stuff lives. And I will say everything outside of the Platforms folder, so all this other stuff, including the Resource folder and all of this stuff, is all in the shared code space. So you can see these XAML pages here in the shared space. You can create whatever pages and folders you want out here, and that will be in your shared code space. And that's all just in this one project. So if I go and create, say, like a class in here, it'll apply to all of our platforms. Or if we add a new XAML page, it will go to all of them. So this is where we want to write our shared code. Now we still do have the ability to do this platform-specific stuff, and we need to, right? Because at the end of the day, if we're making an app, say we want to target like iOS and Android, Apple and Google are not going to say, just go ahead and send us the Windows XE file, and we're going to do all of the work to be able to translate that into something that iOS and Android can understand. They're not going to do that work for us, right? So we still ultimately have to build an IPA file for iOS, for Android, the AAB file, and then for Windows, that'll still just be our standard XE file. But for all the other platforms, we need kind of like the platform-specific binaries for this, right? So we still need some way for our metadata to actually be in there. So all that is done in the platforms folder. So let's open it up and see what we have going on. So in platforms, we can see all of the supported platforms here. So we have Android, we have iOS, Mac Catalyst, Tizen, and Windows. So under Android, for example, if we open this up, we can see the Android manifest. So that's all the metadata for our Android app. And if we go into iOS, we can see info.plist. That's where all the metadata specific to our iOS lives, right? And then in Windows, we're used to having appx manifest. Right, so we have all of these things here and all of our files for our platform-specific metadata. And also, if you add code into one of these folders, for example, if I were to open up Android here and go and write code in my Android folder, suddenly I'm transported into Android world, right? So I can go in here and I can be using Android namespaces and call in APIs. Or for iOS, if I go in here and I'm writing code in here, all of a sudden I can use UIKit and Foundation, that kind of stuff, right? So you can still write your platform-specific code actually whenever you go into these platform-specific folders. And then you can go and do your abstraction outside the platforms folder and kind of tie it together in that way. So you don't lose any of the power that Xamarin Forms gives us, but we do have the ability to make our lives a lot easier by just having things be shared. So let's go look at the resource folder next. First, I will note, as I mentioned before, platforms folder is the only platform-specific stuff. So this is outside the platforms folder, meaning that resources live in the shared code space. So all of our resources, therefore, will be shared between all of the platforms that our application will support, which is super cool. So if we open it up, we can see all of these subfolders here. In here, we have app icon, fonts, images, which I'll touch on more in just a second. We have raw, which is basically just a generic resource folder. In here, we might have JSON files, video, text file, whatever else. In this case, we have a text file right here. Splash is for our splash screen. And then in styles, we can see our colors.xaml and styles.xaml files. These are basically template files that we provide for you that have sort of like a default style for our application, help you style it and make it look nice. So we can actually take a look in here. This is really cool, especially in a cross-platform app, because MAUI apps use native controls under the hood, which means that for each platform, the app will be using the typical UI controls that you normally see for an app targeting that platform. So on an Android app, you'll have like Android buttons, for example. But on Windows, those will be Windows buttons. So what's really cool about this styles.xaml, we're able to style them exactly the same so that our apps will be practically aesthetically indistinguishable from each other across the platforms, right? So this styles file helps us manage the design of our app, makes everything look pretty, makes it look consistent across the platforms, which is essential in our cross-platform world. You can see that there's theme binding here. So this means that you can define a certain look for light theme and dark theme, and then that will be consistent across the platforms as well. So as I'm sure many of you are familiar, resource management for cross-platform app development has traditionally been pretty problematic. Each platform really has its own approach to managing resources, and then that must be implemented on each platform with whatever separate sizes and requirements there are. So for example, each platform has different image requirements that will typically involve creating multiple versions of each image at those different resolutions. You have it in each of your projects. A single image is going to have to be duplicated multiple times per platform sometimes, with those resulting images having to use different file name and folder conventions for each platform. And you just have to kind of know what those conventions are, unfortunately. This is in the past, before single project at least. So this would be to display, say you have an app that's targeting Android and iOS, and you want to display one image in your app. For iOS, I know there are 3 scale factors. For Android, there can be more, like up to 5, I think. So depending on what you want to show, that's already 8 images that you need to configure separately, have the right resolutions for, the right file name, have it in the correct place just for that one image to show up in your app. So clearly super not ideal. I don't know about you, but I do not like wasting time sitting there converting image files when I could be spending it working on my app and actually being productive. So personally, my favorite feature of single project for MAUI applications is that these assets are now shared between all of the platforms. So one of the most important things I want to point out in resources here, like if we look into this image folder, is that we can see this SVG files. So SVG is definitely the preferred way to add image resources, especially in our cross-platform world. And this is because SVGs, or scalable vector graphics, they're basically images that can be scaled to infinity, which means that they can truly be made to be any resolution possible. And they're not bound to a certain number of pixels in the same way that, say, like a JPEG image would be, where if you were to blow it up really big, it might get super pixelated and ugly. So these SVGs are really, really helpful for us when we are developing cross-platform apps with different image requirements, because at build time, we can now just scale the images from our SVG into all the necessary requirements for iOS, Android, Windows, Mac Catalyst, etc., without doing any of the extra work, or honestly, even being aware of what those requirements might be. It's all handled by a single project now. So with the single project approach, how this works is that resource files are stored in a single location. You can see here where they're stored. And then from that SVG, the images of the required resolutions are generated for each platform only at build time. So not only does this save you a lot of time and stress of having to manage your own resources, but it can also drastically minimize the size of your project. So I just love how MAUI handles resources. So I just had to talk about that for a minute. We just don't have to worry about any of these requirements anymore for each platform. You don't have to manually create the sizes yourself, copy in the right places, all that craziness. We will do that for you. And this is what makes single project so much more productive than before. So we're talking a lot about resources and stuff. All this stuff has to be saved somewhere. So let's hop into the project file to see what this actually looks like for a single project app. I'm going to try to show as much of this as possible. I want it to be big enough that we can see. Cool, so let's check out what's in here for a single project. First, we can see target frameworks, which is just a list of the targets that you can or want to support with your app. And again, this is basically just taking advantage of .NET multi-targeting capability. So we can go ahead and edit this from the project file. For example, if we, let's say we don't want to support Android, we can just take that out, remove it from the list of target frameworks, and then now our app will not support Android, and all the Android stuff is gone. We can't use it. For the sake of this demo, I'm going to stick it back in there because I do want to support Android. But we can edit directly from the project file, or there's also UI in the project properties, which I will show in a few minutes. That makes this super easy to do. So we then can see, well, first let me point out, this app is targeting iOS, Mac Catalyst, Android, and Windows. We don't see Windows here. It's a little bit tricky. It's kind of hiding down here. We have this separate Windows target, which has this condition on it, basically saying that Windows apps can only be built on Windows machines. So it's just a little tricky little condition. That's why it's not in here. But Windows is being targeted with this app. And then we have Tizen here as well. Since this is a newer platform, not everyone is going to want to be targeting it or will have the workloads installed for it. So we have it currently commented out. Go ahead and uncomment it, and you will also be targeting Tizen. So then we can see basically some other stuff that just needs to be here. We have output type, we have root namespace, we have use MAUI is set to true, which obviously we're in a MAUI app, makes sense. And we can see here that single project is set to true. So this is what enables the single project approach, and which I mentioned before, you can still get MAUI functionality without single project being enabled. So you can still get IntelliSense, Hot Reload, all the other like beautiful MAUI features, but just without your app being architected in this single project way. But then you won't get the cool new single project functionality. So I definitely recommend having this set to true. That's kind of the default here. Again, if you do a MAUI new application, you will get single project set to true by default. So this is the typical experience. Next, we have display name and all this app metadata here. So here we can set the display name for our app once, and then that will be added to our platform-specific metadata. So like our Android manifest, info.plist for iOS without doing any extra work. So I've very creatively named my app McKenna's MAUI app. This now is going to be in all of our app metadata. So we can just put it here once and we'll put it in the right place for you during like when you start compiling for all the separate platforms. Same thing from app ID. This is basically the app ID, and here's a GUID that we need for our app to work. And then same for application display version and application version. So all of this stuff, all this metadata is basically stuff that you need for one platform or another. And we can manage this now just in one place. So we actually have some really nice UI for this in the project properties page. So let's jump over there and take a look at what that actually looks like. So if I go ahead and right click on the project, go to properties, I'm interested in MAUI shared. So we have these lovely MAUI shared properties, and you can see these are the same fields that we were just looking at in the CS proj file. So we have application title, app ID, display version, all the same stuff, and we can see all the same values in there. So you can edit it directly from the CS proj file, but we also now, for most of these things, have UI for it. This next little bit right here is basically, it's kind of connected to our target frameworks. We are saying for each platform, what versions do we want to be supported? So here we're able to define what the supported OS versions are here. So if we want to have a minimum version requirement or standard target, we can define that here. There's also UI for that in the project properties page, which I will show in just a minute. So let's next take a look at what all of our resources and everything that we were just talking about actually look like when we put those things into a project file. So let's take a look at this item group right here, these guys. So here we can see our item group with some of our resources and stuff. The first thing we see is MAUI icon. So this MAUI icon is going to be the icon for our MAUI app, and this points to our app icon.svg. So if we actually go in here, we can see exactly where it's pointing to. Then we have this foreground file, which is basically just a piece that Android needs to be able to animate correctly, and then this color. And let's note that since these are SVGs right here, that means that we can scale to whatever size icon we might need in the same way that we talked about just previously. So we are able to generate for you the app icon just from these three items right here for all platforms, just from this one line of code. So this one line of code is going to create what you see on your iPhone home screen, on your Android home screen, on your computer desktop, wherever you see the app icon. It makes it super easy to make one for all platforms at once. And it's the same with splash screen. You have background color, you have your simple splash, which again, you can see over here. And the beauty with this is that we don't have to create an activity now on Android or a storyboard on iOS. It'll all just be there for all our platforms from this one line of code, which is super, super cool. Another neat thing to notice is this notation right here. If you've looked at other CS proj files, especially like Xamarin Forms ones, you were probably used to seeing lists and lists of files that have to be included here. So we've introduced in .NET MAUI this new asterisk wildcard notation. So you can just say resources/images/star, and it will add all of your images inside that folder to this MAUI image as we've defined. In this case, because we need to use a MAUI image type so that we can resize in the way that we've talked about. For fonts, you can see this one, it's the same way. If you don't want to worry about this notation here, you don't have to worry about it because mostly single project will be able to figure this all out for you on its own. You just drop your fonts in the resources folder and we will figure out the rest for you automatically. So you can actually see more about configuring your fonts in here in our generic host builder, configure fonts. So this is really cool. You can just manage your fonts this way as well. You just put your font file here once. You can see here we have Open Sans regular, Open Sans semi-bold, and we will figure it out for you and put it where it needs to be, right? So you can still also do the same thing for raw assets or any sort of files you might need here. Maybe you need to add some sort of database file that you want to initialize on the user's device. So you can stick it here and do it directly from your application. So we can go and say like builder.services and actually go and add whatever we want here. So we can go, oops, that was not what I wanted to do. We can go ahead and add a singleton, add transient. You can go and add, hook up some logging here or do Blazor Web View or whatever you need to do here, which is super cool. So dependency injection is now built in as well. You can just register all here. It's set up with these extension methods, so you can just basically hook into the builder here, and you'll know this pattern if you're coming from another project type. This is just a convenient way to use the builder pattern that's used across other .NET workloads. And we already have loads of third-party libraries that are hooking into this. If you're installing the .NET MAUI Community Toolkit, we have this initialization line of use MAUI Community Toolkit, and then boom, it's initialized, you're ready to go. Super easy. This is just another way we've tried to make cross-platform development just so much easier for everybody. And I know we're coming up on time here, but I do want to show one more really exciting piece of UI that we have. So I'm going to take us back to the project properties. We were in MAUI shared. I want to go up to application and actually check out the target framework UI. So here we can see this user interface where we're actually able to see at a glance what targets we are targeting with this application. So if we look at our CS proj, we can see what we're targeting here. It matches up with what we see in the properties. And the cool thing here is that we can just go ahead and toggle these. So we have this toggle button where we can switch on and off whether we want to target for a specific platform. And then we can go and choose the versions. So here I can choose, like, if I only want to target for iOS 15, for example, or if I only want to be able to target a minimum iOS framework. So if I go ahead and uncheck one of these, for example, Android, say I don't want to target Android anymore, I can uncheck this. And if we watch the side here, Android has now disappeared from this tree. We no longer have access to those. Well, we have access to, but we can't see anymore in the UI, at least, the Android specific properties. And then if we go into our CS proj, we'll now see that Android has magically disappeared from this target frameworks list. If we want it back, we can go ahead and check it back. Boom, it's back. And we'll see it back in our list. So this makes it so easy to target your applications to exactly the platforms and versions that you want. So this really is the magic of .NET MAUI single project, right? One code base, all these different operating systems and devices, Windows, Mac, Android, and iOS, all with .NET and C#. So that's pretty much it for now. Back to you, James.
Awesome. Thank you so much, McKenna. The single project and all the amazing things are one of my favorite parts of .NET MAUI. In fact, every single part is my favorite part of .NET MAUI. A question for you here. You were going through some of those resources. Luis here was asking about the SVG files. Can you talk about how that works and like how developers can use SVGs in their .NET MAUI apps?
Sure, yeah. So SVG files are basically image files that are backed by XML. So instead of a JPEG where it's based on pixels, it's actually based in code, and it uses vector graphics. So it's basically using vectors and shapes that can be scaled to infinity instead of using images that use a predetermined number of pixels. The beauty of these SVG files is that we just need one per image or resource or asset, whatever you're trying to show, instead of having to go and do all of the crazy business of figuring out what file type you need, what the standard resolutions are, and you have to manage also all those file names and figuring out where they need to go. So it's very complicated. The beauty of the SVG is that we just have it in one spot, and single project handles for you all of the resource management. So it does all of that resizing for you at build for each of the platforms. So it makes it super easy to just have this one SVG per image, and then everything else is handled for you. So that's actually one of my favorite parts of .NET MAUI single project. I'm very happy that we have these SVGs, and this is kind of just the standard way of doing image resource management for cross-platform development.
I really love it as well because when I'm in Figma or other design applications, I can just export them and boom, good to go. Well, thank you so much,
Right.
McKenna. That is going to be it for questions from here. And of course, you can always follow up with McKenna and the entire team on Twitter with #.NETConf, where you can ask your questions live. Now, before we get to our next session, I want to make sure that you know you can get sweet .NET MAUI stickers. Look at it, zoom in. Wow, Ryan's so good. And these other ones too, which our design team came up as well. Phew. You can get these by going over to our slides over here because we have 2 challenges going on. The Cloud Skills Challenge, where you can learn from the beginning building awesome desktop and mobile apps with .NET MAUI, aka.ms/MAUI/cloud challenge. Additionally, if you are already building some applications or screens or some widgets, you want to share your beautiful UI with the world, we have the Beautiful UI Challenge going on. Simply submit your Cloud Skill Challenge or Beautiful UI, and you will get a sticker pack. I'm sending them from my house. I have hundreds upon thousands of stickers to give you around the world. All right, now of course, as always, you can go on to Twitter, ask questions, share your stickers, share your beautiful UI, absolutely anywhere with us. The team would love to see it. Use #.NETMAUI, #.NETConf to ask your questions live. Now, McKenna went through all that amazing single project stuff, talking about sharing resources, sharing so much more. And we had Blazor Hybrid before that, talking about how you can share web components with your .NET MAUI applications between web, desktop, and mobile. Now, a lot of questions come in. What's the best way of sharing code across all of my applications? Maybe I have some older applications or other applications that are built in different frameworks. How do I share code efficiently between all of them? And Sam is going to break it all down in his session next. Over to you, Sam.
All right. Thank you so much, James. And well, wherever you are, folks, wherever you're tuning in from, thank you for joining us. This has already been such an amazing day. So much of .NET MAUI love. Let's keep it going. So we're going to do code reuse with .NET MAUI, look at a whole bunch of things. 30 minutes is not a lot of time, so I'm going to try to maybe set up the stage in the first few minutes, and then I want to show you as many things as I can. It's going to get a little messy, but we're going to try having a little fun. So I'm Sam. I work as a developer advocate at Progress Software. Hopefully you know us for some of the things we do to make developers a little bit more successful. But let's talk about .NET MAUI. These are some things that I want you to take away. First thing is there is no barrier to entry for you to get into .NET MAUI. Tooling is awesome now, and you can really share a lot of code across all of these platforms. Blazor with .NET MAUI is an amazing story, and JavaScript is also welcome too, which we'll look at. But the point is you can actually think about modernizing and migrating your apps from maybe Xamarin Forms or maybe WPF, or maybe you're doing some other Blazor stuff with web, maybe you're doing some Angular or React. How can they all kind of live together? So let's kind of dive into just really quickly what the promise is, and hopefully by this time you are all as excited about .NET MAUI. It's been 3.5 years in making. MAUI has been out since May, so things are really coming along, and we are sitting on top of a very unified .NET, which I think is an incredible story, and it's going to keep getting better with .NET 7. So these are some of my favorite things with .NET MAUI. I'm sure you have seen variations of this, but the true cross-platform approach, going native with top-notch UI and performance on every platform, mobile and desktop, that's amazing. The fact that you just had a single project and that we are sharing resources across all of these different platforms, that's amazing. To be able to get to those platform APIs easily, from just about any C# or Blazor code. That's nice. And then the whole handler architecture, how we are rendering the UI and sharing our code, and how we are customizing our controls, that's beautiful. And then Blazor, of course, works so much better. And then the ecosystem is really coming along for .NET MAUI. There are amazing community toolkits. I'm a little biased. I work for Progress, the Telerik UI for .NET MAUI, but there's so much else UI. So pick something that works for you and your app, so you're more productive. Now, we're going to talk about Blazor quite a bit. So I love Blazor. I've seen it from the early days. I'm not an expert, but Blazor is amazing, be it server-side with like a SignalR bridge, keeping it the DOM between the server and the client going, or completely client-side with WebAssembly. It's a beautiful story. Yes, you can do progressive web apps with Blazor. You can do Electron with Blazor, but MAUI is particularly well suited with Blazor, because guess what? Blazor and .NET MAUI run on the same exact runtime. So that's .NET 6 and .NET 7. So when you put Blazor and MAUI together, you can really share a lot of code. So maybe you are already building web applications with Blazor. It's an existing project, it's a big project. How do you now bring in .NET MAUI and start sharing the same exact components, same routing all across between web, desktop, and mobile? So it is a good story. And reusability, I think, is key. As we are getting excited about all the new and cool things, maybe the reality for a lot of enterprises is you have to maintain apps that's running your business. So that's WinForms, that's WPF, and a lot of other things. So what I'm trying to say is maybe the two things here on the right, Blazor and .NET MAUI, can bring your code bases forward so you can have more sanity. Maybe you're doing like APIs with ASP.NET. All of that can be brought over. And then if you have investments in JavaScript, Angular, React, Vue, that can actually also feel a little bit more welcome as well. So look at that, 3 to 4 minutes, and I am done with slides. Let's look at some code. Like I said, things might fail a little left or right, but we'll have a little fun, okay? Let's start with .NET MAUI and where things are. Actually, I'm going to take you a step back. So let's actually go into Visual Studio. I'm on a Mac here. I will also run Windows. This is actually Xamarin Forms. So this might be the present reality for a lot of folks, 4.8 or 5. And maybe you're just considering moving things towards .NET MAUI. There is quite a bit of help, and the whole migration is not difficult at all, coming from Xamarin Forms to .NET MAUI. So let's take a quick look at how things were in Xamarin Forms and where some of the key changes are. So this is a Xamarin Forms typical solution. I got my .NET standard library, which is shared, and I can have iOS and Android and Windows. I only have iOS here because that's all I'm running. The app starts out with a simple main page, and then in my main page, I actually have all of these UI components which are abstracted. So they know how to render native things on iOS or Android, but I'm just writing XAML or C#. Here I have an entry, but then I actually want to customize the entry. So an entry is essentially a text box. What if I wanted to change that a little bit? So here's my custom entry. And I'm just essentially extending that to make sure the background color is green, because why would you not want to have a green text box, right? So with that, I can just use that in my UI markup. And let's go ahead and run this. This one looks like it's running on iPhone 13. So we're going to quickly spin that up. So essentially, this is Xamarin Forms right now as it stands. And .NET MAUI is also out, but I'm showing you maybe this is where you are right now with Xamarin Forms. So this is a cold start. It's going to take a second for it to come up. But essentially, it should give us one entry, which is the regular entry, which is abstracted, and it's going to be white. And then I should have my custom entry, because I love a green text box, which is this one here, right? So this is how we quickly customize things, and this should work across all platforms. But what if I wanted to do something platform specific? So this is now I am in my iOS project, and what I have here is that same custom iOS, the entry field, but I have a little bit of code here. So I'm going to open this up, and what I'm doing here is bringing in what's called a custom renderer. So I'm extending, but now I'm customizing it for a specific platform. And you can see I'm going a little bit into iOS here, bringing out a UI color from Apple's developer ecosystem, and we're just trying to render that. So let's go ahead and run that same project again. And now I should not see green, because now I'm rendering it special for iOS. I should see some other color. Let's pull up my thing here. That's purple, right? So this is what we do right now, and you're fine to do this, except, and in fact, like for something so simple like this, you don't even need a custom renderer. You're fine with effects or behaviors or other things. But the more complex controls, this is how you start out, customizing things. And this gets a little complicated, as you start building more complex controls. You want an easier way to tap into, the native stack. And essentially, this line of code leads to what's called assembly scanning. So we want better performance coming out of .NET MAUI. So let's take a look at how .NET MAUI will do that. And I'm going to show you various IDEs and command line. Command line makes it a little quicker for me to switch up projects. So let's try that. So I'm going to be here in my command line, and let's look at this thing called MAUI customization. All right, and I'm going to bring up VS Code here because I have it on my path, It's just quick and easy for me to bring up. So this is a standard .NET MAUI project, and all the things that you saw, the shared projects, the platform-specific stuff, the shared resources, that's all here, which is nice. Now here in my main page.xaml, let me bump up my fonts here a little bit. So here's my entry, and that's the entry I want to customize. So my first approach is go into appxaml.cs, which is where things start up, and I have hooks into how the handlers are wired up, the mapping between the handlers and what native UI control to render. I don't even have to do anything custom. I can just step in with some conditional checks to say, if I'm on iOS, I don't actually want to use the handler. I would rather actually want to customize that a little bit, give it a green text box. So with that, I can actually run this really quick, and I'm going to pull up the same .NET build now on iOS. So it's going to spin up a build here. And the the default simulator with .NET MAUI ends up being, a Mac or the iPad simulator a lot of times. So that's what it's, pulling up. So we'll give it a second. I can actually close out the iPhone one. And this is also a cold start, so it takes a second, and then it's up and running. So this should give us a .NET MAUI project with that green text box that I was looking for, right? So nice and easy. But I don't want to do that, for every platform. What if I want to customize a little bit more? So here in my MAUI program.cs, which is my app, kind of getting bootstrapped. Yes, we have the .NET, generic build holder, the builder. So that's all very nice. And I can just say, use MAUI compatibility. So this is where, let's say you already have some investments into Xamarin Forms. Maybe you have built some custom renderers that you're trying to migrate over to .NET MAUI, but you're not quite ready yet. Yes, you want to utilize the handlers, but for best performance, but you're not quite ready yet. So you don't have to. You can actually bring over your custom renderers from Xamarin Forms and render them just fine in MAUI. So what I'm doing here is, again, for iOS only, we are saying, don't use the handler. I already have our entry renderer. I would rather like to use that, which is actually the default renderer. So when I go back in here and I run that same app on iOS, now you should not see the green, the text box. Now you should rather see the white generic entry field, which should come up in just a second. So while that's coming up, if you are on Xamarin Forms today and you are looking to move to .NET MAUI, there is a lot of help. It is a simple move. You have to swap around some namespaces. Otherwise, most of your code moves right along. That's my generic entry renderer, which comes from Xamarin Forms. So it's perfectly usable. So I wanted to point out, so there is some help here migrating from Xamarin Forms. There are some simple namespace updates you have to do, and make sure your NuGet packages are compatible with .NET 6. Otherwise, it's a simple .NET Framework to .NET SDK style project, and then everything just kind of falls in place. As much as the single project is nice, you're actually not forced to use it in .NET MAUI. You can still stick to the multiple projects if that's what you want to do. And then .NET Upgrade Assistant is coming along nicely. You'll notice that this is how you get started. Now it does say Xamarin Forms to MAUI, so it'll try to get you most of the way across, but some little things you might have to still do manually by hand. But again, that's been worked on. So Xamarin Forms or any XAML investments are very nice and welcome in .NET MAUI. Let's actually look at some other code here. So I'm going to go out here and clear this out. And let's see. The next one I want to do is MAUI chat. So this is going to be a simple SignalR powered real-time chat application like a Hello World, right? So let's quickly kill that and bring up this project here. So I have a simple hosted solution that's sitting in Azure that just relays messages back and forth. This is a .NET MAUI app, and all that I'm doing here is utilizing this particular SignalR client, and then I can actually read app info, device info, all of those device APIs that are right there and ready for me to use from C#, from Blazor, as we'll see. So I can tap into my backend and be ready to receive messages and also send messages. So here's my backend. Let me go quickly to the browser here, and here's my backend, and it's super simple little web app that just does chat. We'll give it a second to come up here. And here's the app, and I can just say, web said hi, and I can do send, and it's really quick, it's real time. And here's my .NET MAUI app now. Let's fire this up. Why don't we also do iOS? And I can also do a Mac Catalyst build. I can do an Android build. The multi-targeted system is really nice with .NET MAUI. So it's coming up here, and we'll give it a second for my iPad simulator to come up here. Notice that it will actually pull up the app name and the exact device type that I'm on, and I can hit send, and it's going to say, hey, MAUI chat said this. So go back to my browser, that's my MAUI chat. So I got a .NET client, which is .NET MAUI here, just with a single NuGet package coming in and utilizing, or talking to that backend. Now, let me take you over to Windows here. Here, I am running Visual Studio on Windows, and I actually have a WPF app. And don't be like me. This is exactly the same code that we had in .NET MAUI, exactly the same NuGet package, and we are just tapping into that same backend, right? So I can run this just fine on WPF or WinForms or anything else. The UI is not fancy because it's just super simple here. I just want to say WPF said hello and do a send. And you see that right there. And let's back out and go back to our web app, and that's my MAUI chat and WPF saying hello. So what I'm trying to tell you is this piece of code, reusable, that's .NET, and you can share it across .NET MAUI, WinForms, all of the .NETs. It's a .NET standard library at that point, so you can really nicely share code between all of the .NETs. So that makes it nice and easy. All right, let's switch gears here a little bit. I am going to go into Blazor, because Blazor is exciting, right? So let's go over here. And let's stop this one here and come down here. And I'm doing command line. You don't have to. I am just a little bit of a command line, aficionado. So let's go into what I'm going to call MAUI Blazor. Okay. So we are going to pull up code again. And let's close this other one. Now this one is the standard .NET MAUI with Blazor solution, except for this is not just XAML and C#. Here we have pages, and here we have like the shared resources, which are Razor views, and www has CSS, and all types of images and all the things. It is Blazor running inside of .NET MAUI. Now with that same SignalR client being brought in, I can actually go into my main page.xaml. Now it's rendering a web view. So exactly .NET code, but not the UI is not .NET. Now the UI is Blazor, and I can share this code very, very nicely. Here's my chat room. Now in Blazor, instead of just some XAML, I do have some div tags. I have some HTML markup, and then I have the same .NET code that I used to reach out to my endpoint and talk to that. So let me pull up one more window before I actually run this app, because I want to show you one more thing that is really nice. So let's bump this up, and we are going to go into this project one more time, and we're going to look at something called minimal APIs, right? And before we do that, we're just going to do a .NET run. So we run the backend, so I can hit that from my Blazor app. It's going to do a build. All right. All right, now it's up. So it's a little minimal API running on localhost, right? So I can go to localhost, what was it, 4197, I think. Let's go back here and take a look quickly. 7197, okay. So 7197, I have, sure, I should have said always allow. All right, because it's using HTTPS. So here is my, hello world. That's my API. Now it's running on localhost, but I can hit that from, any .NET MAUI app. I can hit that from Blazor app. It does not matter. So here, I'm actually going to do a Mac Catalyst build, trying to show you Blazor with .NET MAUI on Mac Catalyst. So I think I have it somewhere here. If not, there you go. So Mac Catalyst, I'm just switching up where the target endpoint is, or where the target framework or runtime is. So out comes Mac Catalyst application. This is .NET MAUI. It's completely native, but then the inside of it is all Blazor Web View. It's all Blazor. So here I can go to the API, and you can see that I'm pulling back a certain API call. This is the same call. I'm actually hitting localhost, and then here is my chat room. So I can come in here, and I can say Blazor said hello here as well. I can see chat room picking up on the URL. So Blazor said hello. Let's go back in here. My backend is still up. That's my Blazor said hello, right? So similar code, but this one the UI is Blazor, which makes it nice for me to share. And the one quick thing here to note is since I am running on Mac, I am running on the native platform, so I can hit localhost directly. Had I been doing this, from iOS or Android, I have to kind of go through a bridge because localhost, iOS and Android simulators are different VMs on their own. So really nice story when it comes to sharing code between .NET MAUI and Blazor and WPF and all the cool things. So let's close off a few things and let's actually look at Blazor doing some native things and then also sharing code between Blazor and MAUI a little bit better. All right, so I'm going to close down a whole bunch of things that I don't need anymore, but let me take you to a different spot. So I want to go into what's called MAUI, for me at least, MAUI, if I can type, native Blazor. All right, so it's one thing to say Blazor is welcome now to build native apps with, for iOS or Android. What kind of native things can you do? Turns out just about everything. So let's kill that, and I want to go in here. So now this is the same exact Blazor project that I showed you, but now it's trying to do a few more native things. So first thing is, let's go ahead and run this. And we are going to run this on iOS because we do want to see some of the native things working. So we do a build. And we wait for the simulator to come up. And while it's coming up, let me show you the code here. All right. VS Code, where did that go? There you go, that window. So I can read my app info, I can read device display, I can read all types of orientation, all types of very native things from inside of an index.razor view. This is index.razor, this is a Blazor code. And I don't even need to do the MAUI essentials, now it's all baked into .NET MAUI. And I can also read what connection our device is on, and I can say you're on Wi-Fi. So let's see if my device did boot up here. So let's try to zoom in here a little bit. Here's the same Blazor app, but now when I say show native info, it says, hey, this is my app name. You're running on portrait mode with this resolution. And I can switch to landscape and it'll do the thing. Now let's go into fetch data here. This is the weather forecast thing where the weather forecast is kind of native to this, but I can actually read the user's location, geolocation, that much easier. And it's going to prompt me and then try to come back with something once the user does allow. So here's my geolocation code, which is, your info plist needs to be there, declaring to the user that you're about to use geolocation. And then here is my, let's see where my fetch data is. One line of code, get geolocation, and it's up and running. Right, next thing is, if I go into the counter component here, oh, looks like my Blazor here app is having a little issue, so we'll come back to that. Let's see if I can relaunch this. Or, okay, we'll skip that, but essentially what I'm trying to do is I can read and write to and from my file system, which is on iOS and which is on Android. I don't need to know exactly how I'm doing it, because .NET MAUI, it kind of abstracts all of that for you. I'm writing to preferences, and I can write to, file system with secure storage with encryption if I wanted to, so that's nice. Let's actually switch gears to Blazor and MAUI kind of working a little bit closer together. All right, so let's go over here. And I'm going to step out here, clear that. And in fact, I can pull this up in Visual Studio. Let's do Blazor everywhere. So let's just say you have a Blazor project right now, which is for the web. And now you just want to show up on native land with desktop and mobile. How do you share code? So you don't have to restart everything. It's not realistic for you to build your Blazor project with, inside of your or .NET MAUI project with Blazor inside of it. You would much rather have Blazor separate. So here's a Visual Studio solution. You can do this by hand. Right now you can, maybe eventually templates will come along. So here I have a few projects. This is my Blazor WebAssembly project. This is my shared, server-side project, and I'm using it with ASP.NET hosted. And then I have Blazor for native, which is essentially my .NET MAUI project. And Blazor and .NET MAUI are actually now sharing code with this extra library called shared UI. So what I have to do in my shared resources and in my Blazor project is kind of have those references in place. And then here's my app.razor. The only thing I'm doing here is in my Blazor project, which is the client side here, you'll notice that I don't have pages, I don't have shared, because I want those to live in that shared repo and have it shared between .NET MAUI and Blazor. So all I have to do is point it to this other assembly, which is my shared code, and I have to point it to my main layout, so it knows how to boot up my first component. With that, everything else is the same. This is my Blazor, and I can point it to specific CSS or JavaScript files if I wanted to. And here's my main layout. No differences here. It's just sitting, instead of being in the Blazor project or in the .NET MAUI project, it's just sitting in my shared project, so which is really nice. So let's go ahead and fire this up really quickly. And I'm watching my time here. I got 9 more minutes and a few more things to show you. Let's see if I can go a little quicker. This is running on localhost, so I am going to pull up localhost 5000. Here's my Blazor app. It's way too big here. But you can see that I'm running on Blazor, but I'm not using the main layout within my Blazor project. It's saying, hey, I'm running on my browser. I do get window dimensions, which I'll get to, and everything else is kind of shared, which is really nice. And I can pause this, and I can quickly get to this really quick. So let's see. I go back up here, and I can go into my projects, and I can go into Blazor everywhere. And let's see, what do we have here? We have native, so that's the one we want to be launched from inside my project here. Let's see if I can type there, and now we can launch this inside, let's say, Mac Catalyst. There. So now, same exact project. I just have the Blazor things sitting on a shared repo. And now you're going to get a Mac Catalyst application. Now it does say, hey, I'm running on Mac Catalyst. Exactly it's the same Blazor view. And now it's saying, hey, I'm running on Mac Catalyst, and that's my window dimension. Now this is a native app, but exactly the same views is what we are using. And the trick to that, a lot of times, is going to come down to how you share and how you structure your code. So for example, here in my shared services, I only have an interface. I want to do specific things like get me the platform name, get me the window dimensions, but I want to do different code for Blazor and .NET MAUI. And the actual implementations can live inside these other projects. So here in my .NET MAUI project, platform info is super simple because I can tap directly into the device info, get the platform name, I can get the width and the height. But for Blazor, I can actually go to JavaScript and get that same information here. So if I go into my services, here's my platform info. Now it's saying, browser, since I'm already running on the browser, but to get the dimensions of my window, I actually have to go talk to JavaScript. And we had a question about this before. There is a little bit of a bridge between JavaScript and .NET. Here's my browser service, and all I'm doing here is bringing in IJS and looping it in with the interop, and then I can call this get dimensions JavaScript file from inside my Blazor code, and that only comes in when it's running on the browser through my Blazor app. So if you're using other things like Angular or React, this might be your hook to bring in that interop and let Angular or React or Blazor talk directly to .NET MAUI if you wanted to. So really good story here. Now let me talk about one more thing here, maybe 2 more things. I have 4 minutes is what I'm going to steal, maybe a minute from James for some Q&A. Let's talk about one other project type here. I'm going to step out. And let's go to CLI projects one more time. And I'm going to go into what's called MAUI Angular. Now you can kind of see where I'm going with this, right? So let's pull up this code base here. And this is essentially, let's just say you have Angular, right, as a web app. And now you're saying, hey, I can do web views with Blazor. Can I not bring that in? And the answer is yes. So this is the classic web view, Blazor web view. And this is a MAUI Blazor project. Nothing has changed about this. All we are doing is not letting it go find the main, the first Blazor component. Instead, we're going to say we already have components, because this is essentially coming from an Angular CLI project, ng new, and then ng serve your Angular project. That's all is welcome. So here's my Angular CLI project. And let me bump up the fonts here. In my distribution folder, I have already built this with ng build with some production configuration. I can take all of this. This is pre-compiled JavaScript, CSS, it's all welcome. And I can just drop this into my .NET MAUI app, which is right here. In my www root, instead of using the Blazor index HTML, I'm pointing it to the Angular index HTML, which is right here. It's nice and flattened out. So I can pull this up with, let's do another Mac build. Right, so this is Angular, pre-compiled, just running inside of .NET MAUI, and this might be your quickest, way to bring in, Angular, and you still have those JavaScript interop hooks to talk to .NET MAUI if you absolutely must from Angular code. So this works, and any custom components that you might have, maybe you're using some Candy UI, that's welcome too. All of your Blazor and your Angular and your React, all of your web components work just fine within .NET MAUI. Now, since we did talk about Angular, it's unfair to not talk about something else. So let's quickly show you MAUI React, and the name kind of gives you away what it is that I'm doing. I'm not going to pull up the code base, but we can just do a straight up build, a Mac Catalyst build here. And what you will notice is this is ng create a React application. with all the code base, and I can do a build, and it's pre-compiled. Now I can just show it inside of my .NET MAUI app. And any custom React components, that's welcome too. In fact, we did some experiments where all of our theoretic Blazor UI, that's working just fine within WPF, within WinForms, within .NET MAUI. It's a great story. And looks like I'm a little running out of time here, but I would love to reach out to me on Twitter. I would love to show you more examples of where all of this web technologies are now so much welcome and running natively with .NET MAUI on all of these different platforms. So I'm going to stop right here, James, because I think we might have a few questions along the way.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Sam, and showing off all the different ways of sharing code with .NET MAUI and web and so much more. A good question here. You definitely answered it, but I want you to answer it one more time from Shannon. Can a component built for Blazor server-side be used in Blazor Hybrid applications?
Yeah, the answer is absolutely yes. So your Blazor components can be WebAssembly or server-side. They don't matter as long as it's clean HTML and you're not using anything very specific to a particular browser. It is just Blazor, and it is all very welcome. The web view does not care. You give it a component with routing, you give it a starting component, and then it will do the routing. It will render all of it. A web view is essentially a giant web browser without the frills, so it will do all of your JavaScript and all of your Blazor just fine.
Awesome. One question here. We used to use .NET standard libraries, but now we're kind of talking about just using .NET 6 libraries. Can you talk about some of the advantages, back and forth, when you might need to still use a .NET standard library to share code, or go all in on like a new .NET 6 library?
I'm still a big fan of .NET Standard. I think that is kind of an easy way for us to share code between all of the .NETs. Maybe you're doing IoT, maybe you're doing WPF or WinForms. That still is the way to share code. But if you're moving onto the newer platforms like .NET 6 and .NET 7, all of these things will essentially run on the same runtime. I can take a Windows or a WPF or a WinForms application, run it on .NET 6, run it on .NET 7. At that point, it is all .NET. So it doesn't matter how you're doing it. Just abstract away all of your business logic into reusable libraries, and then just add those references into MAUI, into WPF, into Blazor.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Sam. And like Jeremy says, he's hypnotized by Sam's presentation. No screenshots, just live code. Absolutely love it. And don't forget, over here, David just tweeted about that source code from the keynote today. You can go to github.com/.net/MAUI-samples. It's there. You can go and check it out in the pull requests. And it's always awesome to see all of the amazing components and ecosystem coming out. So if you're building libraries, doing things, definitely share it with #.NETConf. This is great from one of our sponsors, GrailKit, talking about GrailKit UI for demoing that application as well. And as Sam showed off, the Telerik UI and so many amazing things coming over here. The last thing I want to talk about before we go to our next session over here is Learn Live. Let's go to my slides over here. And if you're looking to get started with .NET MAUI, you can join myself and my good friend Matt Sokup from our Cloud Advocate team that will take you on a 7-week journey from start to finish learning .NET MAUI and all of the amazing things that you can do. You can go and do save the dates and register at aka.ms/MAUI/learn live. All right, next up is probably one of my favorite topics. In fact, every single topic today is my favorite topic, which is all about doing online and offline data synchronization for your mobile and desktop applications. And one of my best friends in the entire world, Luce Carter, is here from across the globe to take it away. Over to you, Luce.
Thanks, James. I'm super pumped to be here, to be honest. So this is really exciting. I was actually involved in one of the .NET Conf focus events before on Xamarin, but I was talking about Xamarin for ASP.NET Core developers. But you were actually the one that asked me to speak, James, at that event. So this is super cool that you get to hand over to me today. So I'm really excited. So as you mentioned, we're going to be talking about mobile databases. And I'm going to take you, hopefully, from zero to mobile database hero in 30 minutes. I'm Luce Carter. You can catch me on Twitter at LuceCarter1. And I'm a developer advocate at MongoDB. So I really live and breathe databases. Before I get started, though, I want to tell you a story. And this is the story of how I was actually inspired to give this talk and what made me think about putting this talk together. And like many good things in a developer life, it all started with a tweet. Back in June, I sent out a tweet that said, developers of Twitter, when someone says mobile database to you, what pops into your head? Now, as I mentioned, I'm a developer advocate at MongoDB, but in fact, very specifically, I work on the content team. And day to day, my job is to put together articles and tutorials for our .com website and realm.io, where we talk about mobile databases and anything you could think of. But when we do our content for .com and Realm, it's driven by an SEO initiative where we have third-party agencies that come to us and give us the keywords and a brief that just helps us make sure that we write the best content for you. But when I was writing this mobile databases article, some of the keywords that popped up, like data lake and data warehouse, I was a bit like, when I'm writing a mobile database article, data lake and data warehouse is not what pops into my head. So I thought, hey, I know, I'll ask Twitter. And those of you watching, you're probably having the same situation where you're sat there and you've got some words pop into your head. So I bet you that responses are going to be very similar to what you're going to see here. We've got SQLite, Oliver added sync issues, SQLite, SQLite PCL, and obviously Proclarum, aka Frank Kruger, absolute legend, and his SQLite.NET libraries that we've all known and loved. And so, as you can see, there's a bit of a pattern here. And do you know what? Actually, I can kind of understand the pattern, because if we take a step back to look at my own history with databases, you'll find a similar pattern that you might recognize. So it started way back in 2009 when I went to further education college here in the UK, and I first started learning Microsoft SQL. Then in 2010, I went to university where we started to learn Oracle SQL, and I had this big fat textbook we had to work through where I learned all about joins and all those complicated things. Then in 2015, while I was working as a graduate at the Japanese IT firm Fujitsu, I first learned about the open source SQL library Postgres, or PostgreSQL as I discovered by the founder, it's pronounced, the other week. BBC, a first taste of cloud-hosted software as a service, or SaaS, and more specifically, database as a service with Amazon's RDS, or relational database system. Spotted the pattern? Yep, nothing but SQL and relational databases all the way. But in 2021, on the 1st of June specifically, I started my dream job as a developer advocate at MongoDB. And I actually learned all about our products, the document database model, and the MongoDB's wider developer data platform. And I realized that actually, hey, SQL and relational databases are not the only way. And so, we're at this point here in 2021. And if we actually think about where the world was in 2021, what you'll probably think of most of all is one of these. In the height of 2021, we were all stuck in the lockdowns and pandemic, and so mobile apps were becoming more and more common, and we were just using them constantly to communicate with our loved ones. So mobile experiences are expected but difficult to deliver. Today, mobile impacts every industry. Whether we're looking to order groceries, maybe look for our next house, schedule a doctor's appointment, try to do some banking, whatever it is, we can confidently say that good old phrase, hey, there's an app for that. And the pandemic did nothing but accelerate this trend. And in fact, a record number of new apps were released in app stores in 2021. But if we actually go back as far as 2020, BCG said that 70% of these digital transformation initiatives normally linked to mobile app creation will fail. And imagine this number now after the app surge of 2021. So it's as important as ever to consider a good app experience. Successful apps need to meet modern user expectations. And this kind of, when you think about what a good app experience is for a user, it kind of boils down to three basic fundamentals. A fast, reactive UI. The UI needs to update accordingly. The app needs to be stable. We need it to not crash, because frankly, if it's crashing a lot, our users are just going to stop using it. It needs to have reliable real-time data. Data needs to stay up to date, whether that's between our own devices. Maybe you've got something like a spreadsheet open on your phone and in your laptop, and you want them to stay the same. If you make a change in one place, you want it to appear in another. But not just across devices, but across active users as well. As more and more of us try and connect, we need to know that the data that we're sharing between us is consistent. And of course, the other big one, always on experiences. As restrictions are lifted and we travel more, or we all just work from home more and find that our internet is, bandwidth is restricted as all of our neighbors are at home as well, having that experience where the app is always on, or at least can function when the internet is reliable or intermittent, is as important as ever. So when it comes to trying to address this problem, on the surface, developers kind of see it as kind of a simple solution. It's very common for teams to try and solve this themselves because of the fact that it seems simple on the surface. You have two sources of data, and you update both back and forth using REST APIs or GraphQL in between. How hard can it be, right? Well, sync solutions are actually complex and rarely unique, and delivering on all these requirements is also complex. The REST API and GraphQL calls need a connection. So what happens if the device is offline? Does request hang, time out? What is the UI in your app showing at this point when it's timing out? What happens if the request fails halfway through as a user is on a train and it goes through a tunnel? These are things that you need to think about. And actually what starts out as a simple API call turns into an extremely complex piece of code to handle the numerous edge cases, but also the reality of doing it all at scale. And edge cases are hard to program against. How do you even reliably test requests failing in unpredictable ways without spending the time and effort to build out an extensive testing framework? Maybe that's a possibility for some, but for startups and small to medium enterprise, for example, absolutely not. And this is even before you start thinking about designing a system that does this in a way that minimizes data usage and battery drain, and handles conflict resolution when this data from these sources that's supposed to be consistent starts to, differentiate from each other. But as I mentioned earlier, reinventing the wheel is complex and risky, but these scenarios aren't unique. So why reinvent the wheel? Goals are missed. You're pushing users to use alternative solutions. Resources are wasted with developers spending time reinventing and maintaining the wheel, and we're all sick of that. Plus, data is siloed. Analytics of the data can't be trusted if you can't rely on consistency between your two data stores. Ooh. So what can be done to address this? Well, this is where MongoDB Developer Data Platform comes in, and Realm. Good old Realm. You might have heard of. Realm has been around for a while. The Developer Data Platform is the easiest way to build and scale mobile apps. And as I mentioned, Realm's been around for a while, but it actually started out life as its own product before being acquired by MongoDB a few years ago. And in the words of the British DJ Fatboy Slim, we've come a long, long way together. Back from those days of Realm just being a database, it's now so much more than that. And you can kind of break it down into consisting of three things. You've got the Realm mobile database, which is a lightweight embedded database. It's object-oriented, that sits on a device to make sure the app is always available. And it's fast as well, regardless of network connections. Plus, it has SDKs for all the popular languages, including Swift, Kotlin, and of course, our absolute favorite, .NET. Only framework and language you need, right? C# all the way. Then we've also got Atlas Device Sync. This allows you to sync data between your Realm mobile database and the cloud. And Sync takes care of keeping this data updated across users, devices, and the backend. And you can even partition this data between users, or even more specifically, with flexible sync, you can do it on use cases. For example, imagine that you've got a patient record. There might be bits of information in that patient document which are only relevant to certain use cases. So at certain points, depending on who's looking at the document, it might be that you just want the doctors to see the doctor's notes. The patient doesn't need to see all the medical side of it. Let's be honest, everyone always says, don't Google medical things, right? So Sync takes care of keeping it all up to date and even partitioning it in a way that you want. And then underpinning all this is MongoDB Atlas, our fully managed cloud database using the document data model, all on the back end. So you can stop worrying about scaling as the app usage changes. It's all managed for you. And by using one technology to manage your tech stack, you can help consolidate and simplify things, giving you less to worry about and more time to focus on the things that we love, development and innovation. So Realm, in partnership with Atlas and Atlas Device Sync, just makes your life easier. It's an object-oriented database, so it uses a JSON-like structure that's already recognizable and readable by so many developers. If you come from the C family of programming languages, including C#, we all know and love JSON, right? Then Sync handles changes in network connectivity to keep your data consistent. Plus, it's all fully managed. You can focus on what you love best, writing code. Woohoo! But actually, there's more. because device sync is actually part of a wider suite of services within Atlas and the developer data platform that we can take advantage of in our mobile apps. So Atlas App Services is a bunch of fully managed cloud services to allow you to build and run production-ready mobile and web applications with Atlas without the overhead of management and setting it up. We have functions. These define and execute JavaScript functions to build APIs, integrate with cloud services, and more. And actually, fun story, when I first started at MongoDB last year, the first function I wrote called to the Open Weather Service API to fetch the weather for the members of my team. And then I used the function to take that information and convert it to relevant emojis for the weather. So hooked it up to a webhook, synced it with a Slack bot. And so I can now sit in Slack with my team. We can do a / command in Slack and actually get back the weather for all our teams. So functions can be fun. We've also got triggers. They automatically run code in response to database changes, user events, or at preset intervals. And something super important and close to all our hearts, authentication. You can configure one or more authentication providers that works for you, whether that's OAuth 2, Apple ID, Microsoft, of course, Google, Facebook, whatever you need, you can configure it for your applications. And so, you know, and this is just a selection of the services that fall under Atlas App Services. You know, there's so much more to it than just these three here and device sync. And so there's so much more power that's just waiting for you to harness it in your projects. Well, this is all great, and you might be sat there like I was when I first learned about all this stuff, keen to get started and play around. But you might be wondering, well, Luce, Maui's fairly new, right? It's only been in GA for a few months. Now, Maui's not new, you know, we've all been following it like a trusted friend for a long time, but it's only been in GA for a few months. So can I take advantage of Realm, Atlas, and all of its benefits? Well, I'm pleased to say that Realm already supports Maui. Woohoo! And that's awesome. You can get started today using Maui. So let's see this in action, right? We've talked about it. We've talked about some of the problems of trying to manage mobile devices and offline sync and stuff. And we've heard that Realm and the MongoDB developer data platform can make this easier for you. But let's actually see some fun stuff, including some powerful features I haven't even told you about yet. So let's switch over to an Android emulator. In true Peter style, here's what I prepared earlier. For security reasons, I've just filled out my password so that no one can try and copy it. But you know, you can see here that we have two simple buttons, log in and create account. If we've wanted to create an account with these details, we'll just click create account. But since I've already got one, we're just going to click log in. And as you can see, you know, beautiful work of art here. What more can you want? So I'm just going to go ahead and log in. I'm, of course, screen sharing, so everything's going to take a bit longer today. But look, boom, there we are. We are logged in, and you can see that I've already got a list of tasks here. Sweet. So we can add a new task if we want. So we can do give a great talk. And that adds it. Nice. So we've got it here, and maybe, oh, we go, we've got duplicates, so we can swipe. Now, I am no UI developer. There's a, I think it was this week, announced a UI challenge around Maui UI, so I think I need to get in on that and improve it because the line heights are wrong. But take my word for it, this button is supposed to be a delete button, but it's there. So, you know, use the swipe view, but then we can even go into it and change one of them. So we can click on give a great talk, get rid of the keyboard. We can change the status to say, well, giving a great talk's in progress, right? Save it. And there we have it. It's in progress. And if we take the app offline completely, so there's no signal, the data's off completely, we can still interact with it. So we can even say that, hey, I said hi to you. Hi, everyone. So now that's complete. The app's offline, but it's still working. Woohoo! Let's just put that back to having signal again. Nice. So who doesn't love that, right? So we've seen all that, but how is that actually put together? You know, demos are all good, right? But we're developers, we love a bit of code. So if I come into good old Visual Studio here, I'm going to leave the app running for now, but that's okay. We are in Visual Studio, so let's just start taking a look at how we put this together. So we have this login page view model here, and thanks to James's great YouTube videos, this actually uses source generators. So, there's a lot less boilerplate code, and I love it. But we can start off by having a look here at this create account. So all it does is go and get a Realm app instance from our app. So in our app.xaml.cs, I created a Realm app client, so we can just fetch it and say, hey, register this user with the email and password that we entered. And this actually goes ahead and we can see what it does. So here we are in Atlas, which was also what we call our UI for interacting. We have other tools, of course, but for now, we're just going to stick to the browser. So when we create a new user, it triggers this onNewUser. And then this onNewUser trigger calls a linked function called createNewUser document. And then it's just a simple JavaScript function. All it's doing is taking in that user object, then getting our user collection from our house moving assistant cluster database. Then inside that user's just inserting a one document with those details passed in. And just like that, we have a new user created. Shiny. So that's how you create an account. And login will look pretty similar. We get the user by logging in instead of creating an account. And if the user comes back and isn't null, then we just go to our main page. And that main page, of course, is with a list of tasks. So if we have a look at our view model here, it's pretty straightforward stuff again. We have an observable collection of moving tasks. And then we have an initialized realm. So that just goes ahead and sets some stuff up. So we've got this config where we're passing in the current user's ID because we want to partition this data. We only want to see the tasks belonging to us. And then we go ahead and grab that user. And then if the user is not null, we simply populate that list of moving tasks. And all the realm code really is just saying fetch all moving tasks, put them in a list, and put them in reverse order. And you can see here that we're passing in this moving task model. Well, if we have a look at this model, it's just a plain old C# class object as you'd expect. It's got properties and getters and setters. And the only difference is that it extends realm object. Because realm doesn't require any kind of ORM or like data access objects or anything like that, it just takes care of it for you. All you need to do is extend realm object, and you can just carry on using your model object here, and it will just use the properties and convert them to fields in your document for you. No need to worry about it. It will just handle it for you. And then some of these properties here, you can see I've just got some attributes which come from the MongoDB library. So we've set the primary key here. An object ID is a special data type of MongoDB. It looks a bit like a GUID. We don't need to worry about it when we handle this object, but every object and document needs one, so we just generate one. And of course, it's the primary key. And then you can see these map to attributes. All this is just saying is that, hey, in the document, I want it to look slightly different than I do, name-wise. I want it lowercase rather than capitalized. But it's just a model that we can start using. Nice. So we've got this, we've got this realm initialized. We've started to populate that list now. But as you saw, we did more things with it. So one of the things we did was add a new task. And again, that's super, super simple. We just create a new moving task object, passing it in the details that we want to populate it with, add it to our local list, and then Realm uses transactions. So all we do is start a write transaction, and inside of that transaction, just say, hey, add this task to Realm. And it will take care of converting that object that you've just created into the document with all the fields. Sweet. Then you saw us also, I showed that you could delete them. I just need to fix the UI. But, scroll wheel excitement. But if we have a look, delete looks pretty similar. Again, we just write things in a write transaction, but this time instead of add, we just remove. And then edit task is a fun one, because as you saw, it loads a separate page. So what we do is we take advantage of Shell's navigation system and just pass it this object which contains our our task as a moving task, so that we can pass objects into our next view model. So then if we come into this view model, you'll see here that we've got the query property attribute just so that we can grab that moving task that we passed in. And then we just have some properties here And then there's some fun stuff happening. So you would have seen on the page that we had a picker. Now, thanks to the .NET MAUI Community Toolkit, I was able to take advantage of event to command behavior. So with our picker, I was able to just say, hey, there's an event, do an event command behavior. When you trigger the event selected index changed, call this picker selected item change command and pass it in this command parameter, which is just the index of the item that we selected. Then that means that here in this method, we've passed in that selected item index, and then we just do a simple switch case. We set up these details that we can save them later, and then we just say, hey, depending on what item you selected in the list, update that moving task object with the correct status. Or, sorry, update the status with that correct task status that comes from an enumerable in the moving task model. Sweet. And then, yeah, as you notice, all that does is just update that new status. It doesn't actually save anything. And so that's where this command comes in. So we just set up our config again and just grab an instance of Realm. Realm works on single thread, so you just grab an instance each time. The performance will not be impacted, don't worry. And then we have another write transaction, and this has, oh my God, 3 lines, not 1. So because we're updating an existing document and not creating a new one, first we need to actually grab the task that we want to update. And by doing that, we're just calling find, saying that, hey, it's of type moving task and it's got the ID of our task that we want to find. And then we can just update its name and status. And because it's inside this write transaction, it's going to take care of, updating it automatically for you. And then we just go back a page. Sweet. And it's as simple as that. We've been able to, initialize it, add the tasks, delete the tasks, edit them, super simple. And I want to take a minute to show you an extra bit in the app that I've not shown you that I think is super cool. I want to introduce you to MongoDB charts. So we'll just go back a page a second. So MongoDB charts allows you to create dashboards with charts in them to visualize your data. All you need to do is point them at your data source and it'll take care of the rest. So if we have a look at the dashboard that I've already got for this, you'll see that we've actually got a moving task status dashboard. It's just a circle graph that just allows me to picture how many tasks are in what state. And, you can even add a chart if you want to. All you need to do is pick your data source. So in this case, it might be moving task. Pick what type of graph you want. Note geospatial here. So if you're following one of the amazing .NET MAUI workshops where they use monkey data, which has locations of the monkeys, you could actually store that in Realm and then say, or Atlas, and then actually say, hey, using this monkey location data, make me a map. So that's super cool. But one of the things that you can do when you've got this dashboard, or you've got an individual chart, is that you can actually embed it. So if we have a look here, you can see that we can just make an iframe. We can pick some, what theme we want, width and height, and then it gives us some iframe code. So we can actually do some fun stuff with that. We can actually go in and I closed the page I wanted. We want that one. So we can actually just go in and create a web view. Now, you could just do web view source and put a URL in, but because I wanted more granular control over the size and shape and everything, I wanted to use the iframe. So all I've done is just embed some HTML here inside my Xaml file that just embeds that iframe. And guess what? If we go in and click the stats button, it will think about it because I'm sharing my screen and bandwidth is never fun. It'll think about it. It will then start to load it. And then in 2, 1, boom, there you go. Just like that, with just a bit of embedded HTML with an iframe, you've got beautiful visualizations in your data. You don't need to do any fancy charting work. And that's super cool. And, that's just a simple app. It was actually inspired by Maddie. So Maddie, if you're watching, thanks for giving me the idea to make this app. So, that's the app. And we've actually seen how this was made. But what future plans have I got? Well, there's quite a few things I actually want to do with the power of Realm and MAUI together because I'm super excited about both. So one of the things I want to do is migrate an existing Realm and Xamarin Forms app into MAUI, Blood Pressure Tracker, which is just an app I created to track blood pressure readings and pulse, and you can even use charts to view trends of how your blood pressure has changed over time. And I also want to migrate an old Xamarin Forms and Cognitive Services app. A few years ago, I created a demo app called EmotiPal, which just used Cognitive Services to read emotion in faces and sentiment in text. I want to move it over to using Maui so that we can start to, not only take advantage of the wonders of Maui, but also use Realm as well to store history. So you can start seeing, well, I don't know, for each user, what sentiment maybe is it that comes up the most that you maybe struggle to read, and start to see a history of the most common sentiment or emotions that the user struggles with. Super, super exciting. And hopefully watching this, you've also been inspired with some fun ideas of what you could do with Realm and Maui. So, drop messages in the chat, reach me on Twitter at LewsCarter1. Please let me know what are your ideas, what cool things do you want to do with this stuff, because I would love to hear it. I would love to shout about it. There's lots of stuff that we as a company would love to do to shine a spotlight on what you do with our product. So, get inspired. So that whistle-stop tour has had to come to an end. I could talk to you for ages about more of our products, but, we have a time limit, right? So we've seen, we're almost there, but, mobile apps more than ever need to meet your expectations to succeed. They need to be stable, consistent, and always on. Realm's developer data platform with MongoDB just makes it so much easier. And, Realm supports Maui, so we can surf our way to data storage victory. So if you want to learn more, feel free to just take a quick picture of this quickly. I know we're short on time. It'll take you to this gist. You've got links to the slides. You've got links to the GitHub repo. So if you want to ruin my awful UI, please feel free. We've also got MongoDB University, which is our free platform, community forums where you can get help and whatever, realm.io for more blogs and stuff, and even our developer GitHub where developer relations writes all sorts of stuff. As I said, I could talk for ages, but hopefully that's everything you need. And don't hesitate to reach out if you've got more questions. Boom. Way to you. Go, James. All yours.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Luz. I love the journey, and so does everyone else commenting on Twitter with hashtag .NETConf. Mohammed saying, loves the presentation on seeing everything come together. Eric over here, impossible not to listen, or it's impossible to listen to Luz speak about databases and not learn something new. I love it, and I love the journey that you went on, and also all of us can go on in our mission and journey to build beautiful cross-platform applications for desktop and mobile. And what is awesome about that is that not only can you use the latest features of .NET, it also means you can use the latest features of C#. And one of my favorite people in the entire planet is here to talk to us about everything new coming in C#11, and that's Mads. So over to you, Mads.
Well, thank you. Now, give me a minute to stop blushing, and I'll try to focus on C# here. Yeah, so there's going to be no Maui, but as James said, C# keeps evolving. What I'm going to show you today is the stuff that is on its way into C#, what we call C#11. That's going to be out with the rest of the .NET 7 wave in a couple of months' time. So just a few highlights from C# that we're adding in. As always, there's big features, there's small features. We ship every year now, so we tend to take some of the bigger features and kind of drip them out over multiple releases to make sure that we get the high impact scenarios first, that we get feedback along the way, and so on. So we're going to start with one of the big features that's just plonking right into C#11, and then we're going to look at some of the other kinds as well. So to start with, I have some very simple code here. We're just going to skip slides and go straight into code. As you know, I like it. And talk about an area that's been a little bit of a weakness for C# and .NET actually all along, which is we've got decent numeric support, but when it comes to abstraction over anything numeric, that's always been a bit of a problem. Like I have a quote-unquote numeric algorithm here. It's a very simple one. It works over ints. It takes an array of them and sums them up. So it's not exactly rocket science. I guess they probably do it too when they build rockets. But the point here is to have some numeric algorithm and then think about what would it look like if I were to take this numeric algorithm and abstract it to being applicable to more kinds of numbers, rather than having to copy paste my code for different kinds of numeric types and whatnot, as you kind of have to today. So what if we could take this add all and make it generic? Generic over the kind of thing that you're adding up, the kind of thing that's in the array, that kind of thing that comes back. We'll call all that t instead of int here. I think I got all of them. That's the kind of thing that would be great, right? Now I could call it with an array of ints, as I do here, but I could also call it with an array of all kinds of other things. You see, the call here works out perfectly fine. It infers, a type argument int in this case. But of course, the problem is inside of the method body here that, I can't just take random things and add them. Or, 0 isn't a random kind of thing. It's an int. So I get some red squiggles here. But we can get closer using some new magic that I'm about to tell you more about. So let's say where t, let's put a constraint on it. So what I kind of want to say is t is a number. And we now have an interface called iNumber. I have to pass in t to say it's a number that works with t's. So you give the concrete type that's implementing the interface. And what you observe now is that, whoa, the plus is actually kind of working. At least the compiler's not complaining about it, and that usually means it's working, right? That's how these things work. So the only thing that isn't really still, at least pretending to compile as a 0 is really an int. It can't be just anything. But maybe we can ask t, like, do you have some kind of notion of a thing I could start out with, start adding things to, like a starting value of some kind. And there's one here called additive identity. That would actually probably do the trick. This also, let's look for something more intuitive. 0 sounds good to me, so I'll take that. So that's it. Now, all of a sudden, things seem to work out. Let's run it and see what happens. It's very exciting. You don't want dead air. Of course, it takes forever. There we go. There you are. It's 15. It's still 15. The sum of the first 5 integers is 15. So it still does the right thing for ints. But now, to reap the benefits of having generified this numeric algorithm, let's try it on doubles instead. Now the array has some doubles in it. So we're going to infer double as the element type of the array, as the type argument to add all. Let's see if that starts adding the doubles up. Yes, so it works. So now it's using doubles plus instead of ints plus, and so on. So we've really now given you the ability to abstract over all kinds of numbers using iNumber of t as a generic constraint. So now, of course, the question is, how does that work? How can iNumber let me use plus and let me use static members on the type parameter itself? Well, let's go and find out. So I'm going to go and I'm going to start down the rabbit hole here. Here is iNumber itself. And what you see is iNumber is really the sort of nexus, the everything bagel of numbers. It has everything you could ever imagine numbers having. And so all of our built-in numbers certainly have all this functionality. So there are plenty of pretty advanced members down here. And then there's a bunch of interfaces for smaller nuggets of behavior, like individual operators and so on. That's a long, long list here. And if your type can't fulfill all of what it means to be a number, it can still implement some of these interfaces and get the abstraction through those. So one thing you notice in these members here, it doesn't matter what they are, but they all say static abstract. And this is where the new C# language feature comes in, is that interfaces can now actually have static abstract members. It's like, instance members are already abstract by default in an interface, and they're part of a contract saying everyone who implements this interface shall have instance members like this. And now we're just extending that to static members. So you can say everyone who implements this interface shall have this static member. And if we go and look at some of the interfaces that are in this long list here, here's iAddition operators. That sounds vaguely related to what we want to do, which is to add some things. You see that that's an interface that has 2 static abstract members in it, and both of those are operator declarations. Like user-defined operators are static member declarations. It even says static in them, so that makes sense. this is where it says the thing must have a plus. And because it says so, whoever, like int, whoever implements this interface, they indeed do need to have a plus, and whoever makes use of that, as in the generic constraint from before, they can now rely on there being a plus. It's a new form of contract. It's a member contract at the static level instead of the instance level. So that's really the language feature itself. And now this numeric scenario is one that we really doubled down on, not just from the language side, but also as you can see here in the BCL, in the core libraries, we have this whole set of interfaces to represent numeric concepts, and we have all our own numeric types implement those so that the abstraction can be applied to our things. But you can do so yourself as well. You can implement any of these numeric interfaces you like. And then you can fit it into anything that's abstracted over them, just like the built-in types and the BCL types. So that's a really big new kind of front of expressiveness that we've opened in C# 11. Numerics is a big scenario for this, but it's not the only scenario for static abstract members. So let's go and look at one of the other interfaces that iNumber implements. So here's one that's called iParsable. Let's go and have a look at that. iParsable, again, has some static abstract members. They're kind of different variations on the same theme. So let's just look at this first one here, parse. Again, it says whoever implements this must have a static member called parse that takes a string and some format provider and returns one of its own kind. Right? So essentially, I can walk up to a type that implements this interface and say type.parse, and it'll give me back something of that type. That's where this type parameter comes in. Well, that's kind of cool, because what that really is it's a factory. There are no T-cells, there are no objects of this involved before you make the call on the type as a static member, and then you get one back of that same type. That's a factory, and this interface abstracts over that factory. It says if you implement this interface, you have a static factory called parse. So it's an abstract factory, but it's also a static factory. That's pretty cool functionality, actually, when you think about it. So that's what I want to say about static abstract members. I'm sure that you'll all be finding many more scenarios that we haven't thought of, and if you come up with some cool ones, we'd actually like to hear about it. So coming back to my program, so I generified it. That was very cool. And a feature of this other kind that I talked about that we kind of trickle out over time is pattern matching. So ever since C# 7, several years ago, we've had pattern matching in C#. We added it as a language feature. We started modestly with only a few different kinds of patterns. We've been adding, almost every release has something new for pattern matching. And this release is no exception. So what we've added this time around is what we call list patterns. And I'm going to just re-implement this whole algorithm in terms of list patterns just to show you what they're about. So I'm going to do a switch expression. Let's say values. I'm just going to switch on that whole array that comes in. Okay? There you go. Here's a switch expression. As always, it complains that you are not handling all the different kinds of values here. Essentially, I can start putting cases in now for what does this array look like. And here's where the new list pattern comes in. I can say with square brackets it might be an empty array. And if it's an empty array, I'll give you whatever the 0 is. I mean, the sum of nothing is 0. And so I'm going to give you that back as the result. And we could keep going. We say if it has one element, well, then we can apply a pattern to that one element by putting it inside of the square brackets here. I'll call it var single for the single element that we got. So this is for one element arrays. And for that, we'll return the single as it proposed there. And now, it only really gets interesting when we get to more than one. Here we can put commas between them. And note, I'm using var here as a simple pattern that always succeeds to just pick up whatever value is here on the first and second place in the array and give it a name. But I could apply any pattern I want here recursively. I could put another pattern on it saying, hey, if it's negative, then I don't want to go here, and so on. And this is where we can use that generic plus that we got in before. But of course, semicolon is not a good idea. Of course, we can't keep going like this because they can be arbitrarily long. So we need some way to kind of grapple with whatever's left, the rest of an arbitrarily long array. And so anywhere inside of one of these, I can put just ... to say, skip over whatever, and then grab the last element. If I actually want to talk about the thing I'm skipping over, I can apply a pattern to that too. We can call that middle here. And what you see is that the first and last, they're of course of type T, because we pluck them out in an array of T, but the middle is a T array itself, of course, multiple elements. And then I could, what I want to do with the middle is that I probably want to do a recursive call of add all to get that smaller array of things added up. So I could do add all of middle here plus the last. There you go. Of course, that's probably actually not how I want to do it. I probably want to just have, you know, the first element and then the rest. So let's go in and simplify it a little here, like so. And that pretty much takes care of it. If we take this line and move it up, you can see that the good compiler support for patterns strikes and says, hey, this pattern actually, you'll never get there because everything in this pattern is already handled by this pattern. So it actually tells us we can go and we should go and delete just this one. Ignore the errors. This is preview. This is int preview, as you see up here, Visual Studio. So there you go. You have a recursive implementation of the algorithm we saw before. Now it's not the most efficient one because this thing here actually, this slicing an array essentially, is an expensive operation. It'll allocate a new array and copy things over and so on. So there are more efficient ways of doing this, but it serves as a really good example of how list patterns work in general. And it doesn't just apply to arrays. It's essentially any list-like type in, you know, that as long as it has the right operations on it, you can apply a list pattern to it. So if we wanted to make this more efficient, we could use the, span of T is a really efficient type for representing just sequences of memory. So if we turn this into a span, then as you can do with pretty much any collection, then a span is just like 2 pointers essentially, and when you slice it, all you do is you get 2 pointers that are a little closer to each other, pointing at the same memory. So they're all sharing the same array underneath. So now it became efficient as well. So that's list patterns for you. Now let's comment this out and go, comment the whole thing out actually, and go somewhere else. So this is your classic example of a person class here. And we've had examples like this for many releases because we've tried to do more things about how you declare and create classes, just sort of making the meat of working with objects and values just simpler and more, more clear, more maintainable over the years. So, the classic thing about this one here is that it has a bunch of constructors on it because we kind of want to control how you can construct a person class. And yes, we have it overloaded because middle name should be optional, but optional things have to go last. So instead we overload it and we, fine. But it quickly becomes painful when I want to create like a derived class, student, that's a person. And before I even put anything in there, I'm already in debt. I'm already in the hole. I have to deal with the fact that I have to put constructors in that call the base constructors and so on. So that's a lot of boilerplate and it's a lot of maintenance to do all this whole constructor dance. So let's give it a single property here. But other than that, let's go and look at so in previous releases, what we've done is to essentially say, let's make the alternative to having a bunch of constructors as useful and simple as possible. So essentially ditch the constructors with parameters and just have the default one, and then use object initializers instead to create your object. And it might, let's do a student actually, and it might be a little more code here to create it, but in many ways it's nice. You have more freedom as to the order of it and which ones you want to provide and where you want to leave it to the defaults and so on. So in many ways this is a great experience, both for maintaining the class hierarchies and for the end user of it. But there's one thing that this can't do, and that is that constructors can do, and that is it can't make me give certain values for certain properties. It's always like it's always optional. Everything's optional, right? And that's a problem because you don't want to leave the first name and last name with a default value which is null, which actually goes against the non-nullable types, right? So that's actually what this warning is about. It's like, hey, you are leaving null in there. Your constructors aren't initializing this. And you could sort of try to shut the warning up. You can say everyone's called Doe by default as a last name, but that's sort of just introducing another problem. Or you can say, well, I'm going to explicitly assign null instead of implicitly assigning null, and that at least moves the squiggle over here where I can shut it up with a bang saying, I know what I'm doing, but I don't really know what I'm doing because now people like up here can forget to provide a value for it, and we're left with a student that actually has null as its last name, which we wanted to avoid, right? So what we really want is to be able to say, I promise that I will make the caller of the constructor initialize this property. It is required, and that is what we're adding in C#11 here. We're saying required properties are a thing. By saying it's required, we're shutting up the warning saying it might still be null. The compiler trusts that the caller is going to provide it, and indeed it's going to make them by giving you an error until you do, right? So I'm now forced to do the last name. See, it even shows up as required there, and there we go. We can also you don't have to be non-nullable in order to be marked required, right? It's totally orthogonal to the nullability. We can make this one required, and then even if you want null, you have to say it explicitly or you get an error. Non-reference types, like this value type down here, can be required. So it applies generally and orthogonally to nullability, but those two have really good synergy with each other. So lastly, let me just peek at the time here. Perfect. So that's required properties. Lastly, let's comment this out as well, this whole file out as well, as I hop from top-level program to top-level program and uncomment this one. The last thing I want to talk about is what we call raw string literal. So this is, in a way, it's a little convenience feature, but it's super convenient when you need it. So for a while now, it's been a problem in C# if you want to have string literals in your code that also have code in them. And code can be, that's broadly defined as, it has many symbols in it, because some of those symbols are likely to be backslashes or curly braces or whatnot, and they're likely to kind of mess with, if you just copy paste into a string literal, they will mess with the escaping mechanism in string literals in C#, even if you have verbatim strings. So an example is here where if I want to have this little bit of XML in a string literal, well, I have to escape quotes that are in there. And now I have to go sort of manually, and a tool will help me initially do it, but then when I'm maintaining the string, it'll be a pain, right? So the escape here is needed to get the quote to be part of the content instead of delimiting the string. So what we wanted was a kind of string literal that we call raw string literals that really do have no escapes in them. Like, promise, there are no escapes. So what we do is, and there's a little bit here still to work on with the IDE experience, what we do is make you put not one but 3 double quotes around this thing. And now everything between the start and end triple double quote is content. We guarantee that it is content, right? So if we can go and run it, and you can see that those backslashes, they're now part of the content. They're actually in there. They're no longer escaping something. So if we want to get rid of them, we just get rid of them, and the quotes in there will show up as content. Now, the clever observer here will be, okay, but what if the thing I'm pasting in here actually already has 3 double quotes in it? What are you going to do then? Like if it has 3 double quotes here for some reason. Now, of course, we're in trouble because it looks like it's terminating the raw string literal here. But you can always walk up to a raw string literal and add more quotes to the, now Visual Studio is being a little too helpful here, add more quotes to the beginning and ending double quotes, and you have again, you just have to have enough that you have more than the max that appears inside of the string, and you're good. Now these can also be multi-line, so actually let me go the other way and start taking them down this way here. So here's a multi-line raw string literals, so we can go and put individual elements and individual lines. The content is everything from here to here, so not including the lines where the quotes appear on. So you really do have to have a new line before and after the content. And you see this odd line out here to the left. You might wonder what that's about. Let's try and indent the body a little more, maybe put something in it. Let's say 5 + 7 here, just to say something. Let's actually put that in curly braces, this is some XML. And then we go and run it, and what you will see is that even though my literal is indented, it kind of flushes to the left here. It doesn't, the spaces of the indentation in the code don't persist into the actual content. That's what that line is saying. It's saying the content starts here, and everything to the left of this line gets sliced off. And that's great, because that means that when you have these multi-line things, you don't need to indent them all the way to the left margin, even as all the rest of your code is like indented several levels. You can put it where it belongs in the indentation. The downside of it, of course, is what if you wanted that space? Well, we can fix that for you, because what really determines how much white space is sliced off is where this end quote is placed. So the further to the left that I move it, the more you can see the line moves as well, the more of it is kept. It really sort of delineates the line of slicing here. So now I have all the indentation in there. And lastly, the thing you probably also wonder is, can these things be interpolated? I know you said no escapes, so it's all like verbatim content in there, but I really do want to interpolate some things into it. That's how I build up my things, it's literals with a little interpolation in there. We're like, okay, you can interpolate. So if I go and put a $ in front, like I do with normal string literals, yes, it's interpolated. You see this changes color. This is now actually an interpolation hole, and the thing inside of it is a C# expression that gets evaluated, and the result of that gets put in. So now you can see instead of that thing in curly braces, we actually do get the value 12 in there. Okay, but what if I want to interpolate, and I also want quotes, I want curly braces in my content? What do I do? Well, we resort to the same playbook as before. We're like, okay, well, if you want these single braces to be content, well, you just have to put more $ in there. And the number of $ is how many curly braces it takes to create interpolation hole. So now this is no longer an interpolation hole, but if I do this, then it's an interpolation hole again. And if I add yet another brace here, then it's an interpolation hole with a single brace around, a pair of single braces around it. So you look and you get 12 in a single pair of braces. So there's always like the idea is it's raw, but there's always a way for you to get out if the content somehow is messing with how you want to delineate the content. And that was the last feature I wanted to show. Just want to quickly say that if you want to remind yourselves of the upcoming C# 11 features, just go to the docs pages. What's new in C# 11 right here. It's going to list all the nice features that I talked about. And you should go and play with this, because it's all out in preview, and you can play with it right now. Thank you very much.
Oh my goodness, Mads. As always, and as Jacob says right here, mind blown. I love everything happening in the world of C# and those raw string literals. I'm going to get it nailed down. Just as Scott says, more quotation marks, more dollar signs. Let me see if I can use this board. There we go. All the things, basically. I love that you can just continue to add these really unique features and solve problems for developers. I got to ask, I know it's hard, what's your favorite C# feature?
Do you mean favorite new feature?
Ooh, both new feature and just feature.
Oh, I just made it harder for myself, didn't I?
We'll start with the new features, at least.
Among the new features, it's hard because every time I work deeply on one of them, that's my favorite, because that's the one that I totally load into my brain and that I'm sympathetic with, if you know what I mean. But I think that certainly the one that will have the most impact and that I'm most proud of how it fits in while adding new expressiveness is the static abstract members and interfaces, because it opens up not just this whole numeric space that we can exploit immediately in terms of the interfaces that we put into the BCL, but also it opens up new forms of abstraction that we can barely even think of. It's like one that's going to be really productive over the coming years in terms of new patterns of coding. So that one is probably the biggest. But this night, like one we saw last year, it's just nifty, man.
Yeah, I love it because every single time I'm inside of Visual Studio, basically it lights up with something. It's like, did you know you can do this? And I like that our tools are really teaching us these new features of Visual Studio. Mads, thank you so much.
Thank
and
you.
of course, there's more versions of C#. How do people actually get involved with C#, the language itself? It's a question I always had. I know there's a few ways of doing that.
Yeah, well, depending on the depth you want to go to, C# design is open source. Like we can go to C# lang, the repo.net/C# lang, and this is where all our design notes go. This is where all the discussion about new C# language features happens. And it's just open source. A bunch of people contribute either to the design of features we're already working on or new feature ideas that become features in C#. So it's an open process. It's not just Microsoft building this. And for the implementation as well, the Roslyn compiler is an open source project, and community members regularly go and contribute. Sometimes whole features, sometimes it's improving an error string a little bit, or all sizes of contributions. But you can engage at any level you like here.
That's awesome. I love it because some people, when you're just getting into a programming language, they want to get involved. They might see a feature that might help them. They can just go do it. It's all open source on GitHub. Mads, thank you so much.
Thanks, James.
I appreciate it, and I cannot wait to start playing around with C# 11 and on my apps today. Now, next, I got to say, one of my other favorite people in the entire world, maybe the whole planet, who knows, the whole galaxy, who knows. As we look into the dark skies with Jeremy and Entity Framework, don't forget you can ask your questions for Jeremy that I'll come back and ask live with hashtag .NETConf on Twitter. So use that, it'll show up here. We have a whole team back there answering questions live. Let's head over to my main man, one of my favorite people on the entire planet. Like I said, it's astonishing. This person, just so amazing. And I love Jeremy because not only does he have an amazing team of people working on Entity Framework and .NET Data, but you can actually catch him live almost every single week on the .NET YouTube, keeping you up to date with the latest and greatest. And today, he's going to break down everything with Entity Framework and .NET MAUI. So over to you, Jeremy.
Wow, I'm breaking down everything. So the Galaxy. I like Planet, but Galaxy is awesome. So my name is Jeremy Lickness. I am the product manager for the data experience with .NET. And when I think about the data experience, I cover a lot of mileage. Obviously, data pervades everything that we do. So I think about things like APIs. Is it a REST API? Is it a GraphQL API? Is it gRPC? And what is our support like for that? I think about things like the databases developers connect to. We've got Azure SQL. We've got Cosmos DB. And of course, there's other databases like MongoDB or RavenDB that people are using day to day. I think about the products that I work with. So I'm very happy to be working with the Entity Framework core team. That's what we're going to be talking about today. And I also work with the team that brings Apache Spark to .NET, the .NET for Apache Spark team, which is a really fun product that I use quite a bit. And then finally, I think about platforms. So whether it's Blazor, which is blazing the way for the web, or if it's something like the MAUI experience, which we're going to talk about today. And I often ask myself the question, Why do I love .NET so much? Because I have a passionate love for .NET, and I have since it was in beta. And if I'm going to be honest with myself, the answer is tied up in the reason why I'm excited about .NET MAUI. The first thing is I've worked with a ton of languages, and I do a lot of web development, so I'm a huge fan of JavaScript and TypeScript, but C# has always been my favorite language. And I love the fact that it's plugged into a runtime that lets me do the things that I want to do on the platforms that I want to do it with. And with the latest releases, it's literally any platform that we want to code for, we can use those languages and runtimes that we're excited about. And finally, I can focus on the solution. I'll give you an example. I have a hobby of astrophotography, so I was happy when James said that I was his favorite in the galaxy, because I was just imaging a galaxy the other night. And when I write tools, I want those tools to be accessible to everyone. And something like MAUI allows me to focus on what I know, which is writing the solution in the tools, and then the platform can handle the implementation details. So I don't have to be an Android expert, or I don't have to be a Mac expert to make that happen. This statement really resonated with me. This is off Matt Sokoup's blog post about .NET MAUI. And it's that it gives you a first-class cross-platform UI stack targeting Android, iOS, macOS, and Windows. And as I was thinking about that, though, I thought, you know, what about data? What is that data experience like? And so I set out to do a proof of concept. And what I'm going to use for this proof of concept is a publicly available food database. In fact, I'm going to click into this right now so you can see. This is a place that you can go. This database has been around for over a decade. I know I've used demos with it back as far as and I had to sneak this in because it's .NET Conf Silverlight days. But I was using this database. It's been modernized. You can now get it in a JSON format. And it's a perfect way to build a demo application because it's got more than one table. So it's not just a simple Hello World app, but it's small enough that you can sort of wrap your arms around it. This is a very simplified view of the database. We have this concept of foods. Foods have nutrients. They have portion sizes. And what I wanted to do was build something that let me search for foods and find out nutrition facts, but also look for what I call power foods, which is being able to say, I need a certain nutrient. Maybe it's calcium or protein. How do I get that nutrient? And I think you'll see from this example where the power of Entity Framework Core really comes from. So let's take a peep at the application, and then we'll look behind the scenes on how it's built. I'm going to pop over here where I've got my Android emulator running. And what I'm going to do is just type in a simple search. So baked products, let's go for bread. Here we have a couple results, and we click in and we get the nutrition facts. So pretty straightforward example there. The fact that this is MAUI means that I can also deploy this to Windows. So here's my Windows version of the app running. And I'm going to go into the Power Foods. We'll come back out. There we go. The UI's now looking golden. But let's say protein is what I'm interested in. I'll click on protein. And I get the list of foods ranked by which food has the most protein in it. And then I can drill into that and again get the nutrition facts. So that's the simple application. Let's talk about what powers that experience. So EF Core, like MAUI, gives you a first-class cross-platform data access API. So instead of a UI platform, it's a data access platform. And we target everything from SQL Server to Azure Cosmos DB to MySQL to Postgres to SQLite. There's actually even more providers because the way our product is built is it is extensible. So companies can extend and provide what we call a provider model to provide an implementation. So what do you get for using Entity Framework Core? Why would you want to include that over, say, for example, just 8.0.NET? It's domain model friendly, and I'll show you what that means in a minute because it really plays well with your existing C# objects. It allows for a fluent configuration. It has a swappable provider model. I already talked about that. But the other thing we have is what we call escape hatches. I love the escape hatches because a lot of times people think it's an either-or proposition. Either I go with this technology or I go with that one. For example, there is a product a lot of people feel competes with Entity Framework called Dapper that translates database commands and does a really good job of taking raw SQL and turning that into C# objects. We don't consider that to be an either-or proposition. There are parts of your application that can benefit from running that and parts that can benefit from Entity Framework. But our philosophy is everything we implement, we allow you to drop down to the database level and really get to the details and get done what you need to get done. Link should really be a flashing sign, blinking, expand out. I could have done some animations in the PowerPoint because this is by far the most powerful tool I believe C# developers have to work with data, is that ability to use the C# language or the other languages that are supported by .NET to describe a request from the database. And I'm going to show you just how powerful that is with one example in a second. The last thing I want to touch on is performance, because there is a misconception that object relational mappers automatically mean low performance. And the reality is we are part of the Tech and Power benchmark, which is an industry standard benchmark. And EF Core, you can look up the scores really well. The team has put a lot of effort into optimizing what it does. And in some cases, believe it or not, it may actually outperform handwritten code because of the knowledge that the team has behind how they optimize it. If you search for EF Core performance, you will find some blog posts that talk about the performance improvements we've been putting into EF7. And EF7 will actually improve the update pipeline in some cases as much as 4 times over previous versions. So you want to check that out. Now, when we're dealing with mobile apps, it doesn't really make sense to connect directly to SQL Server or Azure Cosmos DB, for example. In some cases, because you simply don't have access to those ports and protocols, a lot of times the device isn't on the secured network, and it's just not a good idea to have credentialed access from that device directly to the database. So in those cases, you're typically going through an API, something like GraphQL, something like a REST endpoint, and that's how you get your access. But when you're dealing with data locally, whether it's offline or data that's going to synchronize with an online database, this is where something like SQLite comes into play. It's a very powerful tool because it's standalone. It's what we call in process, so it just runs as part of your application. There's no need to set up a server. It's ACID compliant, so you know that when you save something and you get that response back that it's saved, that's actually committed. And what's nice about it for the mobile experience is it's really just a single file that you deploy. So you can prepare a database and preload what you need in that database and ship it as part of your application. So it checks a lot of boxes. The question is, SQLite comes with 8.0.NET drivers, so you could program that way against it. Why would you not do that as opposed to use, for example, EF Core? So let's pop over to a little demo I put together to demonstrate just how this works. Now this demo is a console app. It's using the food database. And what I can do is just pass it some parameters. I'm passing it a category to search for and a food item to search for. So here I'm looking for baked goods as a category and bread is the search. So I'm going to hit enter and it's going to run it twice, one with SQLite and one with EF Core. And you can see we got the exact same response back. Probably one of the more boring demos you've seen, but the magic is not in the output, it's what's behind the scenes. Let's take a look at the code. I'm going to pop into Visual Studio Code. My main program basically does the same thing twice. First, it calls the SQLite example, tells it to find the category in the food, and then shows it. And then we do the same thing with the EF Core example. So it's side-by-side code, and this show takes a food category, iterates through, and lists the items. So very normalized in that sense. Now let's open the SQLite example. So if I'm going to use 8.0.NET, here are the steps I need to take. I need to create a connection, pass it a connection string. There's a connection string builder I can use to help out with that. Now I've simplified this demo code because if anything goes wrong, we're hosed. The application's going to crash because I'm not using a try-catch block. I'm not parsing the errors. So there's a lot of handling that goes into this that I'm not even showing so I can keep this simple. But let's assume everything goes fine and it opens that connection. Next, we're going to send it a command. And here's every developer's favorite way to code is to throw strings around in code. So we have a nice big string that's a query. And on top of that, most developers I've met are familiar with SQL. Some may not be, but you have to know SQL, and you have to know how tables relate to each other, how they join to each other. And what's even more important is even similar databases have different dialects. So SQLite, looking at a string comparison, is slightly different than SQL Server, and you have to know that nuance. So let's assume we know all that. We've got that built into our string. Now, because we're security-minded, we don't want parameter-based, or I'm sorry, SQL injection attacks, right? We don't want someone to stuff bad data into our string and cause an issue, so we're going to protect that by using parameters. So I'm setting up a food category parameter and a food parameter. Now I can actually execute the command and get a reader. While I'm reading it, I get these nice index tables. So I've got an index of the column name, or I could even do 0, 1, 2, 3 if I know the order of the columns. And I'm doing something very unsafe here. I'm trusting the database to give me the right types back, and I'm casting these from a long to an int or a string, and then populating my classes with them. So I'm manually doing that. If this was a production application, I'd have to wrap each one of these in additional logic just to make sure that the conversion was going correctly. And then we get the result. So that's the 8.0.NET experience. Let's take a look at the EF Core experience. So in Entity Framework Core, this is my code. I create what's called a context. That's my gateway to the database. And then I tell it I want food categories. Please include, because there's a lot of properties that hang off of it, let's just include the foods off the food categories. Oh, and by the way, I want the food with the matching description. I want you to order it by the description, so they come in a order. And then I want you to also give me just the very first category that matches my search. So this is a very fluent, straightforward way to do that. And regardless of whether I'm talking to SQLite, SQL Server, Cosmos DB, or any of the other databases we support, this will be translated into the right dialect for that database. I don't have to worry about it. This is the only other setup I have. I have to create something called a DB context, which is my gateway to the database. And I'm basically passing it a connection string, and then I'm giving it this set of food categories because the foods and the categories are the things I want. Now there's other items in the database, but a context is really that. It's just a context. So I'm creating a context around just the content that I'm interested in. Let's go ahead and uncomment this one line, this log2 line. So this is a very simple configuration block. It's just saying send informational logging to the command line. And I'm going to come back and I'm going to rerun this query. And of course, I will want to save before I rerun if I'm doing it from the command line. If I F5 from Visual Studio Code takes care of it for me. So now we've got some of the logging that comes out. It was a very simple way to turn on logging. You can see that it's telling me using provider, SQLite with options. And here you can see the database command, which looks very different than the one I came up with on my own. But again, these are commands that the team has worked for literally years and years to know how to optimize and provide the best possible experience. So the next thing we're going to do is pop over into Visual Studio, and we're going to take a look at that food application proof of concept that I built. So if you recall, it had really two main features. There was a feature to search for a food and get the food information, and then there was the Power Foods feature, which gave me the foods ranked by nutrient, so I could look at calcium and protein and everything else. So in this application, I mentioned that normally you would pre-populate your database and ship that with your application. I wanted to show some of the power of EF Core in this application. So this has the JSON embedded inside of it. And I've got the food data here. Let's open that up. So I've got this massive JSON document that's embedded into my application. And I put the code to parse that out so that we can save it to the database. Here's the key though. Whatever parsing or setup logic or whatever happens, that's independent of using EF Core or 8.0.NET. At the end of it all, I'm getting a list of foods. Now remember, those foods reference nutrients. Those nutrients reference measurement units. So you've got portion sizes, etc. So there's about, I think, 6 or 7 tables involved with this. And we've got things like what we call cycles. So a category contains a list of foods, but a food references back to a category. And multiple nutrients might reference the same measure unit. So in this simple list of foods, there's a lot of data to unroll. I'm going to expand this code and show you what it takes the first time you run this application to set up the database, to actually build out the schema and save all of the data into the database. So here we go. I basically tell it that I'm adding some new foods, and I tell it to save changes. That is it. And the result of that is something that still blows my mind when I think of the complexity of what it comes up with. Let's go into Visual Studio Code because I've got this SQLite browser, and I'm going to open up, let's close these out. Going to open up my database. So those 4 lines of code created all of these tables. We've got our food categories, and notice they're not duplicated, so they're a unique list of food categories. We've got our list of nutrients with data points, medians, etc. We've got portion sizes. We've got our actual foods. We've got input foods. Now, when this reports that it has 180 foods, there's really more like 600 or 1,000 that you can search on, but multiple foods map to kind of the same generic portion size. So there's 15 different ways you can enjoy hummus, and it has one entry that has the information about hummus in it, if you can enjoy hummus. It's not for everyone. And then we've got our measurement units, we've got our nutrient conversion values, and our nutrients. So a lot packed into a single call that's building out that database. So that's just the setup. But what I wanted to show is you can have a very complex object graph, and the same thing can happen for update that happened for this insert to seed the database. You can change one property that's out on a node on your graph, and EF Core will walk through that whole graph, figure out what changed, and write the SQL just to deal with the change. And you don't have to worry about that yourself. Let's walk over to the search view model. And this is the search functionality. So there's a lot going on in this view model. We have a debounce, so as they're typing, we're not like constantly slamming the database and doing this and that and the other. But at the end of the day, we end up with a property that has the search text that you're searching for. Let's look at a few things in this one. We'll expand the search out. So this is the main code for the search. And again, this is using language integrated query or LINQ. And the concept is the same concept as before. Basically, a very fluent way of describing, I want to say where the food category matches, and the search data field contains search, and I'm going to order it by description. Very straightforward. Then I iterate through the results. I add them to my observable collection. I raise some property change notifications, because who doesn't enjoy doing that for view models? And the application updates and shows what I need to show. The Power Foods is a little more complex. So let's pop over there and see how we tackle this one. So with the Power Foods, what I'm saying is I've got this concept of a nutrient that's buried inside the food, but nutrients reused across different food items. So I may have food item X that has 5 protein and food item Y that has 10 protein. So what I need to do is I need to go from the food, that's this, to the nutrient, which the food nutrient is the amount, and then the actual nutrient entry itself. And that's how I get down to the nutrient for the food. I'm using select mini, which allows me to take child records and flatten it out. So instead of a top level food item A and a top level food item B, we get A, A1, A, A2, A, A3, where A1, A2, A3 is like the second level. So we're basically taking those nutrients and creating a row per nutrient. So now that we've got that, and this is a projection, so this is a different way of looking at the data, then we're going to filter it. So we're filtering it to the nutrient we're interested in, ordering it by the amount descending. I only care about the top 10. I'm not going to scroll through everything, so I'm going to take 10. And then I'm doing another what's called projection, which is basically out of all the information in the database, I only need 4 elements. I need the ID, the description, the amount, and the unit. So I'm projecting that into my own class, and that's what I'm using in the UI to display it. And I wanted to show this for 2 reasons. First, to show that EF Core supports those projections so that you can get the data into the format you need. But second, I want to make a note on what goes on behind the scenes. When I project the data, it's not pulling back the entire database and then cherry picking the columns that it's interested in. When I do a projection like this, it is actually mapping that projection to the database dialect. So you get a select statement that literally selects ID, description, amount, unit. In fact, if we pop back over to our example here, you can see down here, actually I didn't project this one, but oh, right here. So ID, description, and food category ID. So that projection is being sent to the database and letting the database do what it's good at, which is filtering columns and sorting, etc., and not leaving that workload for an afterthought or bringing back too much. So it really streamlines the process. And then you pair that with a powerful API like, for example, GraphQL, and you really get this streamlined ability to grab data all the way end to end in your pipeline. So let me just double check. I get the power foods, I add them to my collection, and I show them, and that is that. So having shown that, I've got a very, very special next slide. Very exciting, and that's a thank you for joining. But I wanted to give you a very easy link to remember. That's aka.ms/efdocs. That is your gateway into Entity Framework Core. It contains all of the examples, documentation by provider, tells you how to get started. We're working on experiences by platform, so take a look for all of those. Thank you so much for your time. I am the product manager for data, so if you have a bit of feedback, want to have a conversation, or would just like to generally talk data, feel free to reach out to me. Thank you. I'm going to hand it over to my main man, James.
Thank you, Jeremy, so much. I love anytime you give a talk on absolutely anything. It doesn't matter. We could just be sitting there and talking about the stars. I love it. We have a lot of good questions on Twitter, which, again, you can use hashtag .NETConf. I've said it 25,000 times this conference. But you can ask questions, and we read them back live. So a few good questions here. David, kind of 2 questions. Why would you use Entity Framework and not SQLite.net? SQLite-net from my good friend Frank Kruger. Additionally, kind of in the mobile space, in the past, there were performance implications. Can you talk a little bit about those 2 differences, SQLite-net versus EF, and then some of the things that are being done in .NET 6 and .NET 7 for performance on mobile specifically?
Absolutely. So the first element is the SQLite.net, and I say absolutely use it. Why would you use EF Core? Because you're possibly using it in other applications. You might be using it for your backend. And so having that consistent API is useful. But SQLite.net is a phenomenal tool, and it's a lightweight tool as well. So there's no reason why you wouldn't use something like that as well. So you've got multiple tools in the toolbox. As far as performance is concerned, there are a couple nuances, if you will. The nuance is such an overloaded term, but there's a few things to think about when you're going to mobile. One of the challenges we know we have is when you have a very large model, it has to build up that view of the model in memory and do some configuration. And so that startup time has traditionally been an issue. We've been tackling that iteratively through releases, and it's something that we want to make first class. Now, my experience with this application was that the startup time was acceptable for .NET MAUI. However, I know in the past we've had concerns with Xamarin, and so those are things we're looking into. But the bottom line is we want this to be a first-class experience on every platform. So if there are still performance concerns when you're building MAUI applications, we want to hear about them, and we'll work with you to work through those. The second thing to talk about is some of our optimizations involve code generation. And code generation is limited on certain platforms. And so we have to build workarounds so that it works both on platforms that allow it and don't. And so that's another gap that we're slowly closing as we figure out how to do that.
It's awesome. I really like that as .NET progresses, as .NET MAUI progresses, as EF progresses, it's all one big family of tools in your toolbox. I like what you said, Jeremy, which is use the best tool for you. If you have only been ever using EF Core and Entity Framework before that, this might be up your wheelhouse based on your application needs. I think that's an important thing is every app is different. I've always said that for the last decade of doing advocacy around mobile development is every app is different. Different UI, different things, different databases. Good question from Scott here, who's been very active, appreciate it. Using Entity Framework Core, could I specify different database implementations for different platforms than .NET MAUI? Scott doesn't know why you'd want to do it, but could he do it?
Trying to wrap my brain around the question. Different database implementation for different platforms.
I guess you could use Cosmos versus SQLite versus
something
else.
I mean, if this is answering your question, there's a team at Microsoft that takes data and they have a relational view that they use for one set of applications and they have a document view that they use for another. So using the same context, they translate it to both Azure SQL and Azure Cosmos DB. So you can reuse the classes and code on different database platforms and on different targets too. So my WinForms app may target something differently than my MAUI app, for example.
Very cool. I like that. And also, one question I have is, can I actually target multiple data sources? Like I know you were targeting SQLite here, but can I target multiple things at the same time? Like if I did have some data in Cosmos or some over here in Azure SQL and some over here in a SQLite database, is that possible too?
That's possible. You could either have two different contexts or you could have the same context that takes configuration separately. So you could configure one for SQL and one for Cosmos and use them both at the same time.
Very cool. Another question here from FreeDev. What is the best way to implement queries between two tables with millions of rows of data?
Careful, precise joins. That's that question really maps to what the data looks like, how you're filtering the data, how you're sorting the data. I'm assuming you're not pulling back millions of rows. So if you have a good join, a lot of times that performance is going to be relying on how the database is configured and indexed and joined. And it's a straightforward link statement on the Entity Framework Core side.
Very cool. Jeremy, thank you so much. And don't forget, you can join Jeremy and the EF Core team on the .NET Data Community stand-up at live.net, live.dot.net. It'll take you right there on the .NET website. I also want to remind everybody over here, our good friend Jonathan Peppers is a good reminder here that there are a bunch of on-demand sessions releasing throughout the day, premiering on the .NET YouTube at youtube.com/.net. Jonathan Peppers gave an amazing talk on performance improvements in .NET MAUI. So head over there, and of course, don't forget to follow the hashtag #NetConf. All right, let's head over to our next session. I'm really crazy excited about it because when it comes to building user interfaces and beautiful UI, which we have a challenge on as well to get free stickers, there's no one that knows it better than one of my best friends in the entire world, Leo Maris. Let's head over to you to get going on creating some beautiful UI with .NET MAUI.
Hi, James. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Fine. Thanks for the invitation.
Absolutely. Take it away.
So I want to start with my topic that is UI design for .NET MAUI. It's a topic that I really love just to continue growing up in my Xaml skills. And first of all, I want to share my introduction. I'm Leo Maris Reyes. I'm a software engineer from the Dominican Republic, a student in lead in Platzi and Microsoft MVP for 4 times in a row. I'm also a content editor about Xamarin and .NET MAUI. And I also have my baby that is AskSamir.com, which I always share content about Xamarin and .NET MAUI. And today, I will be giving you some tips. I will be sharing some experience about the Xaml, and we will be replicating a UI that I previously code, and we will be creating the analyzing. So the first that I want to establish as a main goal is that I will be giving you some tips to improve your Xaml skills that you know that sometimes could be a difficult topic to learn, but for me is one of my favorite, that is the best. And the second topic that I will be speaking about is that we'll be analyzing an already replicated UI, and I will be doing a briefly analyze about its code. So how we'll be dividing these goals? We will be dividing in the following topics. The first is the tips for selecting the right UI to practice to continue growing up your XAML skills. The second one is that we will be analyzing a UI that is divided into points. The first is how to start coding a UI to replicate, because sometimes we don't know how to start, what select, why select. And the last is that we will be analyzing the code to build this UI. And finally, how to continue practicing my XAML skills. So let's start. First of all, I want to introduce the tips for selecting a UI to practice. As you know, you have to continue practices to finding UI to improve your XAML skills. So I have 2 points that I want to recommend in you. The first is that you have to select a UI that challenges you. Don't stay in the comfort zone. But how to do it? Okay, I have 3 sub-points. The first is that you have to select a UI that contains controls you've never used. For example, let's imagine that you have a UI that have a rounded button. Oh my God, I have never built a rounded button. That's the UI that you have to select, because they will be helping you to improve your XAML skill and challenge you at the same time. The second point is that you have to pick ones that you are afraid to replay. The UI that you have to select to practice is a UI that you don't know, that you don't have an idea how to do it, because it will be helping you to run up. And the other point is that you have to identify some techniques that you have not applied. For example, the overlapping, that is a simple technique, as we can call, and you will be growing in this part just with the practice. So continue with the second step is just to have to select a UI that you like and that inspires you. In my case, for example, I always try to look for the colors that I really love. I just try to find a UI that have pink colors, blue colors, something like that. And also I find for themes that identify me in that bit with a modern design to continue practice. So keeping in mind these tips, I want to analyze a UI and I want to start. In this case, I have added this QR that is a code which you can start, and you have in my blog exactly the same explanation that I will be doing here. The name is Replicating a Course Profile UI in .NET MAUI. Let's start. In this case, I have a UI that I get from Dribble. It's not by design. And I just divide in 3 blocks. This is the first point that I recommend to use. If you divide into blocks, all the blocks that you need will be better for you to understand and to code your UI. In this case, I have divided in 3 blocks. The first is the timeline. As you can see, it's composed by a timeline background image, also with a profile image and all the basic information about this person. In this case, you have the Angelica Melly's name and their location, age, and their status. This is the first block. But I also have other block that is the description. This is simple. It just has a title and a description that will be too simple to develop. And the third is my favorite, and is composed with some interest controls. In this case, we have a title that is a homework, but we also have a set of information that in this case is a homework. So this is a collection view, yeah? So we will be using a collection view, and we have also a line that we will be seeing different ways to do it. And finally, we have two buttons just to make an action that we want to do. So once we have divided the UI that we choose, taking into account the previous tips shown, we have to continue. But what's first? Okay, once you identify the UI that compose, the blocks that compose the UI, you have to identify what is the main layout that is better for your application. Don't confuse the layout that I like because yes, no. You have to select the layout that is better for you in the case of your application. I used to use the grid because it gives me better performance for my apps, but not always is the better for the UI that we are replicating. So, and the first tips is that you have to make sure to do your tests on all the available platform on your app from the first moment. It's important that you test both for Android and for iOS, for all the platforms that you have available your app, because you have to test in pair just to save time from your development. And keeping in mind that I want to start analyzing the code of this UI. So the first block is a timeline. The timeline is composed by the controls that we can see here. The important points that I want to highlight here is that we will be learning about how to round borders of an image. As you can see, we have an image with a rounded, totally rounded, and a background image with a rounded borders. So how we will be seeing this explanation? Okay, I here have added some QR, and this QR contains the different portion of code that compose this block. You can scan the timeline, for example, and the rounded image. But also, I want to explain you on my Visual Studio each of the steps that we will be explaining. For example, the first is that I think that you remember when I was speaking about the main layout. In this case, my main layout is a grid. Inside this grid, you have to enter all the following code about the blocks on which you will be building. So once you have added the grid, we can start with the blocks, with all the controls that it will be containing. In this case, the first is the timeline. This is a code that I have previously built. And the first question here is how to get the rounded borders about the background image. It's too easy. You just have to use the technique. You have to add a frame. In this frame is a normal frame in which you can add the border color, the vertical option, all the properties that you need. But the key property here to make that this happen, this effect, is just to add some properties. In this case, is clipping to bound is one of our best friends to get this effect. And the other property is to add a padding with 0 as a value. And of course, don't forget the corner radius. That is a property that will be allowing you to round the borders that you need. And when you add this frame, you just have to add inside this frame the image that you need. So in this case, the source is timeline image, and you just have to add inside this frame, and taran, this is all the work that you need. In this case, I want to stop because you have to keep in mind that when you name an image, please don't forget to add in lowercase. So keep in mind that. Continue with the other image. In this case, it's a rounded image. I will return to my image, and I have a profile image with this girl, and I have to get exactly these shapes. How can I do it? Okay, I need exactly the same frame with the same property that I mentioned previously, the script to bound, the padding, the corner radius. But in this case, I have to add some little tips to get exactly the circle. In this case, you have to add the width request and the height request with exactly the same value. But besides that, you have to add the corner radius property with exactly the half of the value that we previously include in the width in the height request. With these little mathematical operations, we will be getting the rounded profile image. And the same here, you just have to add the image that you want to apply. The name is the model profile. So at this time, we have the timeline and the image profile designer with our XAML. But for finish the first block, we are missing some elements. The first is that the profile image, that is Angelica Melis. This is a simple label that you just have to add the text that is Angelica Meli or whatever you want. And I have added font attributes as well, the text color, horizontal alignment, margin, and the font size that I need. And so, continue with the general information. Here, I have a little grid. We have different ways to do it. In this case, I will return. I have buttons, I have images, I have text. You can add, if you take it as a list, as a set of information, you can also use a collection view, for example. But in this case, I use the simplest way, that is using a grid. Inside this grid, I add all the elements that I need to replicate this UI. I have a location button, I have a text with my location, I have my age with its button, and I also have the status, that is, in this case, the text is regular, to continue replicating this UI. And with this little line of code, we have been replicating the first block of our UI. As you can see, it's too simple. Just you have to use some frames, to use some grids, and to include some key important properties to get this UI. So let's continue with the second block. This is too simple. This just have a title and a description. And here is happening the same. You can scan your Git's code and you will be getting exactly this portion of code. And I will return to my Visual Studio. In this case, are just two simple labels that contains the text, the title, that is Angelica's node, and you can add all the properties that you need. In this case, for example, font attributes, text color, horizontal text alignment, the margin, and the font size. And also,
Hey friends, we are back. We lost Leo Maris, but do not worry, Maddie and I are here.
Hello.
Now we will have Leo Maris also re-record her session, and we'll put it up on both docs.microsoft.com, where you can find all of the sessions already, and youtube.com/.net.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of stuff going on there.
There is.
Now, a bunch of fun stuff. I got one thing, and then a question for you, Maddie.
Oh boy.
Yeah,
Oh boy.
I know. Well, I always want to remind everyone about the amazing challenges that we have going on. So you can get sweet, sweet stickers. We just zoom in really tight there, Ryan. Look at that. Look at this beautiful sticker pack that you can get yourself by doing one of two things. Ooh, look at that blur in the background.
That's pretty fancy.
Oh my goodness, that is a
Good shot.
fancy red camera. Ooh, hello. There's two things happening. First is the Cloud Skills Challenge. This is where you can take Microsoft Learn modules and learn how to build applications with .NET MAUI. When you finish it, boom, sticker pack. Number
Boom.
two, beautiful UI challenge. Maddie.
Ooh.
If you want to learn how to build and show off some beautiful UI, head to aka.ms/MAUI/UI challenge. You can learn what you need to do, submit a simple pull request showing off what you built, and boom, sticker pack. Did you know that I hand seal those, Maddie, from my house?
I did. I heard that you actually ordered stamps. You
did.
single-handedly are keeping the United States Postal Service in business
I
for the
went-
year 2022.
I went to the Postal Service and said, I'd like to buy some stamps. They said, how many? I said, how many do you have? And they said, 700. I said, give me all of them, please.
Oh, wow.
Yes, all the stamps, all the time. And I hand stamp them from my house, all good to go.
Sweet.
Matt, I had a question for you.
Oh, no.
We've been asking people to fill out the survey. What does a PM like yourself do with this survey? Why is this important? Why should people go and fill this out?
Well, when I read it, it brings me the most amount of joy I could possibly feel in my entire life. No. We have a bunch of surveys. You might see them. Sometimes they're the same survey. You just find them in different places. Sometimes they're totally different. They come to you in those little gold bars in the IDEs. They come to you from QR codes such as this. And we read every single answer, every single one. And if you leave your email, oftentimes we'll reach out to you and say, hey, we saw that you responded something, something, something. That you really dislike this or you love this, and we want to learn more about it. And there's a bunch of numbers we can get from them. So if you fill it out and you say like you'd really recommend it to a friend, that's a number that we get to look at and say, oh, that number's doing well, so that's good. Net Promoter Score. And there are others. Sometimes we do like little sneaky investigations that aren't sneaky at all because we've just randomly added a bunch of questions about a very specific topic. And then we get these very passionate responses about it. And we're like, oh, people do care about this thing.
Yeah.
So it's very, very helpful to see kind of not quantitative feedback, qualitative feedback. Really just got confused between the words there. Because, we see you building things and sharing screenshots, and we see you filing bugs and being like, this sucks, or this is the best thing that's ever happened to me. But sometimes we just want your like everyday thoughts, like not the wins or the losses, but like you randomly pop up and take a survey and you're like, this one random thing they're asking a question about, I have this random thought upon. And we're like, interesting.
Does this product feedback actually go into the product at the end of the day? Like,
yes.
Obviously there's goods and bads and all these other things, but like, is there, an
What do you think
example
we
of that?
do? What do you think? Just
Okay.
throw it out? We just take all the feedback, we take it, we put it in a bucket, and we put it to the side, and we say, okay, start another survey. No, I'm just kidding. Of course it goes into the product. It's very, very helpful. I'm trying to think of a good recent example. One that's come up a ton is device mirroring. We see this all the time. We used to use Visor for all of our demos. Visor is a great product. If you plug your iPhone in or your reflector for your iPhone, people were like, I don't want to download something, just do it. So we built it into live preview. Now it just works. We would never have figured that out if people didn't just put in the survey like, you always have cool screen mirrorings on your demos, and I wish I could do that too, and I don't know what you use. And we're like, all right.
Yeah, I love Xaml Live Preview too, because the live preview is really nice because, like you were saying, is like we had to find all these different ways of mirroring our device, and then also like when we're demoing or you're demoing, or if you're like me, sometimes I just have my laptop, right? And I think the whole goal there really is to give you more space back in to your main desktop, into your IDE when you need it. I often have it open, then close it back and forth, back and forth.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty nice.
Very cool. Now there's a whole bunch of other stuff going away. Did you know that people don't even have to do challenges? They can just get swag.
What?
Did you know that?
What?
Yeah, it's happening.
Can I get some?
You can get swag all the time. I gave you hundreds of stickers.
That's true. You
Yeah.
did.
I'll mail the stickers out, but you still have hundreds. If you see Maddie at a conference, definitely hit her up for some stickers.
Yeah, hit me, and I'll give you some stickers.
No. It's like a question mark block, and it's just like,
yes.
oh, Stickers fall out. Actually, there's tons of people that bring you this conference. Only the amazing people behind the video cameras, like Ryan here on this amazing Steadicam. Shout out to Ryan. He's just looking amazing with his orange shirt on. We got Cameron. We got the whole crew back there. And of course, everyone, all the presenters, all the speakers, everyone that's flying out here to do this. But also these amazing, I'm here, I'm a person. There's amazing sponsors as well. So all these amazing companies help make .NET Conf, the focus events, the main event, all possible. So not only, of course, Microsoft .NET Foundation, Uno, Syncfusion, Progress, DevExpress, Code Magazine, all these amazing companies. And you can go to focus.netconf.net/swag.
Swag.
Amazing prizes, all sorts of stuff.
Yeah.
Just go and get it.
Now, if I wanted to maybe see some images of the swag we have and maybe download them for my own purposes,
Yes.
is that something I can do?
I think you can just go to that URL right there and get it.
Oh, does it have the GitHub link?
I believe so.
I was trying to tee you up. So he puts all the SVGs for the stickers in the GitHub, and it's very nice because then you can put them on your desktop or like put them in your PowerPoints, and it's very cute.
That's a good question. On the .NET Foundation GitHub, you just go ahead and Bing Google that. You can actually see all of the swag for all the different community projects and Microsoft projects too. So .NET swag, .NET MAUI swag, Prism swag, Poly swag, all those great things are all available. I just did a pull request because Maddie said, maybe I want to print stickers as well.
Right.
Boom, they're all there.
I might make some on like vinyl cut, some T-shirts, do some cool things there, and it's all open source.
It's all open source. You just go get it. And then you have your own designs as well. You can put them there too. In fact, Gerald, you saw earlier, made this shirt using Microsoft.Maui, which is
the shirt under my Hawaiian shirt. Because I'm all Maui'd out today.
That is
my pocket
layers deep. Now, Maddie, I believe that you went to Hawaii and got this shirt and you were strolling across, correct? Is that
yes, I went to www.hawaiianshirts.com. No. I did Google women's Hawaiian shirts. Much smaller selection. Because I didn't want it to look like too boxy.
Yeah.
Usually that's a subtle Hawaiian shirt you have on.
Yeah.
It's got like the chill vibes. I like it.
What's going on?
This one's screaming.
I like it.
I want.
Let's talk about a few people, Maddie, because we're talking about beautiful UI. Leo Maris was going through some stuff. But there's some amazing component vendors out there, good friends over at Grail. Grail.
The Holy Grail.
The Holy Grail.
No, Grail.
I love these folks over there. They've been with us almost since the beginning of Xamarin Forums, and there's hundreds of beautiful style controls and Xaml templates.
Their brand color is purple, which is the best color.
Yeah, it's so good. So if you're looking, these are great examples that they have just from their sample application of just showing cards and different styles that you have that are available for not only .NET MAUI, but for your Xamarin Forms apps as well.
Yeah.
We have our good friends over at Progress Telerik as well. Now, here's what's cool about them, too, is that they not only have .NET MAUI controls and Xamarin controls, but also Blazor controls.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. And Sam was here today.
Showing it. It's here.
Amazing.
Also, our good friends over at Syncfusion also releasing their .NET MAUI controls as well, which is really awesome. So any of these companies, charts, graphs, pickers, labels, QR codes, anything that you can think of, calendar views. And I think that's a cool part of the ecosystem around .NET MAUI, right? Is that there's this vast ecosystem that you could take advantage of. Stuff that's free, stuff from the community, stuff from, honestly, sometimes just the developers working on .NET MAUI in their spare time.
Yep. Oh yeah, plenty of packages. Gerald, who spoke today, has shipped plenty of things. I know Javier Suarez Ruiz builds a ton of components. Jonathan Dick, who runs the MAUI team, makes the barcode stuff, and he does a bunch of things. Syncfusion was, if you were watching the keynote earlier and you saw the little red box come up, it's because Dave and I were Googling free Blazor control signature trial.
Yeah.
And then I forgot to copy paste the key in, which is why it did not like it.
You're good to go.
It was good. So,
amazing. I also want to call out here, you were talking about a lot of community projects too, so I want to point out two down here. Can I actually draw on this thing?
Whoa.
Can I laser pointer this?
Whoa. Oh yeah, that's working.
Did that
looks
work?
Great.
Look at that. So there's two down here, plugin in-app billing and store review plugin. Those are mine.
What?
Yeah, I make those.
You don't write code.
I totally write code on occasion whenever David lets me. I know. So this is really cool, right? We talk a lot about .NET MAUI and that you have access to those native underlying controls and, of course, the APIs. And you also have a bunch of stuff built into .NET MAUI, like connectivity, the file picker. But of course, there's other things that aren't in the box, but available in the box. And many of our amazing community members and engineers abstract those into common APIs, like the fingerprint, the in-app billing, store review, validation rules, Bluetooth, low energy. And like you said, Jonathan Dick, we got 25 questions about barcode scanning. Jonathan Dick has zebra crossing that actually runs that all down, which is very cool. Do you have any favorite plugins, Manny?
Oh,
Or did I just list them all?
you listed most of them. I mean, there were quite a few Xamarin Forms plugins that I'm eagerly awaiting, making their way over to Maui too, at community. So, start migrating it. I know all of the MVVM stuff that's come over, like obviously the community toolkit we've talked about a bunch, Maui community toolkit, all those things are great, but also things like Prism and all those MVVM frameworks elsewhere, like that I just kind of stick in my app sometimes and they make it easy for me. Very nice. Very cool that those work.
Yeah, I've also been enjoying Javier's journey, as we talked about Javier, one of the engineers on the team. He not only has a great GitHub in general, but that is where the beautiful UI challenge is.
Yes.
He has good looking UI, not only for Xamarin Forms, but now for .NET MAUI, so you can look at all these beautiful apps. But additionally, what I love is he has this Aloha kit.
I was going to say Aloha kit. Yeah.
And he's maybe the first one that's really embracing this fully, but you can also go to just type in awesome.NET MAUI, and he has an awesome.NET MAUI repo on GitHub. The awesome brand, there's an awesome Blazor, there's an awesome everything, basically. And it lists everything that you can possible. So these are only just a sampling of some of the things that are available. There's so much more, including videos and all this other stuff going on too. Yeah.
Yeah, and there were a lot of questions I saw on the Twitter about how to get started if you're new.
Yeah, how do you get started, Maddie?
Oh my goodness, internetsearch.com. No, we have a great Learn module that people have put a ton of work into creating. So you click through it. It's got step-by-step getting started with Maui. We also have a ton of videos. We have challenges. We have that Matt's doing a challenge. That one that you talked about. Is it called Coded UI Coding Challenge?
It's Cloud Skills Challenge.
Cloud Skills Challenge. Sorry, there's too many words.
Yeah.
I'm in Eastern time.
The skills. It's a challenge.
Skills.
Yeah.
Tons of docs, videos by people such as yourself.
I'm a person.
And other folks on the team and folks elsewhere in the community. So.
And don't forget, you can actually join Learn Live, talking about those modules that you just talked about, Maddie. You can do them right now. Get a sticker pack if you're like, I don't got time right now, James. I'm enjoying my summer or fall or winter, wherever you're at. You can join me and Matt Sokup live, one of my good friends here at Microsoft. We'll be teaching you interactively every single week .NET MAUI from start to finish. 7 weeks. You got to put up with this hair as it grows out.
I love it.
Continues to go. All right, we did it. We filled it. And of course, we'll put Lara Maris's full session up on YouTube and docs.microsoft.com. We'll have her re-record that. But stay with us. We have tons of great content coming up. And we have Sweeky coming up, talking about the one, the only Sweeky. Talking about DevOps. Over to Sweeky.
See you soon.
Hey, everyone. Super excited to be here. Thanks, James. The Sweeky, that's funny. So hi, everyone. So my slides are up. So I am here to talk about DevOps and using DevOps with .NET MAUI apps. And we're going to talk about how to use that with GitHub Actions and with Azure DevOps. But just like a few minutes ago, I was looking at my slide titles, and then I was reading this conversation on Twitter, and I was like, this is what I should have actually named my talk. Let's help David help me get Legos, because again, he talked about this amazing sample he worked on today, but guess what he did not do? Didn't put in a build pipeline. And then he's asking people, hey, is Android working? Hey, is iOS working? So let's sort of switch our perspective a little as we go through content today and be like, hey, David, this is how you could have added build pipelines to your app. So, all right, so let's go up first off to the basics. So when anyone ever asks me about, hey, how do I get started with anything with DevOps, right? So when it comes to DevOps and .NET MAUI, this is what my sort of quick TLDR rundown of how to pick your, how to get started basically. So first off, pick whichever DevOps system you like. GitHub Actions comes with GitHub Actions. There's Azure DevOps. If you don't want to do any of that, if you have a build machine, like a local machine on your desk, under your desk, in your closet, bring it out, set it up. If you can run .NET Build, so clone your repo on it. If you can run .NET Build on your local machine, hey, that's a build machine for you. after you can run .NET build, you want to make sure that you're able to do .NET workload install, just so you know you're able to keep it up to date. But fun fact now, I should have probably removed the preview office, but if you have a Windows machine, you don't even need to go into the nitty-gritty CLI stuff. If you have Visual Studio running on your machine, hey, you're good to go. You can start, using that as a local DevOps machine. So don't even need to get into, hey, how does this even work on, like, how do I configure a VM and stuff like that. But if you are looking at GitHub Actions on Azure DevOps, this is my favorite website. I literally have this bookmarked. So there is this. That was the first link on my slide, and I'll be sharing all the links out. So this is basically the GitHub images that are available to you as of today. And when you are picking an image, you'll be like, why is this important? Why do I bookmark this? Because I can click into this and it'll show me a full list of every single software that's installed and the version of that installed. This is amazing because this is usually where you get stuck in the nitty-gritty figuring out, hey, what's available, what's not, which version of Xcode does it have, which version of Android tools does it have. So this table is this link is like where I usually go to. Same thing for Azure DevOps. They have a similar link where you can go and look at this table and it'll tell you, okay, this is the machines that we have and what is installed in these machines, you ask. Hey, let's go in and look. You can go see a whole list of every single thing that's installed, which version is installed, including fun stuff like the Xamarin bundles. And then in that same doc that I was in, there's a section right below that even gives you like so this is going to be me awkwardly finding the question for you, but essentially it will even explain to you that, hey, if you're trying to pin your machine or pin the VM image to a particular version of Xamarin, this is how you got to do it. Just pick the script number, put it in there, and boom, it's going to set it up for you. So this whole section over here under Xamarin, so this was for Xamarin, but we're talking Maui, but I'm just letting you know, this is my favorite page in the whole wide world because it has all this good stuff in it. So pin this, makes your life really easy when it comes to, hey, how do I get started? Hey, what environments do I pick? And like I was talking about, if you're self-hosting, hey, just follow the wiki that helps you set your Mac up. Or for Windows, don't even need the public preview anymore. You can just use Visual Studio 2022, and that's your environment setup. So next thing, when it comes to anything with Apple, Android, Windows, if you're distributing any sort of app, you obviously need to make sure you have all your, so I call them secret files, but essentially these are all of your encrypted signing files. So we have guides that walk you through all of them. They explain how to even set those up. Like if you're doing it for GitHub, if you're doing it for Azure DevOps, they'll explain to you like, hey, this is how you get those files. This is how you make them available to your build pipelines. GitHub Actions, I put that in a little box because GitHub Actions is a little tricky. It involves you having to encrypt it in a base 64. And if you're uncomfortable with doing all that kind of stuff, there are 2 community tasks called Apple Actions that make your life a little easier. So you can look at that if that's what you're comfortable with. You don't have to go around sort of, encrypting those things on your own, putting it in the secrets and, vice versa. So whatever you feel most comfortable with, there's what I'm trying to say is there are options, number one, and there are detailed documentation for each of those options. All right, so let's talk about a DevOps pipeline, right? So for a .NET MAUI, what does a DevOps pipeline even look like? So it's basically just these steps. And this is a very basic high-level version of a pipeline. Of course, you will be, adding tasks and steps in this based on how complicated or what your pipeline is doing. But in the bare minimum, you'll be setting up the .NET version. You'll be making sure the workloads are installed. And depending on if it's like, if you're not doing your release, you don't have to, most cases don't need that signing files installation step. If you are doing a release, you want to install all your signing and your bundling files, so your certificates are installed, your provisioning profile is installed, your cert for Windows distribution is installed. So you have all that set up. The next is, of course, building and publishing the app. So .NET build, .NET publish, you're doing it for your target frameworks. You're generating all your binaries. You have all the binaries. Let's upload them so you can share it. So this is pretty usual. I put a blog post out a while ago that sort of walks through in detail exactly what each of these steps look like for a .NET MAUI app. And this was actually specifically for the Weather 21 sample, which again, David, hello, but it's already in there. And So you can see how that works. For today, I wanted to talk a little bit about a different task that you could add. There's something I did not cover in detail in the blog post, that was running unit tests. It's an important step, and it also can 100% be done following the exact same baseline that we've been talking about the whole time. Is it runs on .NET, we can do it. So what am I even talking about, right? So let me explain what we're talking about here. So the pipelines that we have right now, like I said, it's part of the Weather 21 sample app demo. If you click in, you can see. So let's look at the GitHub actions that we have, right? So for the macOS, when you come in, all those steps that I was talking about, they're all in here. We're setting up the .NET version. We are getting the .NET MAUI workloads. We are doing a restore and build of the Mac Catalyst app over here. Then we're publishing the artifacts. You see, I have like the build and run unit test step in here, but it's commented out, right? So we'll come back to that in a little bit. And if you notice the pipelines right now, they do 2 different build agents. So this is what a completed, so this is on Windows. So look, there's 2 different build agents, and same thing on Mac. There's 2 different build agents for the different targets. I saw a couple of questions, and people keep asking me this, hey, how do I optimize my build time? Very easy. The way these pipelines are set up, it's a very starter pipeline, is to help you understand every single small step. If you're looking to optimize your pipelines, it's really straightforward. These first few steps are the same. All you want to do is have this set up once in one same build agent. Just throw in all your .NET publish, .NET build steps for each target framework down here. You'll get all of the artifacts published out to the bin object directory. Just pull it out from there. That's it. You might need to just add in the extra steps to install, your certificates, depending on whichever platform you're targeting. But you can always combine all these into one. So you won't get a pretty looking, UI situation like this. But it really doesn't matter. If all you want is an optimized, faster build time, you can put all your steps into one. Saves you time, saves you minutes. It works the same. It works great. Same process in Azure DevOps. So let me switch back to what our Azure DevOps pipeline looks like right now. So we have Azure DevOps pipeline. And again, you have a Mac agent one and a Windows agent one. Let's look at the Windows agent one this time, right? So same process, you'll see. We are setting the .NET version. We are installing the MAUI workloads. We do a restore. You can also actually put this into your build step. I just, again, wanted to make this as a learning opportunity. So I broke up all the steps so you understand every single process of what's happening. But you can always combine these tasks into one if you're looking to optimize your flows. So there's .NET build here for Android. Then I could throw in a .NET build, Net 6 Windows. Whatever other target platforms I want to do, you can put it into one. You don't have to actually, break them up into different stages. So this is what we have right now, and this is what it translates to, right? So in your build pipelines, it looks all pretty and beautiful. And, I come in here, I have my, hey, look at my little published app over here. And I'm all the way down this beautiful path and almost there. There we go. There's a little MSIX. Okay, so again, very simple. This is how we have it set up right now. But again, if we quickly go back to pipeline, did I I didn't even comment it out here, but I'm pretty sure I commented it out in the Mac one. Did I not? Well, I didn't even add a step to run unit tests over here, which, if you all know me, I love my unit tests. I love testing. And it kind of hurt me a little bit that, hey, I didn't actually implement and show everyone what does unit testing, what does it even look like as part of, .NET MAUI. So let's talk a little bit about testing, right? What options do we even have right now? So if you're like me, you just want to stick to the classic NUnit, make an NUnit project. All you got to do, same process, .NET build, put the path to the CS proj to your tests, and run .NET test. And then I put in the logger because I wanted it to come out in the TRX test results. Why I did this, we will see in just a second. But of course, like I said, I'm not playing favorites. Everything is available to you. All the options are there for you to use. So if you don't want to do NUnit, you can do XUnit, you can do MS test, whatever project type, whatever you're comfortable with, whatever you're used to using. So, all right, so let's see what that looks like. So first off, let me show you. So this is Weather 21 again. And I was like, hey, I'm going to move this data service into its own sort of little project. So this is a NetSig library project because I wanted to unit test the data service as, one should. So for the purposes of this demo, we have just a dummy test that here just always passes. There's a dummy test here that always fails, because I don't like demos that always show like tests passing. I want to also see what the UI looks like, and am I able to look at like the test failure results? That's actually the more valuable information here. And we have the actual weather test service here. I have set this up. This is a NUnit test, right? But just to show you guys that I'm not messing around when I say you can use .NET tests with whatever flavor of a test project you want. So I have this set up for C# and tests, and we have MS test project here, and we have XUnit project test project here as well. Let's add it, right? Let's see what it does. So I'm going to name this MS test project so we know what this one is. Okay, let's create this. All right, and while it's resolving its dependencies, I'm also going to go in and add a XUnit test project. Let's call this XUnit. Okay, should remember to click, right? Okay, so I'm not going to add in the test, anything right now. I just want to show you the building and running process of it, but we'll actually run this NUnit test on DevOps, and I'll show you how that looks like. So just to prove to everyone that, hey, everything is possible. So let's quickly look at what we have here. So now we only used to have the unit test project, but I've now pulled in all our other friendly test projects in here, right? So let's start with the unit test project. So this is what I was talking about. Let's come in and do .NET test, right? And they found a test file. So there you go. There's one failure of the test, two tests that pass. That makes sense because this was the failed test, and we can see what the problem was in line number what, correct? You must be asking me, hey, Swiki, you have this beautiful little test explorer here. Why are you still doing this from command line? Excellent question, friend. The reason I'm doing this in command line is if you notice in the DevOps files, a lot of the code is doing it via these command line things. So it's a good sort of practice to get comfortable with how to run, building your solution and running your tests and running your solution from the command line. You don't have to do this as part of your day-to-day, but it's good to understand what like your IDE does in the background for you, all the magic that it does. So when it comes to like sort of debugging or setting up a DevOps pipeline, you are in control of how you get your project to build and how you get the project to run. Also, it's all in .NET Test now. So again, you guys are not going to believe me, so watch this, right? So let's go back to what we had. So we have MS Test and XUnit. So let me go to the MS Test project now, okay? And then I'm going to do .NET Test again. So you think it's not going to work? It is going to work. It's found the pattern. It's found the test. This is our MS Test project DLL. Amazing, isn't it? Let me go back. You must be like, hey, there's no way I learned this one way to set up DevOps thing for tests and it's going to work for everything. It is actually going to work with everything. Same process. So I'm going to go .NET Test again, and this is our XUnit now project. Again, same thing. So I didn't like I said, .NET CLI is so powerful now. We're doing everything within that CLI. So why rock the boat? So like I said, don't be afraid to add tests. Add your tests. Test every part of your project. Make your code resilient, right? And don't be afraid. It's like, hey, how am I going to do DevOps stuff for this now? Like I said, it's very, very simple now. It's all basically all part of the .NET CLI tool. So, okay, so where do we go? So let's go back. For now, for the DevOps portion, we're going to ignore this MS Test and XUnit because like I said, I'm going to show you how to run the NUnit tests. It's the same process for both of them because as long as .NET Test runs and we're able to get those test results, that's all we really care about for the purposes of DevOps. So for the unit test, what I've done is I have now gone in and updated my pipelines. So to update the pipelines, we're going to add 2 new tasks. And again, right now, this is building and running the tests in a different task. I like to build and run my unit tests as a different task. So then, I can place it in different parts of the DevOps pipeline. You can put conditionals on it, like, hey, if only these tests run, then maybe do a release. Or, hey, if only these tests runs, you can throw in some GitHub, API magic and maybe open an issue, close an issue. There's so many, it's a lot more powerful if you keep this as a separate block as part of your DevOps pipeline. So what was I? So yes, so we are here. We're talking about building and running the test. We have the test logger in here. It's come up. Give me 1 second. Okay, let's try to get rid of this. Okay, so then now that we have all of this set up, so this is, like I said, I'm doing a .NET build again, but again, you can totally just do .NET test straight up and it's going to figure it out. So we are back to looking at this logger over here. The reason we need to have this logger is this is all to do with how you want to report your tests. So here you have a few options. You can totally just be like, hey, I am gonna. So it's like, hey, it's gonna be just like, hey, are you gonna sort of publish this result as part of your build summary in your DevOps pipeline? So here, when I say DevOps pipeline, like, do you want to publish it as part of your GitHub DevOps GitHub action summary? Do you want to publish it as part of your Azure DevOps summary? You may not even want to do that. Maybe you just want to report it and maybe upload it to some other reporting system that you're using. This is where the logger command comes in handy. You can look at the .NET test documentation. There's a lot of different other supported, test log types that you can use for this, which is pretty great. So what I'm doing is I'm putting this out in the DRX format, and then for GitHub Actions, I found this community action, which is really great. It's called test report. And what it does is, so this little conditional is very important to have here, because suppose you have a test failure, by default, the pipeline will stop running anything after it because it sees that as a failure. But we want to still publish the test report regardless if it was success or failure, because we want to see what the test failed on, like what was the report, what was the problem. So throw this little line in, so it makes sure to run this test report, step every time. And next thing, so all you have to do is you put the path to where the test result goes to, and the reporter type. So you want to put in the format of the test result. So I like this task because it's a community-built GitHub action task, and it actually supports a lot of different types. And .NET TRX is one of its, sort of out-of-the-box supported types. So that's why I sort of hooked this up with for the pipeline to pull up the test report. So we'll look at that pipeline in a second. Let me show you what we do on Azure DevOps. So for Azure DevOps, the same running and building the test stays the same. So this is what I was talking about, the power of understanding how to make sure that, understanding how stuff runs on a command line tool, because it looks a little scary, but it's really good information to have, because now you can come in and configure your DevOps pipelines, right? You feel a lot more confident about it. And if there's a problem, you can debug it because you run those same commands on your machine to see, hey, why is it working or why is it not working? So for Azure DevOps, there is a built-in Azure DevOps task that's called publish test results. Super easy. Again, I like to throw in the condition that it runs always. So if there's a test failure, it's still going to run this task and publish, your test results. And again, I just give it the path, you give it what name you want it to be called, and it handles it. So we saw this for how to do it on Mac and for the Mac agents in GitHub Actions and in Azure DevOps. Let's look at what it would look like for the same tasks in Windows. It's the same. As I mentioned, it's like I said, the .NET CLI tool is amazing. It's super powerful. So you're not having to learn different syntaxes, different tooling, nothing. It's literally the exact same task setup. Looking over here, .NET build. So we run the .NET tests and we publish the test results. Same thing. So these are the updates we would make. So we've added the build and run test task. We've put in a task to publish the test results. What does this translate to in actually running the test? So let's take a look, right? So this is what it looks like on GitHub Actions. So this is like this test summary that gets generated using the community task that I was talking about. It gives you how many tests passed or failed. You can see here, it gives a beautiful little summary. And if I click into this, I can go actually look at the test result and see what exactly was the test failure. I really liked this test. I like the summary. I like the way they present it. Very easy to understand. And it goes green, it goes red based on if your tests pass or fail. On Azure Pipeline, this must look pretty familiar to everyone. If you've been doing a lot of unit testing in Azure DevOps, it's the test summary tab. It's come up here. So this is the name I put in. So my services test, and you can see it's pulled in the test failure, put in how many tests pass, how many tests fail. So this is kind of familiar to people who've been using Azure DevOps. Same way, you can just hook it up the same way. So my build summary is here and my tests are in here. So now we've gone ahead and not only run and build our tests, but we also have it publishing as part of our DevOps pipeline in the summary. So let's sort of recap what we did. So running the test, we use the .NET command. It's just a regular task. You go .NET test. What's important and which was different in each of the pipelines was reporting. So in reporting for GitHub Actions, like I said, we're using a community task. And for Azure DevOps, we're using the inbuilt publish test result task. And again, I have links to both. Also in GitHub Actions, if you search the marketplace, there's actually a bunch of different, GitHub Actions that help you do test reporting. So if this isn't something that you like, I'm pretty sure there's another different test reporter that you can find and use. So again, pick what you like, pick what you understand best, and what works best for your use case. All right. So like I've been saying, pretty short talk. I just wanted to give you all like a quick sort of recap. Give David a quick recap. Like, hey, this is how you should have actually added in some DevOps into your sample app. And I'll go add in that PR for David once I'm done with this. But again, these are all the resources. If you're just curious about, hey, what is Azure DevOps? What is GitHub Actions? But also the actions and the test reporter for both GitHub Actions and Azure DevOps. And we have also the main blog post that I was talking about. I explain everything that I was just talking about, the whole pipeline setup process in complete detail with links to the runs, all of it in the resources. So thanks for joining, and I am here to answer questions and answer any other DevOps-related questions, test-related questions, what have you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Suiki. I love it. I love that, the things that I've been using for years in Azure DevOps, but also the new things with GitHub Actions are also available here. Now, you mentioned a little bit, that things are a little bit different between Azure DevOps versus GitHub Actions. Do you have recommendations in your mind of when to use one versus the other, or how do you think about that, Suiki?
So I think if you're new and you just want to sort of explore a little bit about if this even works for your developer pipeline, and you're already hosting your code on GitHub, Actions comes for free. So I think that's a very easy jump to take. Or you just set it up, add in your build steps, and it's really good, like literally click, and you're done. So it's a much tighter loop. It's really quick. You don't have to invest too much of effort in setting that up. So my suggestion would be, if you're new, you're just getting started, and you're already on GitHub, go check out GitHub Actions. If you're more on maybe the enterprisey side, or you are using Azure DevOps already to host your code, then again, Azure Pipelines is right there for you, similar to GitHub Actions. Just right there. It's very easy. Click through it, set up your pipeline, and it's good to go. There's honestly, like the flavor, they both use YAML. The flavor of YAML is a little different. So but it's not like you follow one YAML, you can't follow the other. I would say it's just literally, if you already have code bases being hosted on either platforms, just pick that and then move on to the DevOps option you have right next to it.
Awesome. Thank you much, Suiki. That's all the questions we had coming in. So we'll get started and ready for our next session. And I do want to mention, Shannon was asking about when will the sessions be available on demand. So if you miss some of Suiki's stuff, you can actually scrub back in the live stream. But additionally, you can go to youtube.com/.net or docs.microsoft.com, tap on events, and there is the .NET Conf and all the other .NET Confs of the past there as well. So you can easily go and check them out. I want to remind everyone that you can, of course, ask questions throughout any of the live sessions at #.NETConf, and that will come into our tag board, and we'll go ahead and read those back as they come in. Finally, I want to mention there's not only a few more sessions live today, but a bunch on demand on youtube.com/.net. You can interact with the speakers there as well, just like you can on the ones that are live. So definitely check that out. Next up, another one of my favorite people in the entire world. I just absolutely love working with this individual through the years. And I'm super excited because this is a topic that once you get your application up and running and DevOps start building, you got to publish it at some point. So Olia is going to talk about getting your apps ready for stores and publishing. Over to you, Olia.
Hi, thank you so much. And thank you so much for joining this session on getting your apps ready. My name is Olia Gavrish. I am PM on .NET team, focusing on .NET Desktop and MAUI. And in this session, I will tell you how to deploy and publish your applications for different platforms. So .NET MAUI that stands for multi-platform app UI, meaning that it is supported on multiple platforms. And to be specific, it supports Android 5.0, API 21 and higher. You can build apps for iOS 10 and higher, macOS 10.15 or higher using Mac Catalyst, and Windows 11. You can also run MAUI apps on Windows 10 version 18.09 or higher with WinUI 3. But I always recommend to update to the latest Windows 11 to benefit from all the latest features and great design. You probably have heard about hybrid web desktop applications with .NET MAUI Blazor, and that one is a little bit more strict regarding the platforms that it supports. It requires Android 7.0 or API 24 and higher, iOS 14 higher, macOS 11 or higher, and same for Windows. And that's the work that we do here at Microsoft to distribute MAUI to different platforms, but also we have help from open source community that supports Linux on MAUI, and also Samsung supports MAUI for their platform Tizen. But today we will talk about Android, Windows, macOS, and iOS. And when you are ready with your app, when you put all the amazing functionality and now you want to run it on different devices, see if everything works properly, debug, make final tunes, there are two things you want to do. First, you want to deploy your application to the device. That's what we refer to as deployment. It's easy for desktop, Mac, or Windows. You just run your app from Visual Studio or Visual Studio for Mac, and it's right there on your device. But when you want to test your app on mobile device, you either have to plug in your mobile physical device, or you can use simulator or emulator. And I'll show you how you can do it from Visual Studio. It's extremely simple. And for distribution, we will talk about how you can distribute your apps via stores. It's Google Play Store, Microsoft Store, Mac App Store, and also you can do side loading or ad hoc. So let's start with Android alphabetically. When you want to run your application on Android device, if you're going to use emulator, do not forget to enable hardware acceleration, Hyper-V. Otherwise, everything is going to be super slow. And to do that, in your setting, in your Windows feature, check Hyper-V, check everything underneath, and also check Windows Hypervision platform. Also, if you have any issues, we have great documentation on that. I will be referring to these docs a lot today. So it's docs.microsoft.com/.NET MAUI, and here you can see Get Started. Here's the publishing section. In Get Started, for Android emulator, we have a great page on troubleshooting. So if you're facing any issues like MMIO access error, missing Google Play service, performance issues, hardware acceleration issues, look here. Most likely you will find the solution for the problem. If you are deploying your application to the real device, do not forget to enable developer mode. And we also have a description how to do that here in our docs. Enable developer mode. You go to settings, you select about phone, and you tap build number 7 times until you see you are now a developer. Also, do not forget to enable USB debugging on the device. And if computer does not recognize the device, that happens sometimes, few fixes, you can install a driver for the device or install the Google USB driver through the Android SDK manager, and also look at the documentation. We have some solutions documented there. Right, and let me show you Android Device Manager that comes with MAUI when you install this workload on Visual Studio. So here, Android Device Manager, I can have different emulators for different devices. And let me add a new one. I can choose base device, and there is a variety of what I can choose from. there's TV, generic, there's pixels, all generations of pixels, nexuses, galaxy, etc. I can choose which OS I want on this device, and I can also fine-tune each property. So I already have 2 devices. I have Pixel 5, I have Android emulator. I can check and run it. 1 device is running already. I think that's Android emulator. So let me show it to you now. This is how it looks. And you can turn off the phone or on. There is a sound, yeah, volume. I can rotate layout. I can actually navigate through device. So that's super handy when you don't have the real devices and you can just run the app, see how it looks like on the mobile. And let me run my app on this device. So I have .NET Podcasts. That's the aggregator for all the .NET shows that we have, and you can listen to them from my application. I'm going to choose Android emulator. By the way, here I have 2 my devices. I can add a new one. For that, I go to Android Device Manager, add a new device, and I'll see it here. Let me leave Android and let me run my app. And while the app is running, because that might take some time, I'll tell you more about what else you can do, and then hopefully we'll see the application. So once my app is on the device, and I debugged it, I'm happy with it, I want to distribute it to my end users. And I can publish Android through the store and as a side loading. I can publish Android from CLI or from Visual Studio. So first let me talk through the process, like what are the steps for publishing, and show you how you can do it from CLI, and then we will do it from Visual Studio together. So 3 steps. First, you need to create a key store file. That is the certificate that will help you to sign your application, because if your application is not signed, you won't be able to install it. That's security reasons, very important. So to create the key store file, you can use a key tool. So from CLI, navigate to folder of your project and run key tool genkey, like this script. And here specify the name for key store. My app key store, alias, I just set key. This is the algorithm encryption, RSA. This is the number of bytes used for encryption, standard 2048. Validity, how many days till your certificate will expire. And 10,000, that's about 30 years. So Android has no problem with you creating a very long-lasting certificates, unlike iOS. When you run this command, you will be prompted to enter password for KeyPass, for store pass. You enter all the data, and you will get your key store file. Once you got it, you need to reference this file in your project settings. And for that, right-click on project, edit, find the section property group with target framework that contains Android. If it's not there, just edit. I prefer to add configuration release, because if we're not building for release, we don't even look at those parameters. And then we set Android key store to true, Android sign-in key store to this name that I specified on the pass, on the step above. Alias also, what I provided right before. And their parameters, Android sign-in key pass, Android sign-in store pass. That's the passwords that I just entered on the previous step. If you're doing it from CLI, I recommend to not store passwords in your config file, but rather enter them as parameters when you're publishing. And the third step, just publish. For that, also from CLI, navigate to the folder of your project and run .NET publish with the framework .NET 6 Android. That's the framework that you're targeting. If you're targeting .NET 7, then it's .NET 7.0. configuration, release or debug, and here are your parameters, the password for sign-in key pass and the password for store pass. As a result, in the bin release.NET 6-Android publish folder, you will have ABB and APK files that you can take, and you can either upload it to the App Store, Play Store, or you can sideload them. All right, let's go back to my Visual Studio. Actually, let's try. Anyways, I will be able to show you this application later in the demo. For iOS, okay. Now let's talk about publishing. So for publishing from CLI, very easy. From Visual Studio, even easier. On your project, right-click Publish. Make sure that here you are selecting Android, one of your Android configurations. Right-click, Publish. And that triggers publishing for Android. And as you can see, like, the process is happening, but I already published it a few times before with different devices, different configurations. So once this is done, you will see buttons distribute, open distribution, open folder. When I open folder, I will see my package AAB bundle. When I click on distribute, I have two options. I can do ad hoc or I can do Google Play. If I do ad hoc, here I need to specify the sign-in key store. That's exactly the same thing that we were creating in the CLI before. So here I can create it from UI. I provide alias, password, some information, click create, and that's how I get the key store file. I already have one, so I'm going to choose this one. And I can, since I chose ad hoc, that will create a sign bundle for me. So I'm going to click Save As, pick the folder, and that's where enter the password. That's the same password that I provided when I was creating the certificate. And once this is done, I will see the button Open Distribution. For this one, I already see it, or for this one, for that matter. So once we go here, here's my ABB file that I can take, and I can upload it to a Play Store, or I can do side loading. If I want APK, in my right-click settings, I can specify what kind of project, what kind of package I want to do, either APK or AAB for release and for debug, so I can change it to APK. Right. Now, as for iOS, for iOS, the process is very similar, and you can also do many things from Visual Studio, but you will need a little bit more preparation for sign-in, and you will need your Mac machine. So for distributing application to iOS, you need to create Apple ID. You can do it at appleid.apple.com/accounts. You need to enroll into Apple ID. You need to enroll your Apple ID in the Apple Developer Program, and for that you need to pay money, and every year you need to renew your membership. And then you need to prepare a Mac machine. You can do things from Windows machine, but you need to connect to your remote Mac machine. Then to publish from CLI, unfortunately I don't have time to show you how everything is done, but we have great documentation that you can show that describes step by step, and very briefly I'll just describe the process here. In your developer.apple.com, you need to create from the UI, you need to create certificate sign-in request, then distribution certificate, distribution profile in your Apple developer account. Then you need to download provisioning profile on your Mac. similar to how we were getting the key store files for Android. Then if you need, you can add entitlements to your project. You can do code sign-in data to your app project. You are connecting Visual Studio to Mac build host, and then you write this .NET CLA command. And yeah, I know that's a lot, that looks like a lot, but just go to docs.microsoft.com/.NET MAUI iOS deployment overview, and there, step by step, everything is explained. And if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to us on Twitter, in Visual Studio, report feedback or report issue, just in any, through emails. Just feel free to ask us any questions. We're happy to unblock you and help you with your .NET MAUI adventures. So yeah, one thing, I put the reminder here, certificates are expiring in 1 year. Unlike Android, where we created it for 30 years, here every year you need to repeat this process. All right. For macOS, everything is pretty simple. In terminal, since you already have the device, your Mac machine where you're gonna deploy, when you do .NET build, it creates .app or .pkg files that you can then upload to Mac Store. To do that, in terminal, navigate to the project that you want to publish and do .NET build, specify framework. 1 second. .NET 6.0 Mac Catalyst or .NET 7 if you're using .NET 7. Specify configuration, release, or debug. And by default, it will create .app file. If you want .pkg, you need to set create package to true. So just add the parameter create package to true. And with that, let's go to publishing on Windows and try everything from Visual Studio. So I'm going to close this one. And I'm going to change this to Windows machine. First of all, let me run the application and see how that looks on Windows. And I think I can close all this. Let's continue debugging. It complains because I'm doing release. Of course, if I want to do debug, I will change it to debug, but here it is. Here's our podcast application, and here we can choose different shows. Let's see, .NET Rocks. And yeah, for example, this one. All right, so it can play shows. Again, I think I'm not producing the sound, but that's where you hear our amazing .NET folks talking about all the latest, greatest features. So, okay, I have this app. Now I want to publish it. Also 2 ways. You can do it from Visual Studio. You can do it from CLI. First, I'll show you Visual Studio. Super easy. Right-click, publish. Here, I can choose Microsoft Store under app name, and then I need to provide information for Microsoft Store, or I can choose side loading. In side loading, there is an option to skip sign-in, but then your application won't be installed unless it is signed. So if you skip and sign-in, you need to sign it somehow manually after that. Or you can sign it in this wizard. And for that, it already has my certificate that I created. I can remove it and I create a new certificate. It's pretty trivial. It's just like you're filling in fields, and yeah, let's skip this to save some time. I can look at details for this certificate. It all looks fine. I can choose sign-in algorithm. I'm going to click next. Here I can set publishing profile, and I can create a new one, and I can choose configuration, release or debug. I can choose the target runtime, so 86, 64, ARM 64. I can do self-contained or not self-contained. If I'm doing self-contained, it packages libraries of .NET with my application, so my application becomes not dependent on the environment of my users. Of course, the size gets bigger, but then my users don't need to install anything on their machine. They get everything with the application. And I can specify package location. I already have packaging profile, so I'm going to choose that. And I'm going to click Next. And here I can set installer location, and it can be URL, UNC path, file share location, whatever it is. I can choose how often my application can check for updates, like every time or every amount of days. And then let me put it back. I click Create, and that's how my application is getting published. But instead of that, let me do it from CLI. So from CLI, I just type in .NET publish. I specified the project because I have a few of them. I specified framework as we did before, configuration, and that's pretty much it. So just one line is going to publish my application and store MSIX package on my machine. Let me, while it is running, let me navigate to the folder. So it's going to be my bin folder, then release, then .NET 6 Windows, 64, app packages, and just a few more minutes until this one is done. Oh, there you go. It says that it created in demo.NET podcast, this .msix package. So let me go find it. Not sure which one, but here's MSIX package. Oh, before I run it, let me make sure. Okay, I have application on my machine, so I'm gonna uninstall it first. All right. Okay, my machine is clean. Now I take this MSIX package and I distribute it to my end users. Now I'm gonna pretend that I'm a user. I'm gonna double click, install. And here it is. My application installed on Windows machine. I can see it here. Yep, let's make sure everything works. Here's the .NET Rocks. And yeah, and it is playing. Right, so that's how easy you can distribute your applications. And everything is available from Visual Studio. And if you prefer CLI, that also is ready for you. So with that, that's all I had for today. I'm happy to answer to any of your questions. And if you face any issues, if you have any suggestions, any feedback, please reach out to us. We're very thankful and very appreciate your ideas. Thank you.
Oh yeah, awesome, fantastic. I love this, and a lot of people agree. Not only over here, Scott saying that it's great seeing this talk because a lot of times it's here's how to make the app, but not here's how to actually deploy, publish, release, and get it into the store. So how to get it ready for others to use. Question for you from Camille here was asking, is it possible to automate this process of publishing these applications in different places?
Yeah, you can write scripts like the commands I showed in CLI. You can automate that, and that should be pretty easy. I'm pretty sure you, James, have done it before, right?
Yeah, there's a few processes Sweeky was just showing earlier, for example, all those things that you can do in Azure DevOps or GitHub Actions.
Right.
It's the same commands, right? I think it was kind of cool. You were showing from your desktop, but you can also just do it in the cloud, right?
Exactly,
yes.
Yes.
That's the other process there. A few questions that did come in about you're on a Mac, but you're inside of Windows. In general, you do have to have that Mac and that subscription. Can you talk a little bit more about that process and and what it looks like the Mac requirement.
Yeah, absolutely. So Mac, you need to have Mac machine, and right now I was just using Windows because I knew that I won't have time to show everything, and I just picked those workloads. Usually when you want to build for Mac, you need your Mac machine, and if you're building from Windows to Mac, you need to connect to your Mac machine as a remote. And that also, there is a tooling in Visual Studio how you can do that. And yeah, two ways. You can either use your Mac from Mac, build, deploy using Visual Studio for Mac, or you can use Visual Studio for Windows and from Windows, but then make sure that you're connecting to the remote Mac host.
Very cool. I like that. And of course, there are Macs available in GitHub Actions, for example, so you could do some stuff right there too.
Exactly.
You do need that Mac, at least for the beginning parts, to get those certs.
Yeah.
And once you have those certs, you're kind of good. It's all about those certs, really. At the
Yeah.
end of the day. I think it's always the tricky
All
part.
about certs.
Always about those certs. I mean, it's security, right? I think that's what's important.
Yep.
I had a question for you as well, personally. I know today 17.3 is available on Windows. Is that what you were using today, or are there new things in 17.4 preview or anything?
No, actually, I was using 17.3, and yeah, my Visual Studio had a preview tag, but I grabbed the exact same build that is GA. I just forgot to switch to GA, so I don't have that preview tag. But that was my goal, to show what is available today, to not use any hidden features that are coming later.
Awesome, fantastic. And of course, Jacob over here says thank you for everything. Publishing makes it awesome as well. It's really great to see the comments come in. Of course, you can use #.NETConf on Twitter to ask questions there. Another thing too, before we get onto our next section, specifically, if you want to re-watch Olia or any other session as well, you can find those on youtube.com/.net. They'll be rolling out throughout the day as the team back there is crushing it and doing everything in real time. It's amazing to see all this stuff come out. And also at docs.microsoft.com, Olia talked about all the amazing documentation. There's tons of stuff for .NET MAUI, so you definitely want to check that out. But also there's an events tab where you can find out all of the amazing events that have happened in and around not only .NET Conf, but also all of the other events at Microsoft, first party and third party as well. So keep those questions coming as well in on our tag board as we roll in to one of our final sessions of the day that I'm really, really excited for, because I might get to take a little part on it, to be honest with you. I'm going to check with Cam over there, who's monitoring the feed. Are we good to go, or I got to stretch? Oh boy, I don't have any computers signed up at all, so you got to put up with me for a little bit more. All right, well, I want to also talk about some other great comments that have come in throughout the day. Over here, Hamed was saying that he's loving the new features in C#11 coming in from Mads. So if you missed Mads' session, also definitely check that out as well. If we go up here as well, Luis was asking about Realm and online and offline data synchronization. So definitely check out Realm as well. Also on demand at youtube.com/.net. There's a bunch of on-demand premieres happening all throughout the day. What's really cool about that, there's also a session from Adrian Hall, who's going to be talking about Azure mobile apps doing online-offline data synchronization if you're using things like Azure SQL. So a lot of cool things there, especially if you're deploying your own ASP.NET Core backend, to also take a look there. A lot of things happening in the community. .NET Amsterdam over here printed some brand new awesome .NET MAUI stickers. I love what's happening there. Of course, we have tons of challenges, UI challenges, learning challenges, where you can get your own stickers, or head out to a user group. We're sending these stickers around the globe, and these user groups and different conferences are making their own .NET MAUI stickers. I absolutely love it. Love to see the inspiration of everything that's happening there. Don't forget, Beth Massey over here mentioning our .NET MAUI survey, aka.ms/MAUI/survey. So it's awesome to see everything going on there as well. All right. Now, I'm real excited, like I said, for the next session, because I actually came from a game development background. I used to work on Xbox games back in the day. You can find some of my games even on the Series X and S and One and 360, all before that. That was my first foray into development. And then I wrote WinForms apps. And now I write mobile apps. Olia's like, yes, WinForms. I still write WinForms apps. But I progressed, and the beautiful part about .NET is that I was able to use .NET when I was building games, .NET when I was building desktop apps, .NET when I'm on my back end and my front end web applications, and of course .NET absolutely everywhere with .NET MAUI for cross-platform desktop and mobile games. And Sean is dialing in very late at night all the way from the UK because he wanted to do it live. We said, let's do it. And of course, you are live, and it's almost midnight there in the UK. Don't forget that you can watch these on demand later. But Sean is coming in talking about building real-time applications. We had some questions about SignalR, and Sean's going to talk all about that, and building games with .NET MAUI. So over to you, Sean.
Thank you, James. Thank you so much for that kind introduction, and also for the opportunity to be here today. Hello, welcome, and thank you all for joining me for the final talk of this conference. It's really has been such a great lineup of speakers and content, and I hope you've enjoyed the day as much as I have. It certainly got me through to midnight very quickly. So, as James mentioned, in this talk, we will be looking at how we combine some great pieces of technology provided by Microsoft to have a bit of fun. And that's right, we're going to be looking at how to build a real-time multiplayer game inside of .NET MAUI. So the first piece of technology, as you guessed it, is .NET MAUI. I will keep this part relatively short, but in case anyone here is new to .NET MAUI, here's a brief summary. So .NET MAUI, or Multi-Platform App UI, is a cross-platform framework for building modern applications that can run on many different platforms. So we've got mobile, which gives us Android and iOS support. There's desktop, which gives us macOS and Windows support. And there's even the possibility to run on smart fridges or TVs through Tizen, which Samsung provided and actively supports. .NET MAUI is the evolution of Xamarin Forms, and it's come through to its first version, which is 6, came out in May, which ties in with now .NET release cycle. With that, it brings us a lot of extra bits of functionality now that I truly believe it's become a first-class citizen of the .NET ecosystem, meaning we get powerful things like dependency injection that comes with the MAUI app builder that's very similar to the ASP.NET Core world, as well as more frequent access to the newer language versions, which is all great stuff. So on to the second piece of technology, that is SignalR. SignalR is an open source library that is part of ASP.NET Core, and it provides us with the ability to add real-time communication into our applications. The most common go-to example of this would be adding a real-time chat functionality where you could provide the ability to see whether the other participants are typing, their status, i.e. whether they're online, and even see the messages come through as soon as they are sent. In order to achieve this real-time communication, we open a connection, and then this connection will remain open while is possible between the server and the client. And it then provides us bidirectional support, meaning that we can send data in either direction. SignalR provides the ability to automatically scale when the traffic increases. So if our application is doing great, as we all hope, and it grows to having thousands of users that may be sending hundreds of messages, then SignalR has our back. One of the biggest selling points, at least in my book, is that how it takes something that's really quite complex and makes it ridiculously simple. With a NuGet package and just a few lines of code, we can add support into our application where it will handle the connection management automatically for us and also determine the most suitable transport based on the platform that we're running on, as well as many other great things. It does come with levels of protection, so it does offer authentication, and we can hook that into ASP.NET Core authentication to associate a user with each connection. And on top of that, then it also provides authorization, which means we can then make sure that only users that have access to specific parts of the hubs that we're going to be exposing actually do have access to it. And this all comes as part of the ASP.NET Core world, which is makes it a nice, friendly environment to be in, because we're used to it in terms of building our web APIs or our web apps already. And finally, SignalR supports streaming from client to server, or vice versa, server to client. This is extremely useful for scenarios where we might be wanting to send lots of data, but we don't want to have to wait until that data is ready or complete before we send it. So therefore, we can send fragments up, making sure that other clients are keeping in sync with our state. And all of these points are absolutely perfect for building a multiplayer game. So we've touched a little bit on what SignalR is. We'll now take a brief dive into how we can use it, and then we'll hopefully dive into a live demo. So first things first, in order to have SignalR functionality, we need a server. This server can be hosted in many different places. It could be on-premise, it could be in a cloud provider such as Azure, or there is even a dedicated Azure SignalR service where they provide the server that was already built for you. You still have to provide the hub support, but we'll look into that. Now, for the purpose of this demo we're going to be seeing shortly, I've opted to use the middle option, which is building a web app and hosting the SignalR parts inside of that. The main being is it became remarkably helpful when developing, because you can stick a breakpoint in Visual Studio and start to debug the scenarios which don't quite go to plan. And therefore, once you've got to that stage and you're happy that the code is working, it actually became a few clicks within Visual Studio, and you can publish direct to Azure. This may cause some DevOps engineers for their hearts to start racing, but obviously it's not a production, not a recommended production approach, but it's certainly great for building a demo and getting some live testing out pretty quickly. The second part of interacting with SignalR is we need something called a hub. A hub is the key to allowing our clients and servers to communicate, and by creating a connection between the client and the server, this connection then enables us to invoke methods on the other clients that are connected. This is a term known as remote procedure call, or RPC for short. I suspect you most likely will have come across. So let's get our first client device, which is a fancy phone here designed in PowerPoint, and we're going to open a connection to our hub. This allows for data to be sent between the server and the client. There could actually be many use cases where this is all that's required. For example, we might connect our application to a live airplane tracker to know when our family members are due to land, or perhaps we are providing an application that actively monitors stock market prices. And therefore, we want to make sure that the users of that app have the latest prices, especially if they're going to be acting on it. So it's worth noting that in some of those scenarios, actually, data may only need to flow in a single direction, and that would be server to client, because actually it's only the client that needs to be updated rather than sending to the server. But in our game scenario, the main focus is going to be keeping on multiple clients in sync. So we are going to connect some more devices. Thanks to the power of .NET MAUI, we are going to connect a laptop and a smart fridge, because I don't know about you, but I'm quite easily distracted, so why not spend some more time playing games on my fridge rather than cooking some food. So now that we have multiple clients connected, we can send data between each of those clients, and in fact SignalR offers a multitude of options in terms of which clients will be notified. So actually we can say that client device on the left will send up, and it will go out to all of the other devices that are connected. Or failing that, we could actually say that the server is going to send out notifications to all devices. Or in actual fact, there could be a scenario where the client on the left might send data up, and then actually it also wants to receive the call And we'll actually touch on a scenario why this actually can be beneficial in a short while. There's more that we can do in terms of deciding who gets notified and who doesn't. So we can potentially group connections together. So we can say that perhaps all of the mobile devices might get a specific notification, whereas other devices won't. Or we can even actually single out a specific user or multiple users to say whether we're going to have a group chat or maybe actually a private message. So we can actually send a notification directly to that connected client. So I think what happens when we combine these two pieces of technology that we've looked over together. Now I think the best way is actually going to be to show you all this in action. So I could just play a game by myself, but let's be honest, where's the fun in that? So we're going to try something, and I very much hope this demo goes as smoothly as it did in practice. But James, I'm going to want to challenge you to a game.
I'm here and I am ready, Sean, to get it on because I have the game up and ready. You sent me the GitHub repo. Now I cannot see you because there is a Ryan in between me and you. So you just tell me what to do and I'm ready. And what's happening over here?
Okay, so I'm going to add my name in and I'm going to create a game, and the game name is going to be Focus. So I've created that. Well, creating it. Okay, then we're good to go. So you should be able to join.
Okay, so I'm going to type in Focus. James is my name. I'm going to hit join. Now I'm going to be on the right and you're going to be on the left. So the amazing production team behind the scenes is doing this in real time. So this is cool. I'm ready.
Excellent, there we go. Look, we see that James has joined the game. So let's start it.
Okay, so what's going on?
So without giving the word away, I'm going to draw a picture and you're going to have to guess what it is.
It's a box. Nope. Maybe a chimney? Nope. Box face? Oh, okay. Well, that's a really good drawing. Got it.
Excellent. There you go.
Oh my goodness, this is a hard one. Okay. Let's see. Then we'll do, I like that there's a color picker in here. Let's do a little drawing. Wish I had a touch screen. We're over here on the Mac. Oh, you know what I could do? I could do a little, let's see if I can draw.
Surprisingly difficult, isn't it, without the touch screen?
It is. And then put this here, and then maybe like a little this, and then something you kind of, you know, lay on if you're hanging out. Be like a little something. Then be like this. This thing. This stuff. This thing there.
Sand?
No, the whole thing, all of it.
The whole picture. This thing here.
This thing.
There we go. Sorry, I'll put you out of your misery.
Awesome. I love it. That's really cool to see it in real time, just like that. So cool.
That is. It's great, actually. Shout out to the production team because I've put my phone up just so I can actually see this in action.
That's so
I'm really
cool.
pleased with how that's turned out.
Well, now I want to know how you made this.
Okay, let's check it out, shall we?
All right, back to you, Sean.
Yeah. So we've got a couple of projects here, but we'll touch on the kind of the main detail. So actually, I think a talk that was given earlier by Sam Basu was talking about how we can share code between many of our different .NET applications. And therefore, we have a shared library, which allows us to do that very thing. These classes, they represent the messages that are going to be sent back and forth between the clients. So we'll see that we've got things like we can store the state of each path that's drawn, so each interaction. There's a state of the drawing, collection of those, and then some guesses and whether there are players joined and whether we started the session. To jump back briefly to the drawing path state, there's just a little bit of advice that I'd like to give, is the fact that when I first started building this class, the initial thought was, well, I'll just whack a string in here and I'll just send the hex string of the RGB information, which I don't think it impacted performance much, but obviously there wasn't actually a need to do that, in the fact that the application provided a fixed set of colors, and therefore we can actually say, well, we only need to know where within that fixed set it is, and therefore we take a 7 to 9 character string down to a single int 16. So there are plenty of optimizations that can be made in terms of trying to send data across, because we want it to be as fast as possible. That's the shared code. So let's jump across to the server side and see how that's done. We have a NuGet package, which is ASP.NET Core SignalR. And in our minimal API, we can see that there really isn't too much to do. We get to add in all of the SignalR bits into our services. And then we actually get to map what is going to be our hub. So this is all provided by the package. We have an implementation of a hub, and then we give it a path. So actually that's how we start to connect to it in terms of the URL, which we'll touch on when we get to the client code. Then this part here starts to show us how is the different arrows within the diagram that we saw in the slide leading up to this part. So what we get to see is when a player first connects, is the fact that they will join the group. So this was the focus group name, the game name that we added in the app. This then means that in theory, multiple games could be going on, but it's just the session that me and James were connected to that we will update. Finally, once that's done, then we can then start to notify the other clients that something happened. So obviously we're saying that the player is connected. Then we can then start to access the clients that are connected to the hub, and then decide which clients are going to be notified. So in this scenario, we're saying, well, we're going to notify the other people within my group. I don't need to notify myself that I've connected, because, well, if that doesn't happen, then we're most likely going to hit an exception anyway. And then when we come to sending, what we do is we define the name of the method that gets notified on. And then ultimately, when we come to the client side, which we will touch on shortly, is you have to you specify this on the client side, and then you tell me when this is called, this is the action that I'm going to perform. There probably is a good use case for putting this in a constant class that fits in the shared code, given that we can, and therefore we're not going to run into any typos. So we've done others in group. As this name suggests, we're going to notify everyone else other than the caller. We're going to pass that notification on. This scenario means that actually we can send it to everyone. So when we first hit the start button, or when James hit his button to say that he was going to start he was going to start drawing, then actually this then sends a message. The app receives it, and then actually that can perform some navigation tasks. So it sets up a new drawing screen ready to go. And then I think we'll see that all of these, they follow a similar pattern, but if we start to look, there's lots of different options here. So we can notify every single person, every single client that's connected, every single one, and we can start to filter out based on other connection IDs. So if we know that a specific one shouldn't be, we can interact directly with the caller. So whoever called this method, we can call them back. We can get specific clients. We can get a multitude of specific clients. Group, which we've done, except so we can filter out groups, people within the clients within the group. I keep saying people. And then finally, it's the user interaction. So we could send a message to a specific user if we know the user ID, or users. So that might be another way to initiate a group chat rather than having a specific group. That covers the server side thing. So let's jump into the client and see how that part is done. So again, we have a NuGet package, which is here. And I noticed there was an update earlier, but I've held off trying to do that because demo day and all. So we have our drawing manager. The purpose of this, so we're making sure that we're making use of that NuGet package that we've added, and then that gives us access to, or gives us the ability to connect to the hub. So we will ultimately have to create ourselves a hub connection. We jump through some unnecessary code. What we end up doing is we get another builder pattern, much like we get with the app builder, the MAUI app builder, or the ASP.NET Core web application builder. And this then allows us to define certain bits. So we can define with URL. So actually, this is the URL that we are currently hosting on. It's on a free plan with Azure. So if people did try this, it'll most likely work for a bit and then probably fail, but that's okay. But then you can also potentially add in whether you want to do some extra automatic reconnection or adding any extra protocol information that you might wish to. Once we've then built our connection, we can then start to interact with it. And this is where we start to actually define the logic of how we're going to respond to these calls. And so we've got our connection, and then what we'll say is we'll, when we receive this method, which you might not be able to read in that tooltip there, but if we scroll up, it's updates drawing state, which, just to confirm, is the same name here. So the client sends it up to the server. The server says, well, then I'm going to send out a notification, and anyone listening to update drawing state will receive this class. So therefore, what we do is we register for that method, and then we define the Lambda function that's going to then perform the action for when we receive it. Another extra complexity that SignalR does offer us is the automatic serialization of the classes, the messages that we define and send. So drawing state is wrapped up for us, sent, and then unwrapped, deserialized when it gets down to the client. This is by default, I believe it's done with JSON, but you do have the added option to swap it out for message pack, which I believe gives you slightly smaller messages, but there are some complexities on what platforms might necessarily support that, although I think that's improving. So like I say, we add a callback and we define what we're going to do. Now, as an added step here, we don't strictly update the UI straight away, because if SignalR is as quick as it claims to be, then we might end up clogging up the UI thread and running into lag or performance issues. So what we end up doing is we create a copy in memory, and then actually we're following the typical game loop. So actually we will poll every period of time, and then once we get to be called back to say, well, you can now do some rendering, we will then convert what we've received into something that hits the UI. So that gives us a way to kind of provide a steady frame rate to our users. So we'll see that we've got quite a few different registrations here. So we're just, when a player connects, we add them to the list. So that was when we saw James's name pop up in the app with a little tick. We've then got the ability to, so we're listening out for the session started, and then this actually means that we can do some navigation. So this was actually, we sat in the lobby, and then it pushed us across to the main page that would then do the work. Then there's a little bit of extra work of kind of doing the guessing. Now, this is not strictly what you'd want to see in terms of a production app, because actually a lot of this logic would want to live on the server. And this is when maybe some complexities start to come in the fact that we want SignalR to remain stateless, so can't put some of this state there. So actually, we may need to possibly have a background worker process or something in the web app that would actually monitor the state and notify the other clients when things change. Because actually, the timer on the game would typically be controlled by a server, not by a client. We've just accepted that one client is the server in this scenario. But obviously, if we want to remove any element of cheating, then all of that effort needs to rely on the server. And finally, then once we've registered, then we hit start, and anytime any of these messages then get sent up, then we will receive them and then we will act accordingly. In actual fact, our first thing is to say, well, now that we've started our connection, we're going to send up the fact that we've connected and therefore we've joined the lobby, which again counted towards how James joined the lobby, and then we could see him and we could then start to play the game. So I think that kind of covers the general interaction in terms of what we get to do with SignalR. There is a kind of another fundamental underlying thing that's going on that I've not gone into too much detail, but so while we are building an app in .NET MAUI, this is aimed at trying to build something that's following the typical game engine approach. So we like I say, we use this game loop approach, which means we get to jump back to our slides and then we can touch on the last little bit. So to leave on a little bit of extra detail around, I guess, how this concept was built, and actually I think more importantly why it was built, is, I've mentioned this time a little bit, is a game engine is I've currently decided to embark upon a journey to build a 2D game engine through the use of .NET MAUI. It was kind of inspired by some other community projects, but I'd always been quite keen to push and see how far .NET MAUI could go. And actually, it's become surprisingly, I don't want to say simple because that's never a good term. But so the aim will ultimately be to utilize all of the great parts that .NET MAUI already offers us. So it gives us the engine at the moment is built on top of .NET MAUI graphics, which in short gives us a way to render 2D graphics onto a surface in a .NET MAUI application. We can then also gain all of the benefits that we get with .NET MAUI. So we get the powerful dependency injection, we get all of the cross-platform UI for handling user interaction, which is one of the things it does extremely well. And then we get a wealth of all of the platform-specific APIs that have been abstracted for us. So we get the ability for improved accessibility support. So we can directly interact with each of the platform's screen readers without having to strictly know about them. Then we can deal with maybe the haptic or the vibration feedback. So we could, on a touchscreen, we have a lack of tactile feedback. So we can then give users the ability to actually get some positive reinforcement that they've done something. And then there's also other things like the accelerometer, where we could then say, well, we can add some extra element into the game. Maybe you've got a little pinball where you want to steer it around your course. And of course, there is a simple support for SignalR, which is not strictly new to .NET MAUI. It did exist in other things like Xamarin Forms as well, but it is just another part of the .NET ecosystem that gives us a great thing to use. So if anyone has been interested, I would like to point you at the repository that's linked here, which I think should be in the show notes, which has this demo application that we looked at, this lovely little house drawing, and then a couple of other concepts that I've been trying to explore. So whether you could start to build some quite fancy UI, or even, and actually what inspired this talk was a mock of a little air hockey table. So you could actually start to have a two-player game of that, because again, SignalR would actually be a good option for that. And I think that's me. So thank you very much for joining me today. And thank you to the Microsoft team for having me. My name is Sean Lawrence. You can most likely find me hanging out on Twitter under the handle of @Bidgington, which is down on the bottom of the slides. And so back to you, James, in the studio.
Awesome.
Do we have any
Thank
time
you.
for questions, potentially?
Yes, thank you so much, Sean. I super appreciate it. It's really awesome to see this different bits and pieces of .NET technology coming together. Been a big fan of SignalR, of course, with .NET MAUI and having that back end and the front end all together. We always talk about reusing this amazing libraries in the .NET ecosystem, whether that's a UI library or one of these really powerful frameworks out there like SignalR. And it's really cool to see all the really awesome things that you, Sean, are building on top of .NET MAUI with Orbit. Now, also, I just want to point out that Jeremy was loving it. Shout out to the production team for making this happen, the side-by-side. I also want to point out here, Sean, that our backgrounds on our Mac devices lined up perfect, which was very fascinating in general. So I think that's so cool to do. And it was really fun working with you on this and to see it all come together. So Sean, I know it is very, very late for you. So thank you so much for staying up over there in the UK and have an absolutely fantastic night. I appreciate it, Sean.
Thank you. Thank you.
Awesome. Now we are just about done here at .NET Conf Focus on .NET MAUI, but we're not done because we have so much more. Of course, you can catch up on all of the amazing content that you may have missed throughout the day and all of the on-demand sessions at youtube.com/.net and also docs.microsoft.com. Tap on events and we're right there. So you can binge all of these goodies all throughout the day and those special on-demand recordings. There's a whole bunch more, hours upon hours of content. Now, before we get out of here, there's one more final closing session from two of my best friends in the entire world, Jeff and Sarah. Now, if you stick around to the very end, there's some additional special guests that are coming back for a guest appearance. So stay tuned and over to you.
Wow. All right.
Yeah.
What a day, huh, Sarah?
Amazing. Oh my gosh. Yeah.
So those of you out there, if you've been sticking with us throughout the day, and I know there's a couple hundred of you out there that have been watching throughout the day, you know that we've seen a parade of guests, a parade of speakers come through here. To introduce briefly here, my name is Jeff Fritz. I'm the producer for .NET Conf. And Sarah Fatz,
hello,
helping out, and she's head of our promotions team working on the event. We've been doing a number of these events for a few years now.
Yes, we have, yeah.
And I think this is one of the smoothest events we've had in a while.
Always so much fun, though. Oh my gosh, and so much incredible content and enthusiasm. Couldn't have asked for a better day today.
We had one problem with the speaker earlier today, and quite literally, the power died at their home. Like, just something happened, and the power went out on the block, and okay, these things happen.
Right.
Welcome to live TV.
Right.
But there are so many things that continue past today for .NET
Absolutely.
Conf.
Yep.
So we have .NET MAUI coding challenges available to you. Make sure you check these out, aka.ms/MAUI/cloud challenge for beginners. Get started learning .NET MAUI. Build your native app.
Exactly. Yeah. How exciting.
Really good stuff.
Yep.
And if you're an existing developer, show us your cool user interfaces in the beautiful UI challenge, aka.ms/MAUI/UI challenge. All right? Check those out. We've got a couple more things to share with you as well. If you're learning and you want to go through some self-paced training, the Learn content's awesome stuff.
It is amazing. Yeah, truly.
So check out the online courses, aka.ms/MAUI/learn/live. All right? Every week starting September 7th through November 16th, we've got a bunch of episodes that are going to be available for you that you can follow along from .NET Learn. All right? Additionally, we're running a survey. Break out your phone, take a picture of that QR code, or if you're like me and you're used to typing, aka.ms/MAUI/survey, we want to hear from you about things that we can do with .NET MAUI to improve it and make your native development experience better.
Better?
Even better,
Wow.
Absolutely. We took your questions all day today online on Twitter. Component vendors make this ecosystem. My gosh, you've got a lot of insight into this.
Yeah, no, there are so many component vendors right now who are supporting .NET MAUI. You have Progress Telerik, you have Syncfusion, you have DevExpress, UX Divers, and I know that there are more coming on the way. And it really does enhance your development experience and your UI.
Those professionally made tools and components that not just make your UI better, but you know you're going to get the support on it. You have somebody that you can contact that's going to improve those things for you.
Right, absolutely.
So good.
Yep.
So make sure you check out some of these great components that are available for you out there. And of course, our amazing community of contributors that have been building features, building templates, tools to go along with it. This was generated from our GitHub repositories. Thank you out there, all of you out there. No, not you. You, thank you for helping out with making .NET MAUI what it is. We couldn't have gotten here without you. We really appreciate it. Moving on, so we mentioned sponsors. Folks were asking me earlier, why do we need sponsors for a .NET Conf event?
Why do we need sponsors? Well, I mean, there are a number of things, right? Our sponsors actually help us get the word out, right? Sponsors help promote the event. It is a community event at the end of the day, and being able to reach our target audience and all of you guys out there, guys and gals, I should say, is super important. The other thing that our partners do, our sponsors do, is add a little bit of fun to the event, right? Not that it's not fun and not that you don't have great content, but each one of our sponsors has contributed something to the virtual swag bags. Yes.
We'll get to that in a minute.
Yes, we will.
And big thanks to all these folks, because if they hadn't contributed and gotten the word out and let all of you know about the event, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't have gotten where we are today. So let's just a quick recap. Grail has a complete ready-made collection of fully customizable Xaml templates, UI screens, and resources to help you build cross-platform apps with .NET MAUI or Xamarin Forms. Check them out at grailkit.com. We've also got Progress with a fantastic library of MAUI components, 50 plus controls, right? Always more coming online.
Yeah, but wait, there's more. Yeah.
But wait, there's more, that's right. Cross-platform development for native Windows, macOS, Android, iOS. Regular releases ensures your .NET MAUI library keeps growing. You've also got a Blazor library there, too.
We do, yeah, absolutely, yep.
So even if you're doing the Blazor Hybrid apps, you're covered there,
100%, yep, absolutely.
Great stuff. DevExpress, of course, is helping out. High-performance UI components for Android and iOS development. Data Grid, a chart, a scheduler, data editors, and more. Check them out at devexpress.com. Syncfusion was helping us out today. They've got 21 fast and feature-rich frameworks and controls for .NET MAUI, including data grid component, beautiful and interactive charts and graphs, highly customizable list view and scheduler controls, document processing libraries for Word, Excel, PowerPoint, and PDF files. Check them out, syncfusion.com. Packet.
Yes.
We talk about having documentation. We've got live documentation that's available for folks online, but wanting to take that content and go offline, right? Some folks like a hard copy.
Yeah. Some of us are a little old school still that way.
The weight just feels good. Our friends at Packet have a handful of recent publications for you all about .NET, not just MAUI. Check it out, packet.link/.NET store, and you can get your hands on some of these publications from the folks.
And they do have both hard copy and they have digital as well. So
very cool.
So if you do not want to, you don't want to hold the book, you actually can read it online.
Read it online.
Yep.
All right.
Absolutely.
Now, if I remember correctly, that was the last slide. The last slide we can go to our swag bag winners.
Yes.
Now, how many did we have?
We had 25 swag bag winners. So each one of our sponsors donated 25 items. We have a lot of Amazon gift cards, we have some books. Each one of these winners will actually get one of those items from every single one of our sponsors.
Oh, very
cool. Which is amazing. And on top of that, 5 of these winners will also receive a Telerik UI for .NET MAUI license.
Oh, okay, okay. So you're going to get everything you need to build with Blazor, some other tools, some toys to go along with it. If you're one of the folks that were selected by entering through that link that we shared earlier today. And here's our list of folks. So if your name is on this list, can we put the list up on the side by side? There you go. If your name is on the list, we're going to get in touch with you over the next day or two, over email, and we're going to let you know how you can claim your prize. And
so what each vendor will actually be, each sponsor will be fulfilling that individually. So we will verify your email addresses with you, make sure that we have the right one, and then send that off to the sponsors, and each one of those sponsors will be sending you all sorts of gifts. It's like holidays in August.
Yeah, well, and .NET Conf doesn't stop here.
It doesn't.
So we're right at the beginning of the next .NET Conf. Let's talk about that for a second. .NET Conf 2022 is coming up November 8th. We're going to be saying farewell for now, but November 8th is the .NET 7 launch. 3-day event. We've got 80 sessions we're planning for you across all kinds of .NET topics.
It's going to be amazing.
Sponsors.
Yep.
We've got a bunch of other sponsors that are interested in getting
Absolutely.
involved that aren't necessarily just .NET MAUI or
Right.
even just .NET.
Right, and if you thought this swag bag was cool, just wait until the main event in November.
Oh yeah, we've got games planned, we've got community days, we've got a code party planned, a whole bunch happening coming up for that. It's 90 days away. And if you're an influencer out there, if you're a speaker, if you host a user group, we want to hear from you. The call for content is open now. Go to .netconf.com. Listen to me.
That was easy to say.
.netconf.net. It was easy for me to fall right into.
Right.
It. Go to .netconf.net. There's a call for content link just below here that I want you to click, and you can submit your content through Sessionize. All right? That's a lot. We're going to be back here in November.
Yep. We cannot wait. We can't wait for all of you to join us. But I
Yeah.
think there's more, Jeff.
There's more. We've got one more group that wants to say goodbye before we sign off for the day. Let me throw it over to David and Maddie to close it out.
Hello, everybody. We're back. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you to everybody behind the scenes who made .NET Conf focus on Maui such an amazing event. Congratulations to our swag bag winners. What was your favorite session today, Dave?
Oh gosh, put me on the spot.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed our session, if I can be completely selfish about that.
Oh, okay.
It was so much fun. I'm glad that people kind of saw just who we were and that we are so passionate
You ditched
about.
your Hawaiian shirt.
Well, it's over there. But you know, just seriously, being able to be ourselves and to be authentic with everybody out there building awesome apps. Super excited to see what you build for us. So as excited as I am for today, I'm really excited for you to share with us what you're building, how you're building it, what you love about it, please.
Yeah. I cannot thank all of you enough for all the tweets and the funny screenshots and all the nice words and bugs people have already filed on us today. Very exciting. Of course, our engineering team, many of which presented today and who have also been behind the scenes, the rest of the .NET Conf team who have been in the chat, figuring all that stuff out. Yeah. Ryan on the camera, all of these folks. Yes. So we'll see you all in November. We're looking forward to it for .NET 7. It's coming.
See ya.
Bye.
Thank you.